Chapter 721. There seemed to be a mark being opened deep in the holy Ji palace. A dazzling light burst afterward. An image slowly came into being above the sky. It was a great, regal figure. He was standing at the top of Nine Cloud Palace and looked below. His silhouette seemed to have encompassed the entire sky. There seemed to be a mark being opened deep in the holy Ji palace. A dazzling light burst afterward. An image slowly came into being above the sky. It was a great, regal figure. He was standing at the top of Nine Cloud Palace and looked below. His silhouette seemed to have encompassed the entire sky. Ren Huang. Everyone's minds shuddered. The insurmountable legendary being. A figure who stood at the Runhuang Plain. The emperor who ruled all of the 9 states. Emperor Xia. All hail Emperor Xia. Chunyang and Lu Chan bowed and paid their respects. All hail Emperor Xia. The saint of Jisheng Cliffs bowed as well. While he was a saint of Jisheng Cliffs and was extremely irked about Chunyang, he had no choice but to bow down to the Emperor Xia all the same. One figure after another bowed to show their respect for Runhuang. Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace. Emperor Xia opened his mouth calmly. His voice sounded as if it was imbued with the might of the heavens. Indeed, Chunyang bowed and said, "What is the matter?" Emperor Xia asked. The Holy Ji Palace had been a part of his orthodoxy, and he had left a mark to show it. "Brother." Chunyang looked at Lu Chan beside him. "I beg you to look at this, Emperor Xia." Lu Chan's burning spiritual powers walked to Emperor Xia and turned into images to be presented to the will of Emperor Xia. The emperor came to understand what had transpired soon enough. Zhang Xiao, a student of Jisheng Cliffs, killed many of the Yu state and set up Gu Donglu of the Barren State to take the fall, pursuing the man to this land. As for what happens next, I took the liberty to call you, Emperor Xia, as I do not see any other way of solving this now that a saint from Jisheng Cliffs is here. Please forgive my trespasses, great emperor, Chunyang said. This place belongs to the Barren State. Why did you help Jisheng Cliffs before then? Emperor Xia asked coldly. It is a crime of mine to have the Holy Ji Palace bear such a shame due to my personal agendas. I deem myself no longer fit to be in charge of the Holy Ji Palace as the Palace Lord, and I'm willing to atone for my crimes with my death, Chunyang said. Emperor Xia's expression was calm. He then looked at the saint from Jisheng Cliffs and said, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Emperor Xia, I knew not of what transpired before. What I did know was that a son of Jisheng Cliffs was killed. As such, I sent people to look into the matter. I will investigate the matter thoroughly after I return. I beg for your forgiveness, Emperor Xia. The head saint of Jisheng Cliffs bowed and said. Emperor looked at him plainly. The head saint then continued, Emperor Xia, a saint has not emerged from the Barren State for many years, yet the Barren State still calls itself a member of the Orthodoxy. The Holy Ji Palace was not fit to be called such, and I suggest for the place to be taken apart. Chunyang and Lu Chan looked incredibly troubled. If it had not been Emperor Xia, the other states might have taken over Barren State a long time ago. They knew that there was not much time left for the Barren State. It was only a matter of time before the day would come. As such, they had gotten anxious and did everything they could to have a saint emerge from the Barren State. They had not expected such rushed, anxious efforts would lead to such wrongs in the end. Emperor Xia scanned everyone present and then said, if there is to be no one at the Saint Plain emerging from the Barren State when the next battle of saints is held, the Holy Ji Palace shall be taken apart. Before that day comes, Jisheng Cliffs shall not lift a finger against Barren State. Indeed, Emperor Xia, the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs bowed. He was a saint, and thus making him a being right beneath Emperor Xia. While the matter at hand concerned the Holy Ji Palace's survival, it was something that hardly mattered to Emperor Xia. Why does Ren Huang care about a force that doesn't even have a saint among them? Even Jisheng Cliffs would not have had such a high status in the eyes of Emperor Xia, and that was the reason why no one dared to get on the bad side of Emperor Xia. Thank you, Emperor Xia. Chunyang had not expected Emperor Xia to punish Jisheng Cliffs, as he knew there was simply no possibility for that to happen. The Barren State had not had a saint emergency among their ranks, and it was obvious that the status of Holy Ji Palace had gotten very low in the eyes of Emperor Xia. Are there any other matters to be discussed? Emperor Xia asked Chunyang. Chunying bowed and said, "The Holy Ji Palace needs a successor. I would like Yi Futian to take my place as the next palace lord after I perish, and he shall be assisted by all members of the Holy Ji Palace. I would like to seek your agreement on this particular matter, Emperor Xia." Many great figures from the barren state shuddered as they looked at Chunying. The palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace had wanted a saint to emerge from barren state so badly that he went to nurture Bai Luli regardless of the cost. Yet his efforts practically turned the barren state upside down. However, he was still a man of charisma and persistence. There was no one who had expected him to pass on the place of palace lord to a noble right before he perished. It was an act totally against convention. Nobody had done so before, and there would probably no one else doing the same thing ever again. Furthermore, he brought the matter up right before Emperor Xia was about to disappear. It was obvious to many what his intentions were. The mess that they were in that day was brought up by Yi Futian and Jisheng Cliffs determined to get their hands on him. Furthermore, while Emperor Xia had decreed that Jisheng Cliffs shall not touch the Holy Ji Palace, he did not say anything about not moving against Yi Futian. Now that Chunying placed Yi Futian on the seat of the palace lord, Jisheng Cliffs probably dared not move against Yi Futian, as it would have defied the will of Emperor Xia. The Holy Ji Palace was practically in shambles and Chunying was doing whatever he was able at the last moments of his life to keep the place in one piece. He was also doing it so that the hope for the future other than Bai Luli lived. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at Chunying. He had not expected the elder sage to be doing such a thing for him. "But am I fit to become palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace? I acknowledge your decision." Emperor Xia nodded plainly. "Then I have nothing else to bother you with, great emperor." Chunying bowed. The silhouette of Emperor Xia gradually faded away. "We shall see you off, Emperor Xia." Voices were heard and the silhouette above the sky disappeared. The mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs looked extremely irked, including the head saint. "We really got played today by Chunying. Bringing out Emperor Xia just to threaten me? Good move. Let's go." The head saint's silhouette disappeared as well. Kong Yao and the others with him scanned everyone present. So we just go home empty-handed like this? Furthermore, they had suffered great losses this time. They came to the barren state and waged several wars with the inferior state. Yet they returned with their wings clipped every single time. "Let's go." Kong Yao scanned everyone present with deep eyes. It was a score he intended to settle at a later date. Yen Wuji of Sword Saint Villa, Godly Spear of Nantian House, Dekai of the Emperor family, and the others turned pale as the ones from Jisheng Cliffs left. What about us? With the Holy Ji Palace calling upon Emperor Xia and making Yi Futian the next palace lord, the will of the Holy Ji Palace was reunited once again. This time, it had the agreement of many great figures from all over Barren State. However, to those people, such turn of events spelled their doom. No one cared about what those few thought about anything. Chunying and Lu Chan's silhouette faded, as if they had indeed come to the end and turning invisible. They looked at everyone in the Holy Ji Palace and Chunying said, "You all heard what I said. From this day, Yi Futian shall be the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace." "Hey, I didn't agree to any of that," Yi Futian said as he turned to look at Chunying. He was feeling very complicated at the moment. Should I resent all this happening to me? The battles fought today had many severely injured and their lives hanging by a thread, which included his teacher, Jieyu, Hua Qingqing, and many others. If the Holy Ji Palace had only allowed him to battle with Bai Luli when he was there, none of all that would have happened. That was why he had gone to the Holy Ji Palace in the first place. He was there to return everything to how it was before. He had achieved what he set out to do in the first place. Everything turned to how it once was, yet said result came too late. He was feeling very complicated deep inside at the moment, and very exhausted as well. I know it is hard for you to accept what the Holy Ji Palace did, but your teacher, the Sword Demon and Daozong, did any of them do anything untoward towards you? Chunying said, "Now, Lu Chan, Tianxing, and I will all be a page in history books. What happens next, take it as something you do for yourself, as well as for the friends you have in the Holy Ji Palace." Yi Futian looked at his teacher, Sage Dozhan, and then at the Sword Demon, Sage Daozong, then at Yun Shuisheng, Phoenix, and the Odors. He closed his eyes and felt a storm whipping up in his mind. For many years, countless from the barren state lost their lives in their journey to achieve sainthood. I myself was one of those people. The barren state had the least hope out of the 9 states of achieving such a goal. We were weak, and yet we dared to challenge, but that also meant that we suffered the highest casualties. As such, I nurtured Luli and put all hopes onto him. I hope that one day, someone from barren state will be able to reign supreme, overwhelming top-notch figures from the other states, and let a saint be born. Only by doing so will the Holy Ji Palace be able to achieve what it was made to do in the first place. Only with a true saint present will the Holy Ji Palace and the barren state truly achieve greater prosperity. I've always had a wish that I would be able to see a saint from the barren state emerge before I breathe my last breath. I clung to that belief with all I had. Now, I will never see that day come, but I do not wish for this place to be taken over by the states. If such a thing was to be allowed to happen, what happened today is doomed to happen in the future. Someone like you will have emerged, but they will have been even more powerless to change anything. Chunyang continued, none of these would have happened if there had been a saint in the barren state. Your talents would have been discovered, and you would have been a student of a saint. Luli would be studying alongside you. The geniuses all over the barren state would be known throughout the 9 states. It is my fault that none of those came true. I would never see all that happen, but I hope you will bring all of the things that I have dreamed of to reality. His body gradually turned into bits of light as he talked. Palace Lord, the Sword Demon, Daozong, and many others listened with heavy hearts. Assist him the best you can. Long live the Holy Ji Palace. Chunyang looked at everyone present. At that moment, he recalled the hopes his teacher had for him all those years ago. It was a pity that he never had the honor to truly tutor Futian. Brother. Seeing Chunyang disappearing, Lu Chan turned to Futian and said, I know you hate me. I had hopes for you when I permitted you entry to the Sage Hall. I had wished for none of these events to happen. I'm a Sind, one of the Holy Ji Palace. Your achievements in the future will be great, while I, the Sind one, will be nailed on the stakes of shame. The world shall come to loathe what I did, and I will be very pleased if such a day is to come. He lifted his head after he finished talking. His body turned into specks of light, following Chunyang in the netherworld. Countless watched all that happening. 2 of the figures ranked on the top 3 places of Barren Sky ranking, the Palace Lords of the Holy Ji Palace, perished. The number 1 and number 3 on Barren Sky ranking were no more since that day. Many vaguely felt that an era had come to an end. What will the next era hold for us indeed? Chapter 722. Outside the Holy Ji Palace, countless eyes fell on Futian. Outside the Holy Ji Palace, countless eyes fell on Futian. The brutal battles had finally come to an end. Many had given everything they had in those battles, and great figures of untold numbers came to stand by Futian's side, fighting for his sake. It was probably one of the reasons Chunyang passed on the position of the Palace Lord to him. Throughout the entire barren state as of that moment, only Futian had been capable of consolidating the barren state and the Holy Ji Palace. The battles fought there ruined the Holy Ji Palace's reputation. Chunyang wanted to atone for what he did. As he put it himself, he was willing to do anything for the sake of the Holy Ji Palace. Even in death, his plans had been laid in the hopes of making the Holy Ji Palace thrive. Where is my third brother? Futian asked. He is in the Holy Ji Palace. I'll take him here, the Sword Demon said. Thank you, Elder. Futian nodded. He had been very grateful to the Sword Demon for not participating in the battles. He was, after all, the Lord of the Sword Palace. From a certain perspective, he should have sided with the Holy Ji Palace. Eldest brother. Futian turned to look at the Sword Saint, who was putting his blade away. He looked very frail. All of his powers seemed to have been sucked dry. Futian helped him up and the Sword Saint smiled, saying, It's all right, little brother. Futian lowered his head and turned around, looking at Sage Dojan, Hua Qingqing, and the others. Teacher. Futian looked at the frail Sage Dojan and felt incredibly sorrowful. A peaceful smile was seen on Sage Dojan's face as he said, Futian, what do you think? I feel all over the place. Yi Futian naturally understood that his teacher was asking about the matter of him becoming palace lord. I understand. Get some rest when all of this blows over. Sage Dojan naturally understood what his student had been going through. Everything happened too suddenly. However, he still hoped that Yi Futian was able to agree to it. While it was indeed Chunyang and Lu Chan who had been in the wrong, and they were the source of the disaster seen that day, it was not the same to say that the entire Holy Ji Palace was at fault. He still had a lot of feelings for the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian had turned into the linchpin holding the Holy Ji Palace and many forces throughout the barren state together. Did anyone allow you all to leave? A cold voice sounded, breaking the peace. Many turned to look at the direction where the voice came from. It was Yuqi talking. He stopped Yin Wuji, head of the Sword Saint Villa, from sneaking out of the place. Yin Wuji, Dekai and the others were all exposed at the same time. Many stared at them, and everyone looked troubled. They had sided with Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace. However, with Yi Futian being made the next palace lord and Jisheng Cliffs retreating, the scene before them looked like a living nightmare. Both sides were hardly on the same level at the moment. Yi Futian looked at all of them with an extremely cold expression. While Chunyang and Lu Chan had their own principles for doing what they did for the sake of the Holy Ji Palace, trying to prevent a greater crisis befalling the barren state by making him and his third brother scapegoats to bring the mess to an end, those people had nothing but their own interests in mind, wanting to take out the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain. Make your move here. Aren't you afraid that you'll get others involved? Yin Wuji threatened coldly. If you people even had a line that you wouldn't cross, your families might have suffered less, Yu Qi said with an equally cold tone. Who do you think you are, threatening us? Yu Qi, Yin Wuji's expression, turned bone-chillingly cold. If they had the guts to show up in the first place, I see no reason to have them leave this place alive, Yi Futian said coldly. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong, Yu Qi, Su Shang, Huang Shi, Qingding, Chen Yuan all stepped forward, surrounding them. There was no need to talk about principles at this point. The Lord of the Ice Temple, Sage Daozong, and many other mighty ones came to stand in front of Yi Futian and the others with him, preventing them from getting harmed by those on the other side. Let's do this, Yu Qi said coldly. As someone ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking, it was apparent that he was no pushover. Things had come this far, and none of those people were allowed to leave, or they would have come back to bite them in the future. Eldest brother, little brother. Gu Donglio's voice was heard. Yi Futian turned around and saw the sword demon bringing Gu Donglu to him. There were many wounds on Gu Donglio's body, and he looked frail. It was apparent that Jisheng Cliffs had not been treating him well for fear that he would escape. Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian's eyes looked incredibly cold. Although Zhan Xiao was the one who had been responsible for everything, the overbearing attitude of Kong Yao and Jisheng Cliffs was something he would never forget. Many mighty great apes in Taihang Mountain were killed by the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs that Zhan Xiao brought with him, after all. Zhuge Mingyue walked to his side. Both Shi and Gu Donglu smiled at each other while looking rather sad. It was fortunate, however, that the disaster was over. Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng, do you have to go this far? A roaring voice sounded, and Yin Wuji was no longer breathing after he said that. The Nantian House is willing to submit to the Holy Ji Palace, the head of Nantian House said. The Holy Ji Palace doesn't need you, the sword demon said coldly. A scream was heard soon enough. The Lord of the Sacred Fire sect was unable to last long and soon had his throat slit by Su Shang, who was wandering around in the battlefield. The people surrounding them looked at the slaughter taking place without sympathy. They sowed their seeds when they decided to align with Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs. If Jisheng Cliffs emerged victorious, they would have been able to earn themselves a powerful ally. But now that Jisheng Cliffs retreated, there was simply no way they would be able to come out of their predicament unscathed. 4 of the mighty ones ranked in high places in the Barren Sky ranking soon lost their lives in the Holy Ji Palace. The surviving figures on the Barren Sky ranking had been reduced in that day's battles. I should go get some rest. The weight in Sage Dojan's heart was settled, and he fell right there and then. It was apparent that he had only been able to stand for so long due to his powerful will. Teacher. Brother. Many came up to them. Sage Jingang lifted him up. Sage Dojan's eyes were completely shut, and he looked very peaceful. He needs to spend some days recuperating. Sage Jingying said, I'll take him to Battle Sage Palace. Right. Yi Futian nodded. Sage Jingyang then took Sage Dozhan with him and left. Qingqing, we should go get some rest too, Monk Qingding said to Hua Qingqing. Yeah. Hua Qingqing nodded and turned to look at Yi Futian, who was bowing to Monk Qingding saying, Thank you, Elder. Monk Qingding put his palms together and left with Hua Qingqing. Yi Futian came to Hua Jieyu's side and picked her up. She was in a coma. He looked at her with gentle eyes. I will ask my teacher to come out of isolation and treat everyone, Phoenix said to Yi Futian. The teacher she meant was naturally not Sage Daozong. It was the Undying Sage, who was also known as the Undying Old Man. Thank you. Yi Futian thanked her from the bottom of his heart. He turned to look at the others and bowed. He said nothing, but he took all of their sentiments, his debt to all of them, to heart. Futian, you have any plans in mind? Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and asked. I'm thinking of taking Jieyu back to the Eastern Barren Territory for a while until she wakes up, Yi Futian said. He felt washed all over with exhaustion. He was barely able to keep his strength up, and he was forcing himself to pick up Hua Jieyu's body. Furthermore, his exhaustion was more than just a physical thing. Right. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded. It's best for you all to go get some rest. Mingyue and Donglu will accompany you to recuperate in the Eastern Barren Territory. Senior Su, do you know where Su Ke and the others are? Yi Futian turned around and asked Su Shang. Su Ke would have contacted Tingxue House. Rest assured that I'll have them go see you, Su Shang said. Right. Yi Futian felt at ease. Grandpa Yuan, Yi Futian called. Yuan Hong's massive body was seen stepping out. Yi Futian took Hua Jieyu with him and sat on his shoulders. Eldest brother, second sister, third brother, Yi Futian called, and all of them left with Yi Futian for the Eastern Barren Territory. The Sword Demon and Daozong looked at each other as they watched Yi Futian leave. They sighed in their hearts. Yi Futian did not agree to become the Palace Lord right there and then. It was apparent that he was unable to let go of his grudge with the Holy Ji Palace just yet. He may not have resented the Holy Ji Palace, but it was still difficult for him to become a Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace so suddenly. Furthermore, Hua Jieyu was severely injured and was in a coma. He needed time to take in all of that. If I had only been able to emerge from isolation sooner, maybe none of this would have happened. Sage Wanxiang sighed as well. While Lu Chan had been the one calling the shots, if he had been able to come out earlier and get to know Yi Futian personally, he might have been able to calculate his fate. Perhaps Lu Chan would have taken a different approach. Or perhaps, if he had not calculated by Lu Li's talents or the ordeal of the Holy Ji Palace would have been put through, the trajectory of things might have been different instead. Astrologers earned the enmity of the heavens by peering into celestial secrets, which was why astrologers often ended up dying bad deaths. It's better to reduce the use of astrology to calculate fates in the future then. Everything in the world is eventually required to move according to the great patterns and rules, instead of deliberately changing certain facets due to having prior knowledge of certain matters. The end results are often disastrous, just like how it is with the Holy Ji Palace now. The news regarding the battles taken place in the Holy Ji Palace spread all over the Barren State quickly, shaking the entire Barren State. It had been many, many years since the last time such a disaster befell the Barren State. The war had even gotten saints involved and required Renhuang to descend upon the world again. The two palace lords from the Holy Sage Pavilion perished, ending the war with their own lives in return for peace throughout the Barren State. At the same time, it was also said that Yi Futian was to become the next palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian was able to defeat Bai Luli, who ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking, while he was still a noble. Such was his fearsome talents. Many were awed, trying to imagine what the battle would have looked like. They knew that from that day onwards, Yi Futian was the true, undisputed #1 genius throughout the Barren State. No one had imagined that he, as a noble, would have been given the seat of Palace Lord. Just what did the previous Palace Lord see to make such a decision? Those who knew Yi Futian trembled in their minds. A new era had begun with the ending of the previous one. A legendary figure demonstrated what he was capable of. What future awaits him indeed? Will Yi Futian agree to take the place of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace? Other than that, the Sword Saint Villa, the Emperor family, Nantion House, and the Sacred Fire sect all went through cleansing. Only the Yu clan of the two top-notch forces who had been with Alchemy City for many years were left standing. Many sighed at the turn of events. The four top-notch forces which had once stood at the top of everything lost everything in one day. Their leaders were all killed, and it was a rather sad thing. All of that stemmed from little more than a single thought's difference. No one would have imagined Crouching Dragon Mountain to be able to fend off Jisheng Cliff's invasion, and no one would have been able to know that things would eventually turn out how they did. It was anyone's guess how many years it would take for the barren state to regain its former power after that war. Furthermore, Emperor Xia gave the barren state little time to prepare. If no saints emerged from the barren state by the time the next battle of saints was held, the Holy Ji Palace would be taken apart. No one knew what such a future would hold. Perhaps only time would be able to tell anyone anything. Chapter 723. A month later, on top of Book Mountain at the Eastern Barren Territory. A month later, on top of Book Mountain at the Eastern Barren Territory, Hua Jieyu was lying on a bed inside a room of a compound, attended to by an elder looking at her injuries. The elder shimmered with jade-green light and exuded incredibly thick life energies. A beautiful girl was standing right behind the elder. She was none other than Phoenix, a student of the Holy Ji Palace. The barren state was undergoing a metaphorical earthquake after the war at the Holy Ji Palace. Many forces were busy recuperating from the ordeal, while the Holy Ji Palace needed time to get things together again. Yi Futian and the others had all returned to Book Mountain at the Eastern Barren Territory. Phoenix had requested for her teacher to treat the injuries sustained by Dozhan at the Holy Ji Palace, and he came to the compound right after treating Yi Futian's teacher. Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu, and Nandu Wanin all stood to one side and looked at the elder nervously. The shimmering jade-green light on the elder subsided after quite a while. He turned around and said to Yi Futian, "She overtaxed her spiritual powers in battle and used powers that did not belong to her. It is fortunate that she had ritual implements that helped keep her spiritual powers intact. Furthermore, the person you said to have possessed her probably held back as well, keeping her will from crumbling altogether. Phoenix had her take some pills before, and I will work to repair her damaged spiritual powers in the next few days. She is not in any life-threatening danger, but she might undergo quite a long sleep, and it's anyone's guess when she will waking up." "Thank you, Elder," Yi Futian said softly. He had been very worried for the past several days. The undying old man's words put him at ease right there and then. He would have waited regardless of how long she would sleep, so long as she was safe. "Let's move. We'll let her rest." The undying old man walked outside the room, and the others followed. There were many waiting outside. Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, Yi Shaoshi, and the others were all on Book Mountain now. "How is she doing?" Zhuge Mingyue asked. The elder said she was in no danger, but she will probably spend quite a while sleeping, Yi Futian answered. All breathed a sigh of relief. If anything were to happen to Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian would have probably spent the rest of his days feeling guilty and beating himself up. The matter about him taking over as Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace would have been for naught. "All will pass," Zhuge Mingyue said softly. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded, then smiled and said, "What's with the grim looks? This is good news, isn't it?" That was probably his attempt at comforting both himself and the others, seeing how everyone looked so grim. "Little brother." Two figures walked in their direction. Yi Futian lifted his head and saw his eldest brother and goddess Wang Yue. "Look who's here," the sword saint said with a smile. Yi Futian peered behind his eldest brother and saw Shui, Luo Fan, Yushi, and the others. Yushi was seen carrying a baby in her arms. Fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law. Yi Futian went up to greet them. He took a look at the baby girl in Yushi's arms. The baby had huge eyes and looked at Yi Futian without feeling shy at all. "Here you go." Yushi handed the child to Yi Futian. He held her in his arms and said with a smile, "Well, are you looking at Uncle here because you think Uncle is good-looking?" The others around them laughed. Shui then said, "Well, her uncle is quite different from her dad here in terms of looks, but her uncle is a handsome one nonetheless." "Brother, please." Yi Futian then turned to look at Shui. "I'm her uncle, and yet I don't even know her name." Xueqiao. Just call her Little Grass, Shui smiled and said. Grass. Yi Futian said, so you're naming her after the cottage then, one? Indeed, if she has a little brother in the future, I'll name him Xuetang. Shui nodded with a smile. Yi Futian looked at the baby girl in his arms and felt tears welling up in his eyes. He lowered his head and kissed Xueqiao's forehead, then said with a smile, I call myself her uncle, and yet I don't even have a gift for her. I'll keep that in mind then. When Little Grass grows, I'll let her come ask for it from her uncle. Yushi smiled and said, All right then. You keep tabs for Little Grass here, sister-in-law. Yi Futian nodded and then looked at the sword saint and goddess Wangyue, saying, Eldest brother, when are you going to marry the goddess? And third brother and second brother. You both are my elders. Don't drag things out for too long. The sword saint looked at everyone. Even Beitang Xinger and Yi Shaoshi were there as well. Every single student of the cottage was accounted for. There is our teacher. The sword saint turned his gaze far away. Yi Futian was exasperated. Eldest brother is really close-minded when it comes to these things. Yeah, enough with teasing your sister here. What about you and Jieyu then? You two seem to be the pair with the longest history, Zhuge Mingyue said, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian returned Little Grass to her mother, recalling the days when he was far younger. Over 10 years had passed. Yi Futian smiled, shut his eyes, and then took a look at the sky. He then turned around and looked at Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin. Teacher, mistress, I want to marry Jieyu, and I seek your approval, Yi Futian said all of the sudden. Both Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin were stunned. When? Hua Fenglu asked. Jieyu was still in a coma at the moment. A month from now. Regardless if she wakes up by then or not, I will marry her, right here at Book Mountain. Yi Futian's words rendered everyone around him silent. It was obvious that no one had expected him to bring that up so suddenly. Futian, I don't have any objections to that. But if Jieyu were to wake up and find herself already married without knowing what her wedding looked like, wouldn't that be quite a pity? Hua Fenglu said. If Jieyu wakes up after the wedding, so long as she is willing, I'll throw her another wedding. Yi Futian smiled brightly. Nandu Wanin felt her eyes getting red, and she lowered her head, not knowing what to think. Very well. Hua Fenglu nodded. Thank you, father-in-law. Yi Futian smiled, and everyone around him smiled as well, but they all felt their noses wrinkling and sand getting in their eyes all of a sudden. Regardless, it was still a beautiful thing. The news of Yi Futian ready to marry Hua Jieyu shook everyone at Book Mountain. While the people of Book Mountain did not know what exactly happened when Yi Futian and the others returned, they knew that a war took place in the barren state. A war which the Sword Saint had participated in, and Hua Jieyu returned from severely injured and in a coma. Yet, Yi Futian was about to marry Hua Jieyu. The people of Book Mountain naturally knew a lot about Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Everyone shuddered within. Gu Biyue and Chu Yaoyao felt less calm about the whole thing as they knew Yi Futian and the others best. Time really flies. Is he really getting married already? The news quickly spread throughout the entire Eastern Barren Territory. Many people headed for Book Mountain suddenly, wanting to witness the wedding. A great incident happened in Lu Kingdom several days after the news spread. Yi Wuchen brought the princess of Lu Kingdom, Lu Qinyu, and the prince, Lu Feiyang, back to Lu Kingdom for a bit. Several lord palaces that had been renowned for a while, and the residences of the ministers of Lu Kingdom all went through a bloodbath. Yi Wuchen, as the one-armed god of killing, killed all those who had betrayed Lu Kingdom in the past, taking revenge for Lu Kingdom. It was something that Book Mountain had not been looking into for quite a while, and it was a task handed over to Yi Wuchen. No one had expected the day to arrive so quickly. Just how many years have passed since then? Yi Wuchen had already become a superior noble within that span of time, and all the mighty ones of Lu Kingdom who had seen him in action claimed that Yi Wuchen's prowess was on par with the king back then. If Yi Wuchen had already grown to be so powerful, it was anyone's guess how powerful Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, the two who had been legendary geniuses back then in Eastern Barren Territory, had become. Have they reached that plane told in legends, the Sage Plane? Sages were insurmountable legends in the Eastern Barren Territory. The news of Yi Futian about to get married spread not only in the Eastern Barren Territory but out in the Barren State as well. Many top forces and top-notch figures ranked on the Barren Sky ranking were prepared to make the trip to the Eastern Barren Territory to attend the wedding. They insisted to go even though Futian had not invited anyone. Futian knew nothing about all that and paid no heed to it all. He trained in peace at Book Mountain, and any time he had to spare was spent visiting Hua Jieyu and talking to her. A group mighty ones arrived at Book Mountain that day. They were all young people. Suke, Huang Jiega, Yun Shuisheng, Zhongli, and many others went looking for Futian right away. I heard that you're getting married. Suke walked up to Futian and said, Congratulations. Futian looked at Suke, Huang Jiega, and the others. He smiled and said, I have yet to apologize about what happened to you all before. Su Shang and Huang Shi participated in that war. Their participation naturally had something to do with Suke and Huang Jiega. Furthermore, he already knew that it was Yi Wuchen who killed Bai Zhe, and Suke was in it as well, helping them escape with the powers of the Tingxue house. I don't know what you're talking about. Suke shrugged. I'll tell you something. I'm in the Holy Ji Palace now, Huang Jiega said to Futian. Futian looked peculiarly at Huang Jiega. What? You find that weird? Huang Jiega shrugged and added, The Holy Ji Palace doesn't have a head now, and all of the lords are waiting for you to get back. Yet, here you are, getting ready to have your wedding. How is my teacher doing? Futian asked. Lord Dozhan is just fine. Everyone nodded. Futian nodded slightly, feeling at ease. You should really head back after the wedding. Suke added, There are many expecting your return. You can't just keep staying here at the Eastern Barren Territory, can you? Furthermore, I'm still waiting for you to get back and grant me my permission to enter the Sage Hall, Suke said without bothering to hide anything. Futian looked at him, feeling speechless. So this is why he is persuading me to go back to the Holy Ji Palace and become Palace Lord? The Sage Hall of the Holy Ji Palace was the place where the lineage of saints was. There was no one in the Barren State who did not want to get in that place. As the next Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, he now had the right to give such privileges. Futian did not respond to that. Suke shrugged, speechless. Well, it seems like I can't be of any use in this case. But no matter, the old guys will come get you in a couple of days anyway. How many years do we have before the next Battle of Saints? Futian asked all of a sudden. The issue with Jisheng Cliffs was one he had no intentions of forgetting. The event is held once every 20 years. We have less than 10 years until the next one. Suke added, no one ranked on the Barren Sky ranking had any certainty about things in the last one. They didn't even really get involved in it. The other 8 states were the ones mainly fighting back then. Palace Lord Chunyang suffered a crushing defeat back in that one. Short indeed, Futian mumbled to himself. It was no wonder why the Holy Ji Palace rushed to create a saint. It would have been difficult for even Bai Luli to reach the pinnacle of the Sage Plane in such a short time. It was even more than difficult for Futian, given how he was just a noble. 1. The cottage is called Chao Tang in Chinese, where Chao means grass. Chapter 724. Things got very rowdy below Book Mountain as many from the Eastern Barren Territory showed up. Things got very rowdy below Book Mountain as many from the Eastern Barren Territory showed up. Following the news of Futian's wedding, which he released himself, there was other news saying it was not only Futian who would be getting married 3 days later. Yushang and Yi Wuchen were also going to hold their wedding the same day as Futian. While Yushang and Yi Wuchen had been overshadowed by Futian somewhat, they were still extremely renowned figures of the younger generations in the Eastern Barren Territory. Furthermore, they were hardly considered to be of the younger generation anymore. Yi Wuchen, who had not even reached 30, carved his way through the old royalties of the Lu Kingdom like a hot knife, slicing through butter, killing Grade 1 nobles without breaking a sweat. His fearsome talents were apparent. People of the Eastern Barren Territory also heard that there would be many throughout the Barren State showing up at the wedding. It was indeed a very noteworthy event. Despite his wedding being right around the corner, Futian was found training in silence at the peak of Book Mountain instead. Winds blew, and there was no noise in his surroundings. It was a place where he was not bothered by anyone else. Quiet, light footsteps were heard behind him, prompting his eyelashes to twitch, yet his eyes remained closed. The figure who came from behind walked up to Futian and sat beside him, casting his gaze at the sea of clouds far away. Futian opened his eyes and turned to look at the old man beside him. The old man looked just as he had always been, slouching somewhat and completely plain. The kind of person who would draw anyone's attention on the streets. Futian turned his eyes forward shortly after, gazing at the vista far away. There was nothing but silence. The air was stiflingly quiet. Futian lost track of how much he wanted to say to and ask the old man. However, he was calm and tranquil at the moment, not knowing what to say. He did not even know if he should respect or hate the old man. Futian, I guess you have seen through it all, the old man said softly. His eldest brother was in possession of the demonic blade. Jeyu was possessed by a saint, and both of them were people closest to him. They were people who would give their lives to fight for him. The trail of thought then led to the demonic arts that Yu Sheng was practicing. There was just no way Futian would not have seen through it all. That was you in Donghai City, wasn't it? Futian then asked softly, why did you let Grandpa die? Why did you let Jeyu go through all that? His voice sounded rather dejected. He had the ability to prevent all those tragedies from happening easily, yet he did not. In your impression, what am I like as a person? The old man asked softly. Futian's thoughts went back to more than a decade ago, and they went even further back after that. He and Yu Sheng both grew up under that old man's tutelage. Kind, firm, even cold, Futian said. The old man was kind and gentle when dealing with him, yet he was harsh and cold when dealing with Yu Sheng. Which one of those do you think is the real me? The old man asked again. The latter, Futian said, thinking the old man to be definitely a cold person. The old man smiled and said, Kid, what you saw were simply facets. I'm colder and more brutal than you could have imagined. My hands are stained with the blood of countless people. I've killed more than I bothered to count. All of the slaughter I did was not something you could have ever imagined. The old man's voice was calm all the same as he said those words. Yet one would be able to feel the grand battlefields he had been through, the battlefields which he had carried out his slaughter. He was one cold, brutal machine who had made his mark killing everywhere under the heavens. Futian lowered his head and clenched his fists. He then asked, why did you treat me like you did then? That's because you're their child. The old man looked at Futian with eyes filled with warmth and gentleness. Futian felt as if he was looking at the eyes that belonged to both the snow ape and Emperor Yi Qing all those years ago when they looked at him. Who? Untold sorrow was heard from Futian's voice as he sounded extremely dejected. Who is the person you're talking about? The old man shook his head. Futian felt very disappointed and asked again, you had Yu Sheng practice the demonic arts? You let eldest brother take hold of the demonic blade, and even the person who possessed Jeyu seemed to one who practiced demonic arts as well. Why won't you teach me the demonic methods then? You are born as the emperor, and as such, you cannot train in the demonic arts. The old man shook his head and continued, the one who possessed Jeyu was one I deliberately prepared for her. That person was a divine, spiritual sorcerer. I hadn't thought of handing her to Jeyu so soon, but the events happening at Taihang Mountain at the time prompted me to do so earlier than expected. So, I went having Jeyu possessed with that spirit in Zhaixing House. While Jeyu had a hard time with things before, she would have had a powerful divine spiritual sorcerer to guide her in her training in the future. But they're all people I hold dearest to me. Don't you think you're going too far with all that? Futian felt his heart aching. Yu Sheng, his eldest brother, and Jeyu all had different arrangements assigned to them. All of them would suffer further. It was their honor, the old man said with a neutral look. To hell with that kind of bullshit honor. How are you any different from Lu Chan? Futian howled with a low voice. Is this even honor at all? All of them were closest to him. All of them suffered just to let him succeed. The old man cast his gaze far away and went silent for a while before saying, I did not push them to do so. They were all willing to do what they did for your sake. If you feel guilty, if you hate me, then get stronger. Futian lowered his head. Nothing matters. The blood of the common soldiers was what won the general fame and glory. If you don't get any stronger, more will die in the future. Rest assured, even if more were to die for you, I won't bat an eye. Hate me with all you've got, and it still won't change a thing. The old man stood up and said slowly, I need to see to one particular matter, and you won't see me by your side from here on out. Take care of yourself. A gale swept by, and the shriveled old man remained standing tall where he was, before disappearing like a mirage shortly after. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. Futian felt incredibly painful inside as he watched the old man disappear. He then said, I will get stronger, Godfather. Do I hate him? How could I possibly hate him? He was the person I respected the most growing up. The wedding was quickly approaching, and there was a day left before the big day. Book Mountain was in an uproar, with preparation work done right from the bottom of the mountain. More guests showed up at Book Mountain. Longlinger, Guyunshi, Mujichio, and the others all came to celebrate. They even brought Shunyu, the servant girl who was with Futian at the Celestial Pavilion. Other than that, Wang Yuro, who was studying at Starry School, came as well. Her family, the people of Wang family, would also join in the festivities. As they were acquaintances of Futian, the members of the Wang family saw it fit to show up. While people of the Eastern Barren Territory knew little of Futian's current status in the Barren State, that was something made clear to all in the Barren State a long time ago. The youth who had once fought for the Wang family was now someone who could take the seat of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace if he so wished. It was elegiac that it felt like a dream indeed. Brother Futian, can I be your bridesmaid? Longlinger asked playfully. Futian went to pat her head and said, Just what is going on in that head of yours all day? Futian. A voice was heard. Futian turned his eyes at the direction of the voice and found his teacher, Sage Dozhan, walking in his direction alongside the sword demon and Sage Daozong. Teacher. Futian went up and greeted them, Seniors. Futian, this wedding is more than just about you alone. Dozhan is both your and Yusheng's teacher, the sword demon is Wuchen's teacher, while I'm Hua Jieyu's teacher. I assume you don't have anything against all three of us serving as witnesses? Sage Daozong said as if he was joking. That's great. Futian nodded with a smile. All of you teachers will have front seats to serve as witnesses for us. They nodded and Sage Daozong asked, How is Jieiyu doing now? She has yet to wake up, Futian said softly. Don't worry about it so much. I've heard from Phoenix that she is just in a coma for the time being. She will wake in due time, Sage Daozong said to console him. Haven't you made up your mind yet? The sword demon asked. The entire Barren State is waiting for your answer. I want to wait until Jieiyu wakes up, Futian replied. Fine. No rush, the sword demon quipped while smiling with a nod. Go take care of things. There seems to be quite a number of guests here today. The sword demon smiled, and Futian nodded. Lulon, take care of teacher and the lords for me, Futian said. Will do. Lulon nodded. Futian left the scene and went to the compound where Hua Fenglu took up residence, which was filled with people. The Emperor of Nandu Nation, Nandu Wanshan, the Emperor of Kangyi Kingdom, and Yi Lingxi were all there. Yixiang was naturally there as well, giving instructions to Yi Qingxian and Yusheng. Yi Wuchen's parents were there as well, and they were very pleased. They had not seen their son much since Yi Wuchen embarked on his journey of cultivation and left the Eastern Barren Territory. There was another guest whom Futian found rather surprising. Her looks were incredibly stunning. She looked at Futian and asked, What? You don't know me anymore? The number one beauty of Kangyi Kingdom. How would I dare not know such a person? Futian replied with a smile. That woman was the number one beauty in the Kangyi Kingdom before, Lin Yueyao. Futian, you're such a dog. You have all that success, and you go about forgetting old friends? Not inviting me to your wedding and all that. Lin Yueyao then continued in a sassy manner, Well, consider me crashing the party today. I assume you're not going to kick me out? I wouldn't dare. You alone? Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. He had no time nor was in the mood to invite guests. Everyone who showed up came on their own, but he was still feeling happy to see so many old friends around. It would have been better if Jieiyu woke up. What do you think? Lin Yueyao said jokingly, Should I bring a guy with me? I'd love to, but I'd lose face if the guy wasn't as good-looking as you are. You have a point. Futian nodded approvingly. I'm quite an exceptional being, after all. No guy would stand a chance compared to me. Lin Yueyao was dumbfounded. Make yourself at home. I'll go check on Jieyu. Yi Futian smiled and left. Lin Yueyao glared at him and walked up to Emperor Yi, asking, Your Highness, what is Yi Futian's plan now? I don't know. Emperor Yi shrugged. With things being so rowdy at Book Mountain, I guess that fellow would really be something, Lin Yueyao murmured to herself. Yi Futian came to Hua Jieyu's room. Nandu Wenin was there looking after her. Masteress, allow me, Yi Futian said softly. Right. Nandu Wenin nodded and left. Yi Futian sat at the side of the bed and held Hua Jieyu's hands. Things were still rowdy outside, but it was uncannily quiet in the room instead. Jieyu, we're getting married tomorrow. Do you really want me to carry you all the way up there? Yi Futian asked softly. You've been sleeping for quite a long time. Time to get up. When we get married tomorrow, I'll sleep with you as much as you want every day. Hua Jieyu was still lying still on the bed, but her eyelashes twitched. Yi Futian's eyes were still on her hands. He held them close with both of his hands and said with a smile, If you haven't woken up by tomorrow, don't say that I'm bullying you in the days to come. Yi Futian smiled and continued, It's been more than 10 years. Time really does fly. You'll be my girl tomorrow, and I'm not going to go easy on you. I dare you. A soft voice was heard. Yi Futian shuddered for a bit. He lifted his head and looked at Hua Jieyu's eyes. He saw her open her eyes with tears at the corners, which fell down the side of her face. She was, however, smiling. Her smile was beaming, and it looked as pretty as ever. Yi Futian smiled as well. He took Hua Jieyu's hand and kissed it gently, before looking at Hua Jieyu's eyes and saying, You'll know if I dare tomorrow. Chapter 725. Yi Futian's wedding day finally arrived. On that day, the winding staircase from the bottom of Book Mountain all the way to the top was filled with people. Most of them were people from all over the Eastern Barren Territory who showed up to celebrate the event. It was only natural for the Sword Saint not to stand in the way of all the people who attended the event and offer their best wishes, which led to the grand scene where the place became filled with people everywhere. Yi Futian's wedding day finally arrived. On that day, the winding staircase from the bottom of Book Mountain all the way to the top was filled with people. Most of them were people from all over the Eastern Barren Territory who showed up to celebrate the event. It was only natural for the Sword Saint not to stand in the way of all the people who attended the event and offer their best wishes, which led to the grand scene where the place became filled with people everywhere. Book Mountain was all rowdy and festive with everyone talking about the wedding to be held, as well as the ones, Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen, involved. Thinking back all those years ago when the Qin dynasty wanted to reign supreme all over the Eastern Barren Territory, conferring the royal prince his title and sending mighty ones out, Yi Futian, who had studied in the cottage, showed his mettle for the first time and caused a massive sensation. The third student, Gu Donglu, and the second student, Zhuge Mingyue, of the cottage, followed by demonstrating their impressive capabilities, taking down the Qin dynasty and the mighty ones of the Donghua clan. Within a period of several years, Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Donglu were said to have become sages like the Sword Saint. Yi Futian is about to get married as well. All that felt like a dream, and time really did fly by. The new is replacing the old. Mighty ones of noble plains are impressive like none other all those years before. Yi Wuchen went on his pilgrimage for several years and came back to cut down the Lu Kingdom's old princes and ministers. Even grade 1 nobles ended up being cut down with a single slash of the sword. So what did that all mean? I'm afraid all 3 bridegrooms of the wedding are near the sage plain. Indeed, the tide of time washes everything old away. New legends began to rise on the stage of history. I'm afraid they have all carved out their own places in the barren state now. Talk of the 3 men was heard all over the mountain. One would be able to see all of Book Mountain from its peak, and everyone below was able to see in that direction as well. The staircases were filled with beauties at the moment, and all of them were once female students of the Moon Clan, who had all now submitted. Seniors were seen above. The seniors of Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen were all found sitting there. Hua Fenglu had a beaming smile on his face. It was, after all, his happiest day for the past several decades. He was once in love with Nandu Wenin, and they were forced to separate. He stayed alone at Donghai Academy in Qingzhou City, yet he never expected that ordeal to have changed his fate as well. The student that he picked up unintentionally back in the academy reunited him with Nandu Wanin, restoring his training and life spirits. Everything felt like a dream. That student that he treated as his son was now to be married to his own daughter. He was so happy that it looked like he had never been happy before. Nandu Wanin was just as happy as he was. Both looked at each other and held their hands tightly together. Fenglu Wanin, you both can finally take it easy for real now, Nandu Wanshan said with a smile. I've always been taking it easy, Nandu Wanin said with a smile. I don't think I can actually take it easy with that kid, Hua Fenglu said jokingly. Back when the students of both the Guqin Devil and the Art Saint fought in the Luo Palace all those years ago, I knew Fenglu had gotten himself a good student, Nandu Wanshan reminisced. Yeah. Hua Fenglu nodded. He was 80% like me, even with looks considered. At the moment, Hua Fenglu was thinking of the time when Futian carried him on the back all the way to Donghai. Both teacher and student had never been so miserable before. You are one hell of a fellow indeed. Nandu Wanshan laughed. But Hua Fenglu was indeed uncannily handsome. His sister would not have fallen for the man otherwise. Elder Yi, you have to drink up today. Nandu Wanin looked at Yixiang beside him and said, I will. Yixiang nodded frankly. The old man looks happy today. Have fun indeed. Hua Fenglu laughed a bit. Don't get my teacher drunk. Tang Lan, who was standing right beside, glared at Hua Fenglu. It's fine. I'm around still. Emperor Yi and Lord Yi, who were both sitting at the side, smiled and said. Other than them, there were also Sage Dozhan, the sword demon, and Sage Daozong sitting at the same table. Seeing the chatter of the group before them, all three men smiled. Such was the vigor of life, and it was something they had not experienced for years. They were able to get to know some of the things Futian went through from those people, and it was also natural for them to get a better understanding of his personality. At that very moment, changes in the weather happened, and a blinding light flashed in the air from far away. What is happening? Everyone in Book Mountain was able to feel that daunting air from far away, and one after another, they went looking in that direction. They then saw a golden dragon pulling a carriage with a group of mighty ones on it. All of those people sported an unusual and impressive bearing. The one who took the lead looked incredibly imposing, sitting on the carriage, looking dashing. That fellow, Dozhan, the sword demon, and the others smiled at the incoming guests. Alchemy City from the western region of the Barren State is here to offer our best wishes. A booming voice reverberated throughout the place. The one who was sitting at the front of the carriage was none other than Yu Qi, City Lord of Alchemy City. A vermilion bird swooped past. The carriage pulled by the divine bird was equally as dazzling and carried figures who were just as eye-catching. Fire Emperor Palace of the Flames is here to offer our best wishes. The group consisted of mighty ones from Fire Emperor Palace. Everyone in the Barren State was able to tell that they were family members of Li Futu. Yu Qi was now considered the supreme clan in the western region of the Barren State. With the relationship between Yi Futian and Yu Qi, as well as Yi Futian's own status and talent added to the mix, the group deemed it necessary to show. Ha ha ha. A squeamish laugh was heard and everyone saw the group of Jotian goddesses descend from the heavens. The woman who took the lead was fascinating and glamorous like none other. The Goddess Pavilion is here to congratulate Mr. Yi on the auspicious event, the Lord of Goddess Pavilion said with a smile. Chu Ji, behave yourself today, Yu Qi said plainly. I know. Chu Ji glared at Yu Qi. That old fart really likes sticking his nose into places it doesn't belong. She turned off her will of seduction, and everyone felt less dazed in an instant. They felt cold sweat all over them. A frightening woman indeed. One look is all it takes to seduce people, so that no one is able to think straight. Just who the hell are all those people coming to celebrate out of nowhere? Boom, boom, boom. The earth beneath Book Mountain shook as if the place was experiencing an earthquake. Many shuddered and then saw one enormous golden great ape after another in the air, appearing in all corners. What? The crowd was totally startled. Are they here to start trouble? Taihang Mountain is here to offer our best wishes, Yuan Hong said with a voice so booming that it shook the mountain. The Zhuge family is here to offer our best wishes. Yet another group descended. It was a group of mighty ones led by Zhuge Qingfeng. The sovereign family has come to offer our best wishes. Mortal world has come to offer our best wishes. Taishan Mountain has come to offer our best wishes. Voices were heard here and there, and the air above Book Mountain was quickly filled with a tremendously dazzling scene. A massive number of mighty ones seemed to have taken over the skies. Those who showed up were glittering, eye-catching figures, exuding powerful auras. The people of the Eastern Barren Territory were unable to stop themselves from shaking. What is happening right now? Is this really Yi Futian's big wedding day? The mortal world and Taishan Mountain. Weren't those two incredibly imposing top forces of the barren state that descended onto Book Mountain all those years ago? Why are they here to join the celebration? There is also the Zhuge family. Isn't that the family of the second student of the cottage? It was said that they were the topmost force in the barren state. Why are they here today? Surely it has more to do than just because of Zhuge Mingyue, right? More showed up: Starry School, Dragon Clan, Gu Clan, Zhaixing House. Just about all who were acquainted with Yi Futian came. Many forces who were not acquainted with him were there as well. The people of the Eastern Barren Territory had hardly ever seen a grand scene like that. They all felt rather numb at all that was unfolding before them, not knowing what it was all about. Even Emperor Yi, Nandu Wanshan, Hua Fenglu, Yi Xiang, and the others were hardly accustomed to such an uproar. They were all extremely restless. Just what kind of ruckus did Yi Futian manage to kick up in the barren state? It seemed that more than half of the top-class forces from all over the barren state were there. Yi Lingxi, Yi Danshan, Lin Yueyao, and the others stood in a group, looking at the scene before them with gaping mouths, feeling their hearts about to jump out of their chests. They had entertained the possibility of Yi Futian achieving extraordinary achievements in the barren state, but they had never expected to see such an uproar right before them. At that moment, one figure after another went up the platform. It was Huang Jiaga, Suke, Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, and Zhongli. Girls like Yun Shuisheng, Phoenix, Gu Yunqi, and Mu Jiqiu showed up as well. Many felt their hearts undergoing tremors looking at the silhouette of the youths who showed up. What a group of young people. The girls alone looked stunning, and all of them were incredible beauties. They were all standing at the side of the stairs, waiting to receive the soon-to-be married couples. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian, and Yi Wuchen and Lu Chunyu walked up the stairs to the platform. Countless eyes were on them, and at that very moment, Book Mountain was all quiet again. The mighty ones from all over the barren state who descended from the air all settled down, as it was rather inappropriate to steal the couple's thunder. They all remained in the air but slightly lower than the height of the platform, as a sign of respect for the wedding itself. Yi Futian and the others went before Hua Fenglu and all the other elders. Huang Jiaga, Suke, and the others handed the couples their cups before pouring wine into them. Yi Futian knelt with both knees, and all the others followed suit. While it was said that gold lied with a man's knees and one should have never kneel easily, the ones who sat before them were Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin, Hua Jieyu's parents and Yi Futian's teachers. Dozhan, Yi Xiang, their eldest brother, and the other seniors were people who fought for the married couple's sake, putting their life on the line. Yi Qingshuan's father, Yu Shang's teacher, Emperor Yi, and Yi Wuchen's parents were among them. It was only appropriate for all 6 of them to kneel before all the figures before them. I never knew where my parents were. Teachers and all of the elders before me are like my own parents. I wouldn't be here today without any of you. A toast to all of you seniors. Yi Futian emptied his cup in one gulp. Father, mother, and teacher. Hua Jieyu called out and emptied her cup as well. Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen followed suit. Smiles were seen in everyone's eyes. Tears were even seen in some of them, such as Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin. Those were tears of joy. Stand up. Nandu Wanin's voice was rather shaky as she held both Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. I got myself a student, and that cost me my daughter. Man, what a loss I've suffered. Hua Fenglu smiled and said. Beaming smiles were seen on everyone's faces. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu smiled as well. Time for the second cup. Long Linger smiled and said. A group came and poured them their wine. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu looked at each other. Both smiled, but Yi Futian said softly, My second cup, to the one I love the most. They crossed cups and emptied them. The third cup, not to the heavens nor the earth, but to the cottage, to my brothers and sisters. Yi Futian held his cup up and toasted his eldest brother, second sister, third brother, Yu Shang, Yu Wuchen, Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, Yun Shuisheng, Phoenix, and the others, then emptied it. All the others followed and emptied their cups in a very frank manner. Suke, more wine. Yi Futian extended his cup, and Suke poured wine into his cup. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu went to the edge of the platform, turned his eyes to all the seniors from all over the barren state and said, "To all of you seniors who came all the way here, I owe my life to many of you as you have fought for my sake. The fourth cup will be for all of you." He and Hua Jieyu emptied their cups. Yu Shang, Yu Wuchen, and the others felt rather moved as they walked up. "Wine," Yi Futian continued. Many looked at him, and they saw him drinking down 2 cups in succession. Hua Jieyu and the others followed suit. The fifth and the sixth. A toast to the past and a toast to the future. Yi Futian had the 7th poured after drinking 2 cups. He raised his cup and turned his gaze to the countless people before him and said, "The 7th cup, to the barren state." A toast to the barren state. A good one indeed. Drink up. Yu Qi took out his cup, and every one of the great figures followed suit, drinking with Yi Futian. To barren state. "Futian, this is your big day today. Time to make your decision," Zhuge Qingfeng said, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded and said proudly, "I agree to take the place of the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace." Many stood as soon as he finished. Even Sage Dozhan, the sword demon, and Sage Daozong stood up and walked in his direction. Many students of the Holy Ji Palace who were present that day looked at Yi Futian solemnly. When Yi Futian spoke those words, he became more than just Yi Futian. He became the leader of the Holy Ji Palace, the sacred ground of the barren state. Dozhan of the Battle Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. Sword Demon of the Sword Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. Daozong of the Daozong Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. All hail the Palace Lord. The 3 lords bowed to Yi Futian. It was a necessary ritual, even if Yi Futian was their junior. All hail the Palace Lord. Suke, Huang Jiuge, Yun Shuisheng, and all other students of the Holy Ji Palace bowed solemnly at that moment. Yu Qi, City Lord of Alchemy City. Zhuge Qingfeng, clan leader of the Zhuge family. Su Shang of Tingxue House. We hereby pay respect to the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace. One great figure after another bent at the hip and bowed in Yi Futian's direction. The Holy Ji Palace was the place of the divine path in the barren state, and that made it the leading place of the barren state itself. With Yi Futian taking the place of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, he was now a leader of the barren state to a degree. The voices rumbled throughout Book Mountain. Many gazed at the scene and were unable to keep calm. It was a sight that would be etched in their minds, a sight that many would recall for many years to come. Chapter 726. That day was one destined to be recorded in the annals of the Eastern Barren Territory, for there had never been an event of such grandeur. That day was one destined to be recorded in the annals of the Eastern Barren Territory, for there had never been an event of such grandeur. No one had expected that a student from the cottage would have already become a leader in the barren state before he even turned 30. The students of Book Mountain all felt extremely honored because of him. In Yi Futian's perspective, it was also a day with unparalleled significance. He married the one he loved most. It was a responsibility like none other. It was more than just power offered to him in taking the place of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace and shouldering the expectations of the many great figures who came before him. They would not have supported and urged him to take such a grand position otherwise. Of course, it was something to be discussed at a later date. Everything was to be put aside for the moment at that very day. Many great figures from the barren state left after the banquet. Countless from the Eastern Barren Territory went down the mountain with incredibly restless minds. The sky turned dark, yet Book Mountain remained lively, although it was nothing compared to what took place during the day. Red candles decorated the elegant room in Yi Futian's residence. His beautiful wife laid quietly on the bed. Everything was tranquil and beautiful. Yi Futian went to the bed and supported his jaw with his hands, gazing at the beautiful woman before him. Hua Jieyu rolled her eyes at him, but she blushed nonetheless. She obviously knew what was to come next. Well, Miss Fox, it seems like you're unable to escape me after all, Yi Futian said to her softly. I'm drowsy. Let's get some sleep. Hua Jieyu turned her back at Yi Futian. My wife speaks the truest words. The night is worth 1,000 gold. Let's do so together indeed. Yi Futian burrowed beneath the blanket and held his wife in his hands. Where are you putting your hands? Hua Jieyu's voice was as soft as the fluttering wings of mosquitoes. Very soft indeed. Yi Futian's hands were itchy. Pervert. Hua Jieyu attempted to run, but there was simply no way she was able to get away from Yi Futian. Well, now you know, Yi Futian laughed. The bed shook rather violently after that. It was as if the ones on it were having fun playing. It was a fine day and a night to be remembered indeed. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu got up early in the next morning to serve tea to Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin smiled rather sheepishly as they looked at the newlywed couple. Nandu Wanin then said, Futian, I expect to be seeing my grandchildren from you soon. Well, Yi Futian smiled in a rather shaky manner and looked rather awkward. Hua Jieyu's face went all red and she rolled her eyes at Nandu Wanin then said softly, Mother, what are you talking about? Hua Jieyu and Nandu Wanin smiled, looking at the behavior of those two young people. It was normal for Hua Jieyu to feel embarrassed, but Yi Futian had always had skin as thick as a wall, so it was rather unexpected for him to be acting all awkward. Futian, your teacher and the others said they are packing up and leaving at first light. Go check on them for a bit, Hua Fenglu said. All right, Jieyu, keep teacher and mistress company here, Yi Futian said. He did not change how he addressed his elders, and it was not due to him being unfamiliar with them, but rather simply because he was too accustomed to how he addressed them already. To him, they were both like his parents anyway. Yi Futian left and headed for the other compound where the lords of the Holy Ji Palace were. Teacher, uncle, Yi Futian called. He had taken to calling the sword demon and sage Daozong uncle instead. We're preparing to leave for the Holy Ji Palace to set things up for your return. When will you be returning there? The sword demon asked. This is why I'm here, seniors, to discuss this particular matter with you. Tianqing Pavilion is now in need of a lord to govern the place, and I'm thinking of having my eldest brother take the position. What do you think? Yi Futian elaborated. While he had become the palace lord of the entire place, it was still unthinkable for him to throw his weight around without consulting others. A matter of such importance naturally required the other lords to discuss over it. Fine proposition. The sword demon nodded. The sword saint fought Kong Yao hard that day. It was naturally a good thing for someone that powerful to be among the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace. With the place now practically in shambles, they, of course, hoped to fill up the ranks. If Yi Futian was able to persuade the sword saint to take up the position of a lord in the Holy Ji Palace, they saw no reason to be against it. Well then, I'll go discuss the matter with my eldest brother. If there are no further issues, we shall depart for the palace together, Yi Futian said. All three of his elders felt pleased with his words. It seemed that Yi Futian was ready indeed. Yi Futian came to the sword saint's resident palace, where the rest of the cottage's students stayed the night before. Zhuge Mingyue smiled sheepishly and said as soon as Yi Futian came in, You're early, little brother. You're early yourself, second sister. Yi Futian pretended to be oblivious and smiled. Eldest brother, there's something I need to discuss with you. Go ahead. The sword saint nodded. With the Eastern Barren territory at peace and Book Mountain serving as its sacred ground, there is no need for you to remain here any further. How about you go train in the Holy Ji Palace with us? Yi Futian said, Me, seventh brother, and Yu Sheng will be there too. As such, I'm thinking of getting all of the cottage's students to train in the palace. Little brother, Gu Donglu, who was standing beside him, said, I have discussed the matter with eldest brother yesterday. You're right. With things being stable in the Eastern Barren territory and you becoming the palace lord of Holy Ji Palace, many forces throughout the Barren state will also cooperate. Our next target should be all of the 9 states, and we will go to the Holy Ji Palace with you. The sword saint nodded and said, Donglu spoke my mind. Yi Futian felt warm and fuzzy inside. Such were the students of the cottage. Everyone was willing to be by his side, entering the Holy Ji Palace together and take on the rest of the 9 states. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded furiously. He knew before he even opened his mouth that his brothers and sisters had been planning things for his sake. I will hand the position of college chief to Bai Li Shu. I consider that handing things over properly, the Sword Saint said softly. Bai Li Shu was the personal student of the previous college chief and was an exceptional talent. It was fitting for him to take over as college chief, while the Sword Saint and Goddess Wang Yue would have made for the Holy Ji Palace instead. Well, we'll go get things pertaining to the Eastern Barren Territory arranged, and then we'll head to the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian said with a smile. A group of mighty ones arrived in the Holy Ji Palace 7 days later, and the group was none other than the ones led by Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin arrived with Yi Futian as well. Hua Jieyu was their only child, and Yi Futian was also Hua Fenglu's only student. With both of them married and Yi Futian becoming the palace lord, it was only natural for them to enter the Holy Ji Palace as well. Other than that, Yi Wuchen's parents were there as well, but Yi Xiang surprisingly did not show. He remained adamant about staying back as headmaster of Donghai Academy to teach the students there. That old man was so stubborn that Yi Futian was entirely incapable of persuading him. The only thing he was able to do was to have Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian go visit the old man more often. Countless students of the Holy Ji Palace headed towards the Holy Sage Pavilion after hearing that Yi Futian was returning. With Yi Futian agreeing to take the place of the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace and returning that day, many wondered what his orders would be. The crowd was huge and mighty ones were outside the Holy Sage Pavilion. Yi Futian and his party descended from above into the Holy Sage Pavilion. Many of the mighty ones from the Holy Sage Pavilion came to greet him, among them being many who were elders. They bowed to Yi Futian and said, "All hail the palace lord." At ease, elders. Yi Futian waved and said, "My planet training is still low. Despite taking up the place of palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, I still require your guidance from here on out. Teacher, uncles, please gather all the elders of the Holy Ji Palace here," Yi Futian said, looking at Dozhan and the rest. They nodded and then took to the air, heading for their respective palaces and pavilions. All the elders came and gathered at Holy Sage Palace shortly after. They turned their eyes at Yi Futian, who was sitting before them, and bowed. "All hail the palace lord." Yi Futian waved and said, "I've discussed with my teacher and the uncles before I came here. I know well that I haven't been in the Holy Ji Palace for long, and my training is still lacking. The place of palace lord shouldn't belong to me, but since I'm now at such a position regardless, I hope all the elders present will cast off any personal opinions and work to make the Holy Ji Palace a stronger, better place. It was the wish of the old palace lord before you. It is only natural that we place our faith in you," someone said. Yi Futian nodded. The prior battles cost the Holy Ji Palace heavily. Without a saint in the barren state for many years, we have been bullied. With Jisheng Cliffs intending to crush the Holy Ji Palace, we do not have much time left. I hope you elders will work with me. Sage Dozhan stood beside Yi Futian and said, "The Holy Ji Palace is the sacred ground of the barren state, and we dedicate ourselves to creating a saint. We need to work harder on this goal in the coming days. If any are found harboring personal agendas as Ning Xian had, they will be cut down without question. Besides that, we have been discussing several matters with the palace lord on our way here, and we would like the palace lord to make the announcements," the sword demon added. Everyone was able to tell Yi Futian's current status in the Holy Ji Palace. He had all the support he was able to get from the lords. First of all, Tianqing Pavilion will be henceforth be renamed as Sword Saint Pavilion and will be governed by the Sword Saint. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue will train in the pavilion, assisting the Sword Saint to reform the place into a proper Sword Saint Pavilion, Yi Futian said with a brimming voice. Many shuddered to hear one of the 6 palaces and pavilions being renamed. Tianqing Pavilion was reduced to some item of the past, replaced by the Sword Saint Pavilion governed by the Sword Saint. The man was more powerful than Sage Tianqing had been. Gu Donglu, whose talent rivaled that of Bai Luli, and Zhuge Mingyue, the daughter of the Zhuge family, were to be added to the ranks of the palace as well. With that said, the new Sword Saint Pavilion would be restored to its former glory when it was called Tianqing Pavilion, eclipsing the pinnacle of its former achievements. Second, The people of Taihang Mountain will be moving into the Holy Ji Palace. Yuan Hong, the king of Taihang Mountain, will serve as assistant palace lord of Holy Sage Pavilion, assisting me. Many more shuddered as Yi Futian announced his second order. It was a move to replenish the losses suffered by the Holy Sage Pavilion. Even though it was far from enough to restore the Holy Sage Pavilion to its former glory, the addition of personnel from Taihang Mountain and assistance from Yuan Hong would at least ensure that the place would not look too vulnerable. All there was left to do was to wait for Yi Futian to reach greater heights. Many were secretly startled. The old palace lord had good eyes all along. Yi Futian began injecting new energy into the Holy Ji Palace to make up for the losses suffered in that battle. Furthermore, with the Sword Saint and Yuan Hong among the ranks of Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian's position was further reinforced, as it was only natural for them to back him with all their might. Third, it is something concerning the rules of the Holy Ji Palace. The bar for entry to the Sage Hall had been set too high, resulting in only one person or even none from a single generation to train within. Henceforth, all students who have been personally inspected by the Six Lords will earn the right to train in the Sage Hall. I have discussed the details of such inspections with the Lords, and I hope we will be able to see more with potential for sainthood emerge from the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian continued, and everyone nodded. There were still no objections. With the crisis looming around the corner, the Holy Ji Palace indeed needed to have more talented people emerge in order to fight the other states of the 9 states. Fourth, this is something that does not concern the Holy Ji Palace. The eastern region of the Barren State was in a weakened state. The force that originated from a saint's lineage was divided into 3 factions, resulting in the eastern region being continuously weakened. There is now only one mighty one ranked on the Barren Sky ranking among them. I propose to have the 3 major schools of the Divine Sky City of the Eastern region be reunited as one school, and Jiaxing House to be returned among their ranks. The lineage of the saint shall be made one again with students of all 3 schools studying under one roof. The position of headmaster shall be taken by Chen Yuan, headmaster of Starry School, while the chief of Jiaxing House shall serve as vice-headmaster. Yang Ding of Blazing Sun School and Gong Kue of Bright Moon School shall serve as elders. Yi Futian added, I will assign someone to relay the orders to Divine Sky City. Fifth, this is my own private matter. All the forces who descended upon the Eastern Barren Territory to fight for the Guqin score, I will absolve them of all their wrongdoings. However, in return, I ask for them to trade that absolution with one of their treasures, which will be placed in the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian said his 5th order slowly. Chapter 727. Once Yi Futian had given his orders, the palace immediately got to work. Tianqing Pavilion was already refurbished once before, but with the Sword Saint as its new lord, it would be renamed as the Sword Saint Pavilion. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue would also stay to assist the Sword Saint. Once Yi Futian had given his orders, the palace immediately got to work. Tianqing Pavilion was already refurbished once before, but with the Sword Saint as its new lord, it would be renamed as the Sword Saint Pavilion. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue would also stay to assist the Sword Saint. People were starting to notice that the selected people to enter the Sage Hall were all Yi Futian's closest friends. Battle Sage Palace had Yu Shang, Yi Shaoshi, and Yuan Zhan. Daozong Palace had Yun Shuiseng, Phoenix, and Hua Jieyu. Of course, Jieyu was already the Lord's wife by then, and no longer a simple disciple. Sword Palace had Yu Wuchen, Su Ke, and Zirei Qianqiu. And last but not least, Huang Zhoge of the Holy Sage Pavilion, as well as Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu, Shui Yi, Luo Fan, and Yu Shi of the Sword Saint Pavilion would not require an introduction by now. Yet, the people of the palace did not suspect that Yi Futian had made these decisions by favoritism. Upon ascending the role as the lord of the palace, these scenarios were bound to happen. Furthermore, these friends of his were also all gifted and competent in their own right. To have them cultivate their disciples in the Sage Hall, therefore, did not come as a surprise either. Additionally, these were the people that would be campaigning by Yi Futian's side in the future. The majority of them have stepped up for Yi Futian once before, supporting him through his most dire times. Without need for much further assessment, it was clear that if anything were to happen to the palace lord, they would definitely stand up for Yi Futian without a second thought. The lords also came from various backgrounds of immensely prominent forces in the barren state. Even the chief of Alchemy City had personally brought his daughter, Yushi, and son-in-law to the palace to learn, not long after their child had been born. The significance of such a decision was a clear testament. The chief of Alchemy City was never an avid participant of the activities within the palace, independently occupying the western regions as their leader, but he had changed his attitude since then, supporting Futian wholeheartedly. Everything within the palace had been reconfigured around Futian's influence, which seemed to have fulfilled Sage Wanxiang's prophecy that with this newfound energy, the palace would be revitalized and reinvented. Futian's influence extended beyond the palace as well. To uncover the power of the Ukiyo song on the likes of the mortal world and Taishan Mountain, several of the strongest candidates were sent to the palace, bearing gifts as an effort to bury the hatchet. This was also why they had hiked up Book Mountain to congratulate him, and if Futian had decided to look into it, it was also likely that they wanted to copy the ways of the Sword Saint Villa. When the top 3 schools in the Divine Sky City of the East were officially merged, and Jiaxing House was also to be returned to Starry School, despite the unwillingness of college chiefs Yang Ding and Gong Kuei, they knew that they could never raise a finger against Futian's decision. They had no choice but to accept. They wondered if they had listened to Chen Yuan and assisted Futian in the past, to have been a part of the 3 schools, would they be able to roam about the palace on their own by now? A month later, the number of problems started to dwindle, and the palace had returned back to its usual routine. The turmoils of the barren state had also been fully resolved. Presently, the relationship between the people of the barren state had become closer, with a collectively singular resolve, and it was hard to imagine that all this was brought about by someone of the younger generation, a noble descendant collectively elected by both the palace and the barren state alike. Compared to Futian, his predecessor Bai Luli was elected by people of the palace alone. At the moment, Futian was having a chat at the Holy Sage Pavilion. Standing with him were Sage Dozhan, the Sword Demon, Sage Daozong, and several seniors, as well as some of the more exceptional disciples of the palace, Hua Fan and Do Kuan, both of whom were respectively first and second on the law rank. Master, Uncle Master, what is the Saint Plain? The 3 lords had gathered here to visit Futian and took this chance to ask for his advice. Saint Plain? A few of them immediately looked curious. To them, the Saint Plain was of another unimaginable dimension, realm only in fantasies and dreams. Rumor has it that the people of the Saint Plain are faultless. They'd have to experience some sort of heartbreak to achieve a certain level of perfection, so as to witness the legendary plane. Even people of great perseverance and of a steady heart are said to be incapable of achieving it. If one were to even have a sliver of regret or an unstable grade in skills, it would be undeniably detrimental and unsalvageable, said Sage Daozong. Futian, fully engrossed, replied, Is the Saint Plane really that difficult to reach? Yup. The Sword Demon nodded. It's even more difficult for the people in the barren state, as they have no experienced individuals from the Saint Plane to consult, hence their only chance is the orthodoxy battle. The 9 states are in the same situation. The Battle of the Divine Path that Emperor Xia had planned is one of their most significant events. For the barren state, since there are no saints in the first place, the participation numbers are low for this, and even the strongest competitors are eliminated early on. What is it about the Battle of the Divine Path that the strongest competitors of the barren state do not dare to face? Futian asked. There is the opportunity of attaining the status of a saint. It's a battleground for the best sages from the 9 states. The elites of the 9 states bring divine instruments that were originally wielded by saints themselves, most of whom were top candidates from Jisheng Cliffs. As for our barren state, we don't have the best candidates, and we also lack the capable instruments. Even if we take the chance to use one, it'll definitely be targeted and snatched away in an instant, Sage Daozong explained with an exasperated laugh. That's devastating, Futian murmured under his breath, discouraged at the sad reality of being at a disadvantage. To gain an opportunity to the divine path, those top candidates definitely would not let one off easy. Without any saint for so many years, the barren state is starting to severely lack resources. Back in the day, people of the 9 states used to visit us, but as the years have passed, the barren state seems to have been forgotten by them. In that case, all the more we should effectively utilize the resources of the Sage Hall, Yi Futian claimed. Hua Fan, you've been at the Sage Hall for a while now. How do you feel? Hua Fan turned to Yi Futian and said, in time, I hope I can comprehend the rules involved upon reaching the noble plane and reach the status of a sage. Yi Futian nodded at this remark. In the past, Lu Dan also joined the Sage Hall upon crossing the threshold of the noble plane. Joining the Sage Hall this time, you'll come out with greater revelations, said Sage Dozhan, facing Yi Futian and Do Kuan. To that day, Do Kuan was still one of Battle Sage Palace's best disciples and would also be training in the Sage Hall. Understood. Futian nodded. The current cohort joining the Sage Hall will define the palace's future. You should make good use of your time, Sage Dozhan claimed. He trusted Yi Futian, but Emperor Xia did not give them much time. To ask this group to excel in such a short amount of time was an incredibly difficult task. We'll enter straight into the Sage Hall tomorrow, Yi Futian said. They didn't have much time to wait. All right, I'll inform the rest and let them prepare for the disciples to join the Sage Hall immediately. Sage Dozhan got up and left, with a trail of his followers behind him. Futian looked on as Sage Dozhan left, expectant and eager about finally reaching the Sage Plane upon entering the Sage Hall. My lord, a voice uttered from next to Yi Futian. Bowing, he said, Zhuge Xing wishes to see you. Zhuge Xing, Futian's expression changed immediately. Let him in. Yes, my lord. The servant retreated without another word. Moments later, Zhuge Xing walked in, and with his hands clasped in front of him out of respect, he said, as a superior noble myself, I request to join the Sage Hall. Zhuge Xing did not look too willing. Nowadays, to have a meeting with Yi Futian required prior notice, and he even had to bow when he approached Futian, yet Yi Futian had excluded Zhuge Xing when selecting people to enter the Sage Hall. You? I'd recommend you go back and continue your training. Giving Zhuge Xing the side eye, Futian coldly rejected him. Upon this remark, Zhuge Xing raised his head, unnerved. He already knew that Yi Futian did not like him, as Zhuge Xing himself used to go against him, but he was part of the Zhuge family, after all. Where would Yi Futian be today without the Zhuge family? Definitely dead. Yi Futian, I understand your prejudice against me, but for the Zhuge family, don't think you can behave this way, Zhuge Xing asserted. Don't forget what the Zhuge family has done for you. Zhuge Xing, you're being presumptuous, Hua Fan quietly muttered beside him. Yi Futian stared straight at Zhuge Xing and flatly retorted, What the Zhuge family has done for me? There is a difference between speaking of the whole family and the sole kindness of your father. Back then, Zhuge Qingfeng had protected him, yet how had the Zhuge family treated him? They would have handed Gu Donglu and Yi Futian over if they could have. However, Yi Futian would not bear this grudge. After all, Zhuge Qingfeng was the clan leader of the Zhuge family. Even so, how dare Zhuge Xing use the Zhuge family's name as an excuse? What is the difference? Zhuge Xing rebutted. If you weren't part of the Zhuge family, do you think I would have met you today? Yi Futian replied, turning to Hua Fan. Hua Fan, my brother, what is the punishment for disrespecting his elder and the palace lord? There are not many rules and regulations within the palace, but respecting your elders and teachers is vital. For punishment, it would be appropriate to expel him from the palace, Hua Fan stated. Escort Zhuge Xing out of the palace, Yi Futian softly declared. Yi Futian, how could you? Zhuge Xing convulsed in embarrassment and agitation. Leave. If you resist, your powers will be relinquished, Yi Futian said, unconcerned. A golden ape immediately stepped forward, forcefully dragging Zhuge Xing out. Zhuge Xing stared at Yi Futian in livid disbelief, his face completely white. You can make a complaint when you get back, Yi Futian remarked, before leaving, undeterred. Back then, Bai Zhe and Yi Futian had decided not to take revenge on Zhuge Xing out of courtesy for the Zhuge family. Yet, Zhuge Xing simply had to cause trouble for himself regardless. At dawn on the following day, there was a passageway at the back of the Holy Sage Pavilion that led to the Sage Hall. On this momentous occasion, several lords and headmasters were present to witness the entering disciples. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, the Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhouge, and many others were standing at the entrance of the passageway, looking expectantly at the magnificent pair of gates at the end of the tunnel. They could almost make out the majestic temple beyond the gates, and of course, the sacred sage hall. Within that space, there were 6 different temples, each representing the 6 pavilions of the sage hall. Teachers, uncle masters, the palace is in your hands now, Futian said in Sage Dojan's direction. Go on. Several of them nodded. As promised, we'll be out in a year, Futian reassuringly stated, before following the footsteps of the other disciples, stepping into the sacred sage hall. Chapter 728. The turmoil within the barren state had been resolved, and everything had gone back to its usual state. The turmoil within the barren state had been resolved, and everything had gone back to its usual state. As the seasons passed, time really had flown by. Futian and the other disciples had already been in the sage hall for half a year. Within these 6 months, the many lords who had come to the palace had occasional gatherings where they would discuss how to let the disciples learn as fast as possible, as well as making a few scattered guesses on how well Futian and the others in the sage hall were doing. Within a year, the powerful Futian should already have reached the sage plane. For the others who had already become superior nobles, they would at least have reached the higher levels of the noble plane and would hopefully comprehend the rules of maturity and become sages themselves. This was how they would be qualified to join the next upcoming battle of saints. During the year of 10,010, under the divine prefecture calendar, Futian and the others stayed within the sage hall. And when it became the year 10011, after going through one grueling year, the major forces of the barren state were all eagerly anticipating a new era. The legendary figures had already made history. When the time was right, there would soon be new legends created. Presently, as a few people were practicing before the great statue at the temple within the Holy Ji Palace, a ruckus had started. Huang Jiuge and Yusheng were standing facing each other. A terrifying shadow slowly emerged from Huang Jiuge's body, moving towards where Yusheng stood. Similar to a demon, the shadow's overpowering energy absorbed all power around him, adopting the energy of the attacks as his own. As a counterattack, Yusheng stepped forward, conjuring an indomitable shadow of his own. It raised a fist and sent a flying punch in the direction of the other, to which Huang Jiuge let out a cry and blasted unassailable energy in retaliation. An earth-shattering loud clamor echoed throughout the space, shaking the ground. By then, more and more people came over to see what the commotion was for. Following the loud noise, Huang Jiuge backed away and said to Yusheng, "Ceasefire, ceasefire." Yusheng nodded and instantly retrieved his conjured powers. The onlookers started laughing, while Suke said, "Huang Jiuge, aren't you known to be arrogant? Why did you yield? Do you want to try this yourself?" Huang Jiuge retorted, "I won't fight," Suke said with his arms folded before his chest. To fight Yusheng would only result in disaster. The beginning stages of your rule powers are taking shape. All of you should take the time to get in touch with the energy of the Battle Sage Hall. If you try carefully and sense it, you will eventually find the underlying rule power hidden within yourself, Futian said as he walked up to them. For cultivators practicing spells and those under martial arts, there are differences. I predict that the martial arts cultivators will be able to shape the rule power's Dharma body. The masters have said before that the body is your temple. I'm wondering if the body itself is the manifestation of the rule power. The battle form that the masters have imparted, was that a prior stage before having one's body as the main power itself? Sensing the power of the saints in the Sage Hall, he had attained multiple revelations. His intuition had never been more acute since the master's teachings, and he had been seeing more truths and realities during his freedom meditation sessions. Huang Jiuge and Yusheng nodded. Both of them majored in martial arts, and other spiritual forms of cultivation were secondary to them. What's the progress with your own practice? Zue Qianqiu asked Futian. Do you want to feel what it's like? Futian jokingly replied. Don't be too harsh, said Zue Qianqiu, looking at Futian cautiously. Don't worry, I'll moderate it, Futian said with a smirk, making Zue Qianqiu a little uneasy. This is what I achieved from training at the main pavilion within the Sage Hall, combined with every other energy I've gained so far, fused into a single move. Feel this, Futian said while looking in Zue Qianqiu's direction. His voice dropped, and suddenly, all Zue Qianqiu felt was tension around him, some sort of rule power surrounding him. A subtle noise started to emerge, similar to the buzz of electricity. Following this, Yi Futian's eyes started to become incredibly strange, as purple lightning-like tendrils made their way into his eyes. As Zue Qianqiu stared on, Futian's pupils started to resemble vortexes, and the tendrils were lightning rods indicating something dire was definitely to come. Zue Qianqiu's immediate thought upon seeing this was how dangerous this was and to flee. In cold sweat, he stood up but suddenly felt as if his whole body had been electrocuted. He writhed as his spiritual will suffered a large blow. In that moment, Qianqiu felt his own spiritual will getting sucked into a deep spiritual vortex. His body continued to tremble in agony as his legs had started to give way. "This is too far," Suke said sympathetically from the side. Right at that moment, Yi Futian retracted his rule power, smilingly looking at Suke, sending a chill down his back. As Zue Qianqiu tried to recover and was just about to burst out in anger, upon seeing Yi Futian blithely looking at him, he instantly shut his mouth. In the future, he would never consider sparring or practicing with Yi Futian again. The strongest candidates of the Sage Plane only have murderous intent. That's a fact. Although Yi Futian has not reached that plane yet, he is already more intimidating than the average sage, and his aggressive rule powers are exceptionally strong. For someone of a lower caliber, they'd definitely be defeated even by a single look, unless they're protected by another person of the same level, Huang Zhuge claimed, feeling a little helpless. To have attained the rule power of freezing space and then using ice sorcery to directly attack someone else's spiritual will, who in the world could defeat him? How were you able to do it? Phoenix asked quietly from the side. Upon understanding, you'll unlock countless powers. If you follow the method I mentioned, concentrate on comprehending the energy of the Sage Hall, spiritual energy, and the body. In order to resonate with the worldly powers, you have to consolidate all your existing powers, and upon reaching a certain threshold, you'll find that it's not that difficult to discover more abilities. As you slowly breathe in and out, over time, the rule power will naturally arise within you, Yi Futian replied. And also, the rule power I just used hasn't matured yet. If it had, I might have destroyed his spiritual will even as a passing thought. The people around him stared on, speechless. It was definitely easier said than done. And why haven't you reached the status of a sage yet? Suke asked, incredulous. My spiritual energy isn't very strong at the moment, I suppose. It'll come when the time is right, and I have a feeling that'll be very soon, Futian responded softly. There's still half a year to go. If there is anything that any of you don't understand, we can figure it out together. Feel free to consult me, as well as big brother or second sister here. Jieyu has been cultivating alongside second sister recently and has improved tremendously. You could spar one another during training as well. I don't request all of us to leave the Sage Hall as sages, but I'd like all of us to at least have mastered the rule power, and not just the simple kind. To master the rule power, reach the peak of the noble plane, and to integrate all their existing powers wasn't an easy feat. Even Shiman Hanjiang, who was once at the top of the law rank, had never been able to do it. Considering these were Qinzhong's standards as well, Yi Futian already had unattainably high expectations. However, this was the Sage Hall, and within a sacred place such as this, Futian's standards didn't veer far from Qinzhong's. Since they could even consult one another, Futian naturally would expect more from them. If they couldn't achieve this, how would they be qualified to engage in war against the 9 states and face the top geniuses within that region? It was also this very reason why Futian felt he had to cast his powers onto Zue Qianqiu in front of the other disciples. It wasn't to show off, but rather to trigger them and give them the motivation to improve their own powers. All right, continue with your training, Futian said. The people around him gradually started to dissipate. They were a little unsettled as they knew that they were the first batch under Futian's rule to enter the Sage Hall. There was pressure for them to do well. They'd have to go beyond what they already mastered to truly reach the next step. As time went on, a year had finally passed, and the day for Yi Futian and the other disciples to come out from the Sage Hall had arrived. Outside the Sage Hall, The various pavilion lords and several seniors were already waiting to greet them. A long and magnificent path extended before them, where Futian stood at the end. A row of people slowly walked behind him. Futian looked exceptionally different from a year ago, radiating an aura of confidence that even made him look a lot more handsome than before. The disciples around him also gave off a sense of exalted pride. To witness this new confident generation, the various lords of the palace were filled with anticipation and pride. Over the past year, the clock at the Sage Hall chimed countless times. With every chime, it represented the recognition of the older generation as well. In the history of Sage Hall, there had never been a more magnificent sight. "Masters, Uncle Masters," Futian cheerfully called out. "Reached the plain?" Sage Dojan inquired. "Yup," Futian responded, nodding his head. By that point, he had already reached the Sage Plain several months ago and was considered a principal sage of the highest nobility. Besides him, Yun Shuisheng was the first to reach the Sage Plain. She had been stuck at her previous plane for years prior, holding back her progress on purpose, as she intended to let her rule power mature first. This was to allow for a greater impact for her body and spiritual will upon crossing the threshold of becoming a sage. Huang Jiaga had also recently reached the Sage Plane. As for several others, they were still at the peak of the noble plane, but they would become sages soon enough. Chapter 729. The Holy Sage Pavilion threw a banquet to welcome Futian, and the others ending their training in isolation. Many in the Holy Ji Palace attended the banquet. The Holy Sage Pavilion threw a banquet to welcome Futian, and the others ending their training in isolation. Many in the Holy Ji Palace attended the banquet. Why does it look so much like a celebration for a victory? Futian smiled, feeling rather speechless. It was not like they had actually fought a war somewhere else. The bell of the Sage Hall rang often for the past year. To the Holy Ji Palace, the meaning behind this is far greater than winning a war somewhere. Furthermore, you all have grown considerably in the past year. Aren't any of you going to share your training experiences with the students of the Holy Ji Palace? Sage Daozong then added with a smile. You all missed last year's sparring session, after all. All right, have it your way, Uncle Daozong, Futian smiled and said. The group took their seats, and Futian went to take the master's seat. Yuan Hong and the other 5 lords sat beside him. The Holy Ji Palace students who attended the banquet felt things were weird. The Holy Ji Palace had never been so relaxed in the past, but ever since Futian took over as Palace Lord, the entire atmosphere of the Holy Ji Palace seemed to have changed somehow, little by little. Palace Lord, how does it feel breaking into Sage Plain? The Sword Demon asked, smiling. Futian turned his eyes at everyone present and said, The will of a sage reaches out to their surroundings. I feel as if I have developed a deeper comprehension of the heavens and the earth, as well as nature. I have heard that it was needed for sages to have an indomitable will and an open state of mind to be able to encompass everything around them and break into the plane. While none of that seems relevant to training, but if one trains with a closed mind, one's will not be able to reach out. When that happens, it will be impossible for one's will to completely meld with one's surroundings and touch another level of power. One who trains will first be required to train one's mind. I find that expression to be very apartment. The Holy Ji Palace might have many students, but even those who possess exceptional talents often find themselves trapped at the threshold at the pinnacle of the noble plane, incapable of taking any step further. At times, that actually has little to do with one's talents and capacity for comprehension. The key lies within reaching the required state of mind. I hope my explanation helps, Futian said. Many nodded. Everything in the world followed certain patterns, and it was a very curious and mystical thing. Some seemingly unrelated matters were actually connected at very deep levels. Yet, one would not have been able to develop such comprehension unless one reached the level required to do so. The students of the Holy Ji Palace felt increasingly impressed with Futian. The genius who had beaten Bai Luli had broken into the Sage Plane before he had even turned 30. Furthermore, his actual combat capacity was probably even greater. The scale of things was terrifying with Futian, and he was an extremely rare case in the entire history of the Holy Ji Palace. They were vaguely able to understand why the previous palace lord had been willing to give up his life to pass on the seat of palace lord to Futian. But then again, it was a given that there were still some who found that decision disagreeable. They either found his plan or his agenda to be an issue. For example, the former number 1 in law rank, Shimin Hanjiang. He was not chosen to be allowed entry to the Sage Hall. He was not nominated by the Holy Sage Pavilion. While he felt the extremely high requirement for entering the Sage Hall to be rather irksome, he blamed most of his failure on him not being good enough. When Futian was chosen over him, he battled with Futian, angered at such a decision. He lost, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. However, at the moment, all who were able to enter the Sage Hall were those who shared amicable relations with Futian, yet he was still left out. He was unable to fathom why it had been so. Shimin Hanjiang asked after drinking a cup of wine. I have something that I'm unable to comprehend and I'd like to ask the palace lord. Futian heard Shimin Hanjiang's words and turned his eyes to the man. Futian was calm and composed, yet he sighed deeply in his mind as he exchanged looks with the sword demon, Daozong, and the rest. He had considered letting Shimin Hanjiang in before and had discussed the matter with the sword demon, Daozong, and the others, before finally settling on testing Shimin Hanjiang's worthiness. When they went about choosing those to be allowed to train in the Sage Hall, they deemed one's personality and state of mind to be the most important point to be taken into consideration other than talent. The Sage Hall was an important place in the Holy Ji Palace. While the Holy Ji Palace set no limitations on who was allowed to be taught within, the candidates for entering the Sage Hall were naturally people that the Holy Ji Palace wanted to be able to handle crises with an indomitable mind and stance. At the very least, those who were unable to keep their stance were definitely not to be allowed to train inside. If one was the kind of person who would turn so easily, just like those who sided with Jisheng Cliffs after being enticed by Kong Yao, they would turn into something to come back to bite the Holy Ji Palace. Speak, Futian said calmly. Palace Lord, you claim that one who trains will first be required to train one's mind. A sage is one needed to have a bearing capable of encompassing all, yet what I find is that all who are allowed to train in the Sage Hall are your friends, Palace Lord, Shimin Hanjiang said. The banquet turned quiet the very second he finished. There was a handful who shared the same sentiment as Shimin Hanjiang, and they all turned to look at Futian. There were many students in the Holy Ji Palace whose talents had been verified, but not their temperament. If any of my words sound offensive, I hope you will not take it to heart, Palace Lord, Shimin Hanjiang added. Zhuge Xing had served as an example before, but Shimin Hanjiang did not care. He had reached a stop in his training, but even if he ended up being expelled from the Holy Ji Palace, he would simply return to his clan to train, which was why he dared ask in the first place. That's entirely fine. Futian shook his head and said, Many who entered the Sage Hall are your juniors, yet their plane is not weaker than yours. If you have any questions about capabilities, feel free to test yourself against any one of them. If you manage to emerge victorious, I will give you permission to enter the Sage Hall right away. Many who heard Futian's words froze. Shimin Hanjiang was allowed to pick any one of Themel. While Shimin Hanjiang had often been considered to be the worst number 1 on the law rank in the recent generations, he was still a former number 1 on the law rank. Am I just going to be looked down on like this? Shimin Hanjiang's expression turned rather ugly. While he was still unable to break through the pinnacle of the noble plane and was currently stuck, he had developed increasingly matured rules. So I'm still getting humiliated like this, eh? If you say so, Palace Lord, then I see no reason to refuse. Shimin Hanjiang got up and said, I train in the art of the sword. I shall challenge Yi Wuchen, a student of the Sword Palace. Shimin Hanjiang naturally would not have picked Futian or Yushang, and it would have looked rather bad for him to pick one of the girls. Su Ke was a successor of Su Shang, and he had no certainty of being able to defeat him. As such, challenging Yi Wuchen seemed to be a guaranteed bet. You may. Futian nodded as he took a look at Shimin Hanjiang. The sword demon and the others who were sitting beside him looked rather disappointed. The truth was, it was the sword demon who denied Shimin Hanjiang's entry into the Sage Hall. He wanted to test the young man since Shimin Hanjiang had already shown his dissatisfaction when Futian was granted permission into the Sage Hall back then and challenged Futian. As such, The sword demon decided to observe Shimin Hanjiang further. If the young man was able to endure such denials, they would have decided to nurture him further. However, it was obvious that Shimin Hanjiang turned out to be a letdown, so much so that he even went on to challenge the one who kept the lowest profile among the group, Wuchen. It was apparent that he had avoided the stronger ones and picked on the one he deemed the weakest to challenge. It spoke volumes of his lack of bearing, and many deemed it normal that he was unable to progress further with his training. At the moment, Shimin Hanjiang had no idea that his outspokenness at such a place and time had cost him future opportunities. Yi Wuchen emerged from the corner where the students of the Sword Palace were. He flashed and took to the air. Shimin Hanjiang flashed and leaped into the air as well. Both were clad in overbearing sword aura, spreading throughout their surroundings. Power of rules of ice burst in an instant, and crisp, cracking noises were heard as the space where Yi Wuchen was became encased in ice. The icy powers went on to cover his entire body. A stream of powerful sword aura burst on Yi Wuchen, and noises of the ice shattering were heard. Shimin Hanjiang flashed and turned into afterimages as he went for Yi Wuchen. Terrifying sword will rules covered the blade in his hand, tearing at the space before him, as if he was to tear space itself apart. Shimin Hanjiang had come to develop comprehension of powers, enabling his sword to cut rules, bringing frightening damage potential to bear. All defenses were rendered null before the rules of his sword, cut and shattered easily. Yi Wuchen remained standing where he was. His eyes turned incredibly terrifying in an instant, as if they turned into a pair of swords. Shimin Hanjiang was stopped dead in his tracks all of a sudden. His eyes seemed to have been pulled away by something. Illusions filled his mind, and he found himself inside a cage made of swords, surrounded by terrifying sword will. Yi Wuchen's figure looked increasingly huge in Shimin Hanjiang's eyes. A sword lashed out at Shimin Hanjiang, going straight for the middle of his brow. Shimin Hanjiang's expression turned ice-cold. Powers of rules of ice burst, encasing Yi Wuchen's body, while he went at Yi Wuchen with his sword at breakneck speed. Many looked on at that moment with peculiar expressions. The ones watching below saw Yi Wuchen lash out at Shimin Hanjiang with an illusory shadow. He himself remained standing where he was. He only moved when Shimin Hanjiang's sword came right before him. A thrust shining with a blinding light appeared. Shimin Hanjiang was jarred awake in an instant, but it was too late for him to do anything to resist. Terrifying sword aura gushed at him, and the tip of his opponent's sword appeared right before his throat. Shimin Hanjiang's face looked completely ashen at that very instant, and he looked incredibly awkward. Elusive sword rules, I take it? The sword demon's eyes were fixed on Yi Wuchen. The elusive sword rules were a very rare type of power of rules, something activated and used by working spiritual-type powers. The rules enabled elusive swords that looked no different from the real thing to manifest. Yi Wuchen sheathed his sword and dropped to the ground. Shimin Hanjiang was too ashamed to remain in the air. He returned to his seat without lifting his head to look at Yi Futian. He was the former #1 on the law rank, yet despite him being allowed to pick an opponent of his choosing, he was still unable to end up on top. Many students of the Holy Ji Palace were exasperated at the scene. No one had any reason to doubt Yi Futian anymore. Yi Futian took a look at Shimin Hanjiang calmly and said nothing. While Shimin Hanjiang had a problematic temperament, he was not as bad as Zhuge Xing. If he were to realize that himself and rectified on his own, he would have been a true proud son of the heavens. As such, Yi Futian did not pound on Shimin Hanjiang any further. The candidates allowed to enter the Sage Hall this time were closely scrutinized and chosen by the lords themselves, instead of them simply being good friends of mine. If there are any other students of the Holy Ji Palace who feel slighted by the selection, feel free to dispute the choice with the lords of your respective places of training. I will not hold such disputes against anyone. Yi Futian then added, however, I hope the students of the Holy Ji Palace will not limit their visions to just the Sage Hall. What do you mean by that, Palace Lord? Someone looked at Yi Futian and asked. The time period for training in the Sage Hall is 1 year. The first batch who was permitted to train within the Sage Hall has emerged. I will not limit these people to move just within the Holy Ji Palace. By that, I mean I'll take them on pilgrimages throughout the other states to experience firsthand what the geniuses of other states are capable of. Yi Futian turned to everyone present and continued. There are events held throughout all 9 states, and the states interact with each other often. The barren state is the only one isolated due to us having no saints. But the barren state can no longer afford to be how it has always been. We cannot limit ourselves within the barren state simply because the other states do not see us as one of them. In the past, only top-notch, supreme geniuses from the Holy Ji Palace will have ventured outside. In the future, I wish to see all students of the Holy Ji Palace venturing to faraway lands. Chapter 730. Everyone left after the banquet, but they still felt a tremor deep within their minds. Everyone left after the banquet, but they still felt a tremor deep within their minds. While Yi Futian had taken over as the palace lord, he was still young and many students of the Holy Ji Palace thought him to be ill-suited for the role. But from the looks of things at the moment, it seemed that Yi Futian was already prepared for his role. He seemed to even have plans to build barren state of the future. There were only the lords and Yi Futian left in the Holy Sage Pavilion. Ever since I've taken over as palace lord, all who assisted have been my elders and my friends, so it's not surprising that Shiman Hanjiang had such thoughts. But now, I'm afraid there are quite a number of others who share his opinion. Yi Futian smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Speaking of which, it seems that there are indeed forces who try to make the Holy Ji Palace their own out there. We didn't go all the way to Book Mountain to call you out and offer our support to make you the palace lord for nothing. We know what is going on. If we were to split the place into factions, that would be a very wrong move. We just do what we must and make sure our conscience is clear. The sword demon said, Now, the days where the Holy Ji Palace can just focus on teaching the students and nothing else are definitely long over. With goals and objectives come agendas. No one is exempt from that rule, be it you, me, or the others. Sage Dozhan, Daozong, and Wanxiang all nodded in agreement. Now that the Holy Ji Palace had a clear goal to make the place great again, to foster saints, and to compete with other institutions of the orthodoxy, as well as having an enemy in the form of Jisheng Cliffs and others who were scheming to take the sacred grounds of barren state apart, it was no longer sufficient to take only talent into consideration when fostering their candidates. Said candidates' stances, personalities, and temperaments needed to be taken into consideration as well. What about the matter I brought up before? Yi Futian asked. Sage Daozong took out several drawings and laid them out slowly, handing them over to Yi Futian. He said, The divine path forces of all 9 states, as well as the people ranked on the sage and saint rankings, are all accounted for here. Yi Futian nodded, took the drawings over and scanned them for a bit. The barren state was the only one out of the 9 states with no saints. All saints from the other 8 states were ranked on the sage and saint ranking. There were 72 saints and 81 sages listed in this ranking. The 72 saints on the ranking were all the saint plane figures known in all 9 states. There was, of course, the possibility of others who did not make themselves known and were not ranked. Such cases were also few and far between. That meant that there were fewer than 80 saints to be found all over the vast, seemingly boundless 9 states. As for the 81 sages on the ranking, the ones listed were the 81 who were most powerful, with actual capabilities being considered instead of talents and potentials. Furthermore, out of the 9 states, Jisheng Cliffs was the only place with lineages of the saints in all of Yu State. As for the other states, there was more than one place like Jisheng Cliffs in their respective territory. Where did Emperor Xia live? Yi Futian asked out of curiosity all of a sudden. The lords were dumbfounded as they looked at Yi Futian. It was apparent that none of them had expected for him to ask about Emperor Xia. The sword demon shook his head with a smile and said, You'll find out in the future. If the divine paths were something tangible, then Emperor Xia was the true figure of legends, a figure of Renhuang Plain, far above all in all of the 9 states. Yi Futian wore a peculiar expression, but he did not pursue the matter further. He put the drawings away and asked, Are the preparations of that thing I talked about before done? The preparations are underway. The Holy Ji Palace has dispatched mighty ones to gather intel about the other 8 states, but the information is limited to the 2 states right beside the barren state, Yu State and the Eastern State, Sage Daozong said. Yi Futian nodded and replied, I'll await further news then. Everyone nodded and excused themselves. The students of the Holy Ji Palace were about to venture outside the barren state. That had been the plan that Futian had set right after he took over as palace lord. There was no way of growing more powerful and doing so quickly without venturing outside of one's familiar territory. If one simply shut themselves off and trained only within the Holy Ji Palace, disconnected from the outside world, there would have been no pressure or motivation to move forward. The lords came to the Holy Sage Pavilion after several months and brought news worthy of attention. The 9-state forum this year is to be held in the eastern state, Sage Daozong said. 9-state forum? Futian looked puzzled. We at the Holy Ji Palace hold sparring sessions every year and battles once in 3 years to recruit students. The 9 states interacted with each other often, and with the exception of Barren State being left out, the other 8 often held events. The 9-state forum is one tradition that has been maintained for years. The battles are fought between top-notch geniuses beneath the sage plane and serve to gauge the powers of each other. The event is held once every 3 years, and the hosting right is rotated between sacred ground forces in the states involved. The host for this year is the Eastern State. Sage Daozong said, but they wouldn't inform the Barren State about it. Futian nodded. He naturally understood that the Barren State was so marginalized that they deemed the Barren State unworthy of even participating in the event. It was really awkward indeed. The Battle of the Saints is the battle between sages at their pinnacle, so this 9-state forum is one fought between younger nobles at their pinnacle then? Futian smiled and asked. Other than that, there is a saint in the Eastern State called the Chess Saint, known to be the #1 chess player in all of the 9 states. He is the undisputed champion in the art of chess. At the same time, he is versed in the art of matrices. He also possesses an incredibly rare life spirit, the chess spirit. Sage Daozong continued, now, the Chess Saint Villa has news that the Chess Saint is nearing his end and has invited geniuses from all corners of the world to gather there. It is said that he has carved his art of chess into his chessboard to be bestowed to an exceptional heir serving as his successor. A Saint Plain Mighty One nearing his end? What has he been through? Futian asked with puzzled looks. That is unknown. Sage Daozong shook his head. A chessboard of the saints is a sacred relic. At the very least, it has powers at the level of a holy item, Futian said. There was no doubt that the chessboard crafted and used by the chess saint was a sacred relic, but it was unknown if it truly had powers matching its supposed level. However, it would have definitely made one a superb being by getting their hands on that chessboard. But then again, he was not versed in the art of chess. We don't know for sure, but many people from top forces all over the Eastern State all began to head for the Chess Saint Villa. A sacred relic, whatever that may be, proves tempting enough after all. Sage Daozong said, furthermore, the offer of an item embodying a saint's way of training is tempting in itself, even if said way of training is an extremely rare one. So the chess saint has no students? Futian asked curiously. Why wouldn't a saint simply pass down his sacred relic to his student? He does. The chess saint has 9 students, and all of them possess superb talents. They are also incredibly famous. Sage Daozong said, but according to some news, none of the 9 students studying under the chess saint has a chess spirit. It is a very rare life spirit, after all. As such, the chess saint probably has other plans and wants someone else to inherit his mantle and art at chess. Futian nodded and said, well then, the Eastern State shall be our first stop in our journey to all 9 states. He had the lords look into matters regarding the other 8 states a year ago before he entered the Sage Hall to train, making preparations to leave the Barren State on a pilgrimage throughout all 9 states. Having broken into Sage Plain without much trouble himself, everyone around him was able to progress considerably, and the Barren State being largely at peace at the moment, he deemed it to be time to venture outside. Since there is something going in the Eastern State, then that shall be our first destination in our pilgrimage journey. Noted. We'll get things ready, Sage Daozong said. Futian was now the palace lord of the entire Holy Ji Palace, and it was only natural that he had mighty ones serving as his escorts. Futian and his party departed the very next day in a rather unceremonious manner, but he had people from the Holy Ji Palace seeing them off. It was especially so in the Holy Sage Pavilion, where Sage Dojan, the Sword Demon, Sage Daozong, and many other mighty ones sent Yi Futian and his party off. Yi Futian, palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace and a sage, was bringing a group of nobles with him on his journey through the 9 states. There was no telling what was waiting for him out there. There are 9 years still. The journey will be a long one. Who knows what they will run into? Sage Daozong said, "We shall let time take its natural course. The only thing we can do now is to wait for the condor to rise with the wind, and a sword capable of shaking the 9 states to emerge." The sword demon cast his gaze at the air and saw Yi Futian and his party off. Yi Futian was the student with the most dazzling talent in the history of the Holy Ji Palace, as well as the youngest palace lord who began his career at the lowest plane level. No one knew what the future held, but they were certain that so long as he remained alive, it was only a matter of time before he went to shake up all of the 9 states. He has Wanxiang, the sword saint, and Yuan Hong going on the journey with him. "There is no need for us to worry," Sage Dozhan said. With such a grand entourage of mighty ones by his side, no one would have been able to easily touch Yi Futian, unless the one they got on the bad side of was a saint. But then again, Yi Futian and his party were not dumb people, and they would not try to offend any saint plane figures. Furthermore, even if unexpected events were to occur, his status as the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace would make saints think twice in order to avoid getting on the bad side of Emperor Xia. The eastern state was south of the barren state, and they needed to tread through the southernmost regions to enter the eastern state from the barren state. The region was where the ice temple was. As the sacred ground located right beside eastern state's border, the ones from the ice temple would make contact with the eastern state every now and then. Yi Futian visited the ice temple for a bit, while on his way into the eastern state, showing his gratitude to the lord of the ice temple in person. Yun Shuixing also happened to be home to check on things. Yujing City, eastern state, a month later. The city was incredibly famous in the eastern state. It was so famous because a saint had emerged from the city, and this saint was none other than the chess saint. There were 72 known saints throughout all of the 9 states, and any one of them was a figure standing at the very top. As a figure of legends, a saint was more than adequate to get a region famous. The barren state was one of the 9, and the people of the barren state yearned for a saint to emerge. Such was the influence possessed by a saint. A place with a saint in it would be extremely prosperous, and Yujing City was no exception. Yang Xiao, the city lord of Yujing City, was a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking of the sage and saint rankings, as well as the eldest student of the chess saint, possessing powers befitting of his status. Yang Xiao's wife was also the #1 beauty in Yujing City, as well as the 3rd student of the chess saint. The chess saint's 2nd student was equally as famous and possessed incredible powers. All 9 students of the chess saint were exceptional people, and not even one of them was average. Saint plane figures tended to check on the talents of their students before taking them in. Only people of exceptional talents would be allowed to study under the saints and tutored by them personally. There was no way such people could be anything but exceptional. Yet, as of late, there were others who were incredibly exceptional arriving in Yujing City. Many hailed from all over the eastern state, and there were even some from other states. Many of those people were mighty ones renowned in their respective regions or extreme geniuses with superb talents. Everyone in Yujing City knew why those people showed up. A group of people was seen taking to the air above Yujing City at that moment. Those people bore exceptional might, and they were none other than Yi Futian and his party. "We're here." A smile could be seen in Yi Futian's eyes. They had ventured through the endless regions in their journey and had arrived at the first stop outside of the barren state. Other than Sage Wanxiang, his eldest brother and Yuan Hong, Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu, Hua Jieyu, Yi Wuchen, Yu Shang, and the others were also by Yi Futian's side. The first batch of students who studied in the Sage Hall had all ventured outside the barren state. Chapter 731. Yujing City was an incredibly bustling place, and the most bustling spot in all of Yujing City was none other than Qingyu House. Jinghua Mountain had the strongest of cultivators, while Yujing House had the strongest wine. Qingyu House, however, had the greatest beauties. Yujing City was an incredibly bustling place, and the most bustling spot in all of Yujing City was none other than Qingyu House. Jinghua Mountain had the strongest of cultivators, while Yujing House had the strongest wine. Qingyu House, however, had the greatest beauties. Of the three places, Jinghua Mountain was the place where the chess saint trained, and it was only natural for it to be the least lively. Yujing House was the city lord office of Yujing City, and only the guests invited by the city lord were worthy of drinking the wine offered. Qingyu House was the only place without such restrictions, and as such, it was the place with the largest crowd. Qingyu House was not an actual house, but a boat or a floating restaurant, to be precise. It was decorated as lavishly and intricately as any place on land, as it was a place floating by the lakeside of Jade Lake. To Yi Futian, the greatest attraction was, without a doubt, the beautiful girls on board. As such, he deliberately appeared by the Jade Lake and sat at the forefront, leaning close to the boat. There were beauties playing music and dancing on the boat. The sound of their music and the scene of the girls dancing were sights to behold. A sight to behold, isn't it? Hua Jieyu wore a veil beside Yi Futian and asked with a smile. It was not just Hua Jieyu doing so. All of the girls within Yi Futian's party wore veils to conceal their faces as well. It would have caused a commotion if such a group of girls was to appear at such a place. Yes, indeed. Yi Futian nodded honestly, but then turned to Hua Jieyu and said, but of course, not as good-looking as my wife. I think their dances are more beautiful. Even I, a girl, am enraptured by their movement. Hua Jieyu smiled sheepishly at Yi Futian. Your words are true indeed. Yi Futian nodded. Hua Jieyu leaned close to Yi Futian's ear and said softly, how about I dance one for you? Yi Futian blinked and felt his heart jump. He recalled the time when they were younger, where Jieyu had actually captured a city's attention with a dance. Was something that superb going to happen right here? Let's dance at nightfall, Yi Futian replied just as softly. All right. Hua Jieyu nodded with a faint smile. Yi Futian looked at her and felt her words sounded rather unbelievable. Jieyu, why do I get the feeling that he's only here to look at girls? Zhuge Mingyue sat right next to Hua Jieyu. She smiled at Yi Futian and went to pinch Gu Donglu right beside her. You brothers sure have a good time looking at the girls. Pretty women are men's bane, Gu Donglu replied seriously. Zhuge Mingyue smiled at him. Yi Futian took a look at his third brother, who sported a deadpan serious expression. He isn't my elder brother for nothing indeed. I sure as hell would have a lot to learn from him. A commotion was heard from the crowd. Another group of girls appeared when the veil at the boat was opened. The woman in the middle of the group wore thin clothes and moved as if she had no bones. She turned to look at the crowd with eyes that seemed to be able to melt people's mind. Her beauty was so stunning that there were hardly words to describe her. Goddess Hanyu. The voices of many were heard. The woman was the prettiest of all in Qingyu House, Goddess Hanyu. There were many who claimed that her looks were on par with that of the #1 beauty in Yujing City. However, her rather low status meant that she was unable to be compared to that lady of the city lord, who was also a student of the saint. What a beauty indeed! Yi Futian smiled. Goddess Hanyu sported jade-like fingers. Beautiful, mystical music sounded as she plucked at the strings of the guqin. Smoke rose and beauties danced, rendering the scene looking pretty in a dreamy manner. The music played is just as beautiful as the ones playing it. Yi Futian began praising what he saw. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and looked at Yi Futian and said softly, marriage really does change a person. Yeah. Hua Jieyu nodded, agreeing with every bit of that line. Goddess Hanyu bowed to her audience, and the crowd went into an uproar. Many opened their mouths and said, reward her. Countless spirit stones, ritual implements, and treasures were brought onto the boat. Jiugongzi giving a sage ritual implement away as a gift. A female voice was heard and everyone turned their eyes to a corner at the forefront of the boat. A dashing man sat there quietly, admiring Goddess Hanyu's beautiful looks. Jiugongzi is just as generous as always, many smiled and said. Jiugongzi shows up here every day, and he always is the honored guest. It looks like today is no exception, someone said. The one who gives the highest, most lavish reward will become the honored guest, sharing a room with Goddess Hanyu. While Goddess Hanyu was extremely beautiful, the further one progressed with one's training, the more exceptional one's temperament became. One would have had the capacity to admire beauty without succumbing to lust. To those people, their training was of the utmost importance, and those who were of high statuses had their reputation to take care of. As such, it was incredibly rare to see one giving away a sage ritual implement just like that. Uncle, give her a mid-level ritual implement. Futian turned his head around and said. There was only one person he would have called uncle in the party he brought with him, and that was Sage Wanxiang. Wah. Sage Wanxiang looked at Futian dumbfounded. Is he asking me, an honored lord of the Wanxiang Pavilion, to reward a courtesan? This palace lord really goes about doing whatever he wants. Futian smiled sheepishly at Sage Wanxiang, who was probably the wealthiest among all in his party. Futian had no one else to ask when it came to such requests. Sage Wanxiang smiled bitterly and shook his head seeing Futian smile, before taking out a ritual implement from his ring and handing it over. The girl who took the gift looked rather puzzled and inspected it carefully, asking, May I know who this gift is from? Our Mr. Yi, Sage Wanxiang said. The girl nodded and got up, saying to Futian, Mr. Yi presents a mid-level sage ritual implement. All eyes turned to Futian all of a sudden. Giving away a mid-level sage ritual implement? Just who the hell is this guy? Someone else like Jiugongzi? Many began to try to guess Futian's identity. There are many from other places showing up at Yujing City now. Is he one of those outsiders? However, there did not seem to be a Mr. Yi among those renowned ones who came. After a moment, the girl at the boat smiled and looked at Futian and said, Mr. Yi shall come onto the boat in a moment. Goddess Hanyu turned her beautiful eyes at Futian and nodded, feeling rather curious who Futian was. It would suffice to hear your music and admire your appearance, goddess. Futian smiled and said, As for coming onto the boat, there is no such need. Thank you for your sentiments, but I'd like to give such an opportunity to Jiugongzi. Many looked even more puzzled. Not only did the stranger gift a mid-level sage ritual implement, but he also did not even bother coming onto the boat. Curiosity appeared in Goddess Hanyu's eyes. While she knew well that cultivators possessed a very strong will, there was hardly anyone who had been to this place and seen her so far yet refused her invitation. Will do. The girl did not say much. She simply nodded with a smile. Jiugongzi turned his eyes at Futian and saw many girls around him. He then smiled and asked, So you like beautiful girls as well? Well, who doesn't? Futian said. It would be pretentious for one to say they don't. Interesting. Jiugongzi smiled and said, You're here for the event on Jinghua Mountain? Indeed, I am. Futian nodded. Jiugongzi's name implied that he was the 9th student of the chess saint of Jinghua Mountain. He was the youngest of the students and a rich loafer without a proper job. I have 8 other brothers and sisters. Why look for me? Jiugongzi smiled and asked. Because you happen to be the most interesting one, Futian claimed with a smile. Since Futian was out to try his luck, he naturally needed to know his way around. Those who wanted to inherit the chess saint's chessboard would first be required to earn the approval of any one of the 9 students before they were permitted entry to the chess saint villa. The news that Futian had gotten was that the 9th student of the chess saint would have shown up every day at Qingyu House. That sounds fake, but I like the sound of that. Jiugongzi smiled and asked, Do you know how to play chess? Futian looked rather strange in response to the question before nodding and saying, I suppose I do. Playing chess is easy. I guess there is no one who doesn't know how to play chess, right? But then again, getting really good at it is something else altogether. How about you give it a try? Jiugongzi smiled and said, waving his hand nonchalantly. A table and a chessboard appeared between them. He waved again and Futian extended his hand, taking a black piece before seeing Jiugongzi putting his piece on the board. Many came to have a closer look. No one had expected Jiugongzi to play with a stranger at such a place. Things had indeed gotten interesting. Futian placed his piece as well. Jiugongzi's eyes flashed and a peculiar look appeared on his face. He did not seem to understand why Futian chose to place a piece at such a spot. Is this a new way of playing? No one would place their first piece like that according to the ways of chess, he wondered. Jiugongzi placed his piece. Both traded blows on the board and soon, the sword saint, Gu Donglu, and the others behind Futian looked at the game, feeling awkward. You really know how to play chess, don't you? Su Ke asked weakly, seeing how most of Futian's pieces were practically chewed up by his opponent. Of course I do. Who else do you think is playing now? Futian glared at Su Quebec. It's just placing pieces. Who doesn't know how to do that? All of the spectators looked at Futian with astounded looks. They had anticipated the battle to be won between two adept players, but what was happening before them was truly unexpected. Wanxiang began to regret coming on this trip. This guy looked rather normal back in the palace, but he sure just went nuts after coming out. He began to think if he had judged Futian wrong. Soon, Futian was getting slaughtered all over on the chessboard, suffering a humiliating defeat. "Good one, brother Yi," Zhou said to Futian. It was the very first time he encountered such a formidable opponent. Zhou is truly adept in the way of chess. "It seems like I have much to learn," Futian said. Cough, cough. Someone around him choked. "Does anyone even need to be good to play against someone like you?" The ones around Futian felt like turning around and leaving, pretending that they never knew him. "Let's go," Zhou got up and said. Futian was dumbfounded. Zhou lowered his head, smiled and said, "Are you not here to go to Jinghua Mountain?" "Indeed." Futian got up, getting ready to leave. He achieved his very first goal of the trip. The ninth student of the chess saint was truly ridiculous and interesting, just like what he heard from the rumors. Jinghua Mountain was right beside the city lord office as Yujing House was built with its back at the mountain. The chess saint villa was on top of the mountain while Yujing House was at the bottom. One needed to pass through Yujing House to go up to Jinghua Mountain. There were many exceptional people there from all over the eastern state, and all of them were at Yujing House at the moment. Futian and his party arrived at Yujing House as well. "I don't think any of you people stand a chance." Zhou smile was a warm, friendly, and dashing one. He then said to Futian, "But of course, you're the only ones who got into the chess saint villa through me. As such, you have my support." Futian did not even know how to play chess. It was a given that he stood no chance at the event. Many of those who had arrived at the vast manor were very renowned throughout the eastern state. For instance, Han Jing, who was known for his infallible calculations and a spirit elemental cultivator with mystical, curious powers. His mental calculative abilities were frightening, and he was versed in the way of matrices as well. Many old veterans at chess had lost at his hands. Chapter 732. In the Yujing House, Zhou asked Futian and his party, "Would you all like to take a look in the mountains, or would you all prefer to first take a rest in Yujing House?" In the Yujing House, Zhou asked Futian and his party, "Would you all like to take a look in the mountains, or would you all prefer to first take a rest in Yujing House?" "Let's go up the mountains," Futian said. It was their original intention to visit the chess saint villa, after all. Most of those who came to Yujing House had probably arrived in the mountains. "All right." Zhou nodded and took Futian and his party for the mountain roads behind Yujing House. Jinghua Mountain was very tall, and the chess saint villa was built at the top of the mountain. The building, which was built with the cliffs on its back, was a majestic and regal one. There were many people in chess saint villa, and all of them had an extraordinary bearing. At that moment, many more gathered at one of the cliffs to be found in the villa, which was called Chess Peak. Every single huge rock on Chess Peak had someone on top of it. Their eyes gazed forward, and there were 9 huge chessboards laid out in the air. Every chessboard emanated mystical powers. At that moment, an intense chess battle was taking place on one of the chessboards. One of the battling participants was a youth dressed in purple and had a long sword at their hip, looking dashing and sporting an extremely extraordinary bearing. The one opposite the youth was an old man, who looked plain yet had a bearing as steady as a mountain, seemingly having merged himself into one with the chessboard before him. Both participants stood on the chessboard. The youth waved their palm and brought one chess piece from the sky, stabbing one of the spots like a sword. It seemed to exude extremely powerful rules of the sword the very moment it landed on its designated spot. The old man waved nonchalantly, and with a loud boom, a piece fell onto the chessboard. The mountains shook as a formless might descended upon them, suppressing the will of the sword. "So this is a chess battle?" Futian said. For common folks, the arts of the guqin, chess, book, and painting were meant for tempering one's temperament, cultivating one's mind, and improving one's character. Yet for cultivators, it went without saying that while all those aspects had their place, the most important part of the arts was battle. No one would have invested a huge amount of time and energy into forms of cultivation that had little benefit in battle. It went without saying that the chess saint was renowned not for his art at the game of chess itself, but for his way of chess being out of the ordinary, approaching that of the saints, just like how it was with musical spells and the painter. He had fought a battle with Zhou Mu, a student of the art saint from Donghai City, involving the guqin and painting when he was young. Yi Futian's fourth brother, Shui Yi, possessed a fighting book spirit and as such was versed in the abilities of books. Yi Futian had also met someone in Alchemy City who based their cultivation on chess matrix. However, that was the very first time he witnessed a chess battle in its truest form. Indeed. Zhou Gongzi nodded and pointed at the youth fighting the chess battle before them, then said, "That person is namely Mu. His teacher is a mighty one of the sage ranking of the sage and saint ranking. The sword celestial, Li Mu is a very renowned swordsman himself, possessing incredible talent. The sword celestial was versed not only in the way of the sword, but also in sword matrix. Li Mu learned well under the sword celestial, and it is a given that he is just as capable. His sword matrix possesses incredible power. He also learned chess in order to visit the chess peak, incorporating his way of the sword into that of chess. He has reached incredible heights in that respect, yet he has problems breaking through even his very first game." Li Mu smiled and turned to look at Yi Futian, saying, "And so, that means there is even less hope for you. But of course, if there are any of you who are versed in the art, you're welcome to try." "It seems that Zhou Gongzi is bringing people up to the Chess Saint Villa as well," someone smiled and said from one of the huge rocks beside them. "Just joining in the fun," Zhou Gongzi replied with a smile. That person took a look at Yi Futian and his party, deeming them to have an extraordinary bearing. However, there were hardly any who visited the Chess Saint Villa that were not extraordinary. But most of the people who visited the place came for little more than just to have fun. Yi Futian kept his eyes on the battle. As the chess pieces fell onto the board one after another, Li Mu's expression turned increasingly serious and troubled. His movements at putting down his pieces became increasingly slow, and his palms started sweating. A sword aura descended from the air as he waved his hand. Frightening power of devastation swept across the chessboard, yet it was suppressed and stabilized by many other pieces around it. The old man waved as well. A low rumble sounded in an instant, and a bunch of chess pieces manifested from sword aura were pulverized right there and then. The sword aura dissipated into nothing as it was snuffed out by brute force. A mystical feeling welled up within Yi Futian. He activated freedom meditation, and at the very next moment, he seemed to be able to see that the two were not actually having a game of chess, but were actually fighting in a battlefield that took the form of a chessboard. Sword auras crisscrossed throughout the battlefield, and every single one of them was incredibly sharp, out to cut down everything in their path. Yet another sword fell, resonating with many other swords on the board. The sword matrix rang, attempting to break open the shackle placed on it to sweep the opposing pieces away. At that moment, the old man placed yet another piece with a loud tang. Yi Futian was vaguely able to see a huge golden cauldron descending with might to suppress all, pinning down the sword auras, preventing the power of the sword auras to be unleashed. Many swords rang and trembled. It was as if they were about to fall apart, and were facing the danger of being destroyed at any moment. Li Mu yelled and pointed at the front with both his hands. A sword fell from the sky, turning into a chess piece, then sat on the chessboard battlefield. At the very moment, all swords seemed to have manifested as terrifying sword matrices, and they seemed to be taking form soon. Yet, at that moment, a rumble was heard as an incredibly heavy piece descended slowly to sit in a corner. An area of swords was destroyed at the very second that piece made contact with the chessboard, snapping the sword matrix brutally. The golden cauldron unleashed dazzling lights, and with waves of light screens emanating, it suppressed all of the swords in the area, locking them down. Li Mu grunted, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. He looked rather pale. Sword will circled in the air, yet none of them descended. He was hesitating. A flash of brutality was finally seen in his eyes, and he placed his piece at the very center of his opponent's area of pieces, intending to go straight for the heart with one move. Formless, devastating power swept across the field, and the sword matrix materialized once again, cracking the golden cauldron. The old man waved again, unfazed. Another piece fell onto the field, and the second piece made contact with the board. Li Mu's face literally went lifeless. His sword matrix was all devoured, suppressed, and dispelled, turning into dust. All the other pieces were completely devoured without messing up the board at the next moment. They were turned to dust and utterly incapable of taking form again. I lost. Li Mu shook his head with a bitter smile. He was still unable to make it through that very first game. The name of the chess saint held true. While it was true that Li Mu did not specialize in playing chess, it was nonetheless a natural thing for cultivators to learn the way of chess, enabling them to easily grasp the game's essence due to the powerful deductive capabilities possessed by cultivators in general. However, the ways demonstrated by the chess saint were literally godlike. All 9 games that he had laid out at random stopped a great majority of people dead in their tracks. Mr. Li, your progress has been advancing at breakneck speed. Keep at it for some time, and you will eventually break through that game, the old man said. Li Mu nodded. It went without saying that he had no intentions to give up just because he lost. Even if he ended up incapable of inheriting the chessboard of the art saint, the journey was still one which would serve well as training. Splendid. Sage Wanxiang, who was behind Futian, said, laying out one's formations with chess pieces and every step calculated meticulously. Endless changes were seen within, yet at the very end, everything seemed to return to its source still. You play chess, uncle? Futian asked. The way of the cultivators is one where all aspects are interconnected one way or another. So long as one has the intention to comprehend any expectations, they will be able to comprehend it, Wanxiang answered. You fortune-telling crook, Futian thought to himself, having no intention of saying that out loud. How so? Futian felt rather curious. Playing a game of chess is akin to laying out matrices and formations, with every step needing to be calculated. The process of both sides going at each other is a process of calculation, as well as you anticipate where your opponent will place their piece, as well as your way of dealing with those moves. So long as one is able to calculate all the possible changes and form a game in their mind, one will be able to keep themselves from losing, even though they have no chance of winning. As such, playing a game of chess should be very simple, Wanxiang elaborated. Sparkles appeared in Futian's eyes. That fortune-telling crook of an uncle is an astrologer. If he is able to calculate the fates of people, calculations involved with a game of chess are really nothing indeed. Zhou Gongzi looked at Sage Wanxiang dumbfounded. Has this old man gone mad? Calculating all possible changes? A chessboard has many slots for one's piece, and every time a piece is placed, there will be a variety of possibilities waiting to happen, which in turn means that changes in every game are practically limitless. As such, it would be entirely impossible to deduce every move which would have taken place, and you intend to calculate all of them nonetheless? He looked at Wanxiang with a puzzled look. While Sage Wanxiang's words were sound in theory and Zhou Gongzi's teacher had also said that to be the path of the art of chess, he deemed what Wanxiang said to be rather far-fetched. It is indeed simple to play a game of chess, and everyone knows that. But why would there be only one chess saint in all of the 9 states? There is no need to make it that complex. It would have sufficed just to calculate the one you're playing with, Wanxiang said in a natural manner. Crazy dude, Zhou Gongzi mumbled, but then turned around and smiled. How about you go play a game then? Wanxiang turned his eyes at Futian and the others and asked, would any one of you like to experience a chess battle? Futian blinked and turned to look at others around him, asking, anyone? However, all eyes were on him, which Futian found to be rather annoying. You need the palace lord to do this personally? Su-Ke, Futian called, and the man quickly moved his eyes away. I don't know how much of that crook Wanxiang's words are true, and I'd rather doubt his words. Qianqiu, Futian called again. Zue Qianqiu simply took out his gourd and drank away. Seventh brother, Futian turned around and asked Xiaoshi. The fat guy glanced at him lethargically. His eyes then turned to carry a despising look. Futian's face turned solemn and dead. Is the dignity of the palace lord even a thing to these people? Very well. A palace lord should have an open heart and not be petty with these people. Futian thought as he stepped out, and landed on the chessboard. He felt engulfed by some mystical power in an instant, as if powers usable on the chessboard were limited, preventing participants from overwhelming one another with an advantage in playing, which would have violated fairness in a game. "I seek your guidance, Senior," Futian bowed and said. "After you," the old man said. "Please, after you," Futian said. He had no idea how to make a move before his opponent. The old man waved his hand without saying anything else. The first piece was placed with an incredibly heavy might, like that of a mountain. Futian felt that incredibly heavy pressure instantly. It seemed to him as if he was fighting on the battlefield instead of playing a game of chess. Futian waited. "Just do whatever comes to mind," Wanxiang said. Futian felt an urge to slug someone. He would not be an opponent for someone from Chess St. Villa, even if he actually knew how to play chess, let alone that he did not even know how to play. He waved his hand and unleashed the power of rules, melding it with his piece and placed it somewhere. A rumble was heard as if a star had fallen onto the board. What is he trying to do? Many turned to look at Futian. That very first move felt rather puzzling. Chapter 733. The old man on the other side frowned as well when he saw how Futian placed his piece, puzzled at his move. He then placed his second piece with a wave of the hand, paying no heed to the piece that Futian had just placed. The way he played was treating the game as steps to lay out his matrix, making it something entirely independent on its own. The final outcome would have been the same regardless of whatever Futian did. The old man on the other side frowned as well when he saw how Futian placed his piece, puzzled at his move. He then placed his second piece with a wave of the hand, paying no heed to the piece that Futian had just placed. The way he played was treating the game as steps to lay out his matrix, making it something entirely independent on its own. The final outcome would have been the same regardless of whatever Futian did. Unless the way Futian played was something of a higher level than his was. It was only through such a method that Futian stood a chance at breaking his game. Sage Wanxiang said nothing thus far. Futian placed his piece however he felt like it, and he sensed an overbearing pressure bearing on him. It was pressure from the chessboard, as he was able to vaguely sense his opponent's pieces were gathering force. The force grew with every piece placed on the board. Futian activated freedom meditation and looked at the game. He felt caught in the midst of the game instead of someone playing the game, feeling a rush of powerful power of rules sweeping at him. It was something that descended from the heavens and bore on his body. Being put under such pressure, the one playing would have to expend spiritual power to resist it, which meant that the concentration spent on the game itself was somewhat diverted, making it even more difficult to win the game. Futian felt something mystical being in the game and was somewhat excited about it. "So this is chess battle, huh? I must say this all feels so new to me." He waved his hand again and dropped one star piece after another. He played the game on his own instead of waiting for instructions from Sage Wanxiang. He seemed to have entered a state of his own. Under the powers of freedom meditation, he was able to see the game a little better, and every piece he placed seemed to be able to cut down that invading force gushing at him. To put it more aptly, at the moment, it felt like Futian was working to break his opponent's matrix formation, instead of actually playing a game of chess. "Go 7 by 5, Sage Wanxiang said, breaking Futian's excited state. He cursed under his breath, but went on to do as told and placed the piece at 7/5 slot. The placing of that piece seemed to have broken the change the old man was trying to lay out. A sparkle was seen in his eyes as he went on to place his piece, making up for it in other ways. "Go 6 by 8, Sage Wanxiang said again, and Futian continued placing his piece. He was able to feel that Sage Wanxiang's placing of pieces was more intricate than his. Or rather, the sage felt less morally restricted. The way the pieces were placed was very precise, with an expressed intention of breaking the gathering of the force of the opponent. "Go 6 by 4. Go 9 by 7. One voice after another was heard in Futian's ears. The old man's frown began to look increasingly apparent, and a rather irked expression was seen on his face. What kind of dirty, crude playstyle is this? There are no methods to be seen in this, and there is no force gathered either. Worse still, this is practically just a mess. However, such play style did no other thing than messing his formations. Every piece was placed in such a way that it would have made the opponent wanting to beat the one placing the pieces to a pulp, Displeasure was seen in the old man's eyes as he went to continue playing the game. He was adamant in his disbelief that such a messy play style would have been able to break up his game. Time passed and more pieces from both sides were found on the chessboard. The power of rules grew increasingly powerful, spreading out to all corners. Many stood on the rocks not far away, looking at the game between those two with funny expressions. There was actually such a shameless way of playing. All dirty moves. Everything looked messy, yet everything worked. The golden cauldron intended to take form in that game, yet it seemed as if the structure had cracks everywhere, and the golden cauldron remained incapable of truly manifesting. Furthermore, the messy star-powered pieces carried incredibly overwhelming power on their own, and the golden cauldron that was not yet able to take form was able to do nothing to crush them. The number of chess pieces grew on the board. The old man waved and brought a piece containing overbearing power of rules down, but he hesitated to complete the move. He looked incredibly frustrated, vaguely feeling that regardless of how the pieces were to be placed, there was simply no hope of getting his matrix up and running. No way to go about this. The old man slammed the piece on the chessboard. Rumbling noises were heard as the game was broken. A puzzled look was seen on Yi Futian's face as he turned to glance at Sage Wanxiang. The crook really is something indeed. He actually calculated all possible changes and made it impossible for the game to be continued. Everyone on Chess Peak turned their eyes to Yi Futian. You can do that? Many researched the way of chess or were versed with chess before coming up the Chess Saint Villa. However, it was their first time witnessing a play style that was so appalling. While the way it was played was rather ugly, it was nonetheless interesting if one were to really look into it. Just how powerful do one's calculative abilities have to be in order to actually anticipate the moves of one's opponent and go on to block them, affecting how the entire game is played? Yi Futian returned to his original spot, looking at Sage Wanxiang with a funny look. Zhou Gongzi naturally knew that it was not the work of Yi Futian himself, but the man was simply following Sage Wanxiang's instructions. The sage claimed to intend to calculate all the changes of the game, which Zhou Gongzi took to be little more than a joke. Yet the sage actually did it. So is this considered a pass? Yi Futian asked, looking at Zhou Gongzi. Zhou Gongzi looked at Yi Futian and nodded in a rather speechless manner. Well, let's get on with the second game then. Yi Futian seemed to have gotten riled up. Many eyes turned on him as he stepped on the second chessboard, waiting to see him play. Yi Futian went placing his pieces as he fancied, just as he did with his first game. He then went on to dismantle all that was thrown his way with no finesse or grace. The old man, who served as his opponent in the game, said angrily when the game was over, "I have never seen a playstyle that ugly." The third and fourth games soon followed. Yi Futian went on to break 6 games in a stride, and the difficult grew. Even Sage Wanxiang found it taxing to play the games as there were more and more changes to be had. Yi Futian finally lost on his 7th game, thrown out of the board by a terrifying chess matrix. However, being able to break 6 games consecutively was still an achievement that had mouths gaping, and everyone went to gauge Yi Futian's party with curious eyes. After playing 7 games of chess battle, Yi Futian actually felt himself to have been truly initiated, gaining an understanding of the way of the chess. He felt chess was increasingly fun, and he became very interested. Too many changes to be calculated? Yi Futian asked Sage Wanxiang. It seems that I have underestimated the way of the chess. I have never thought one small board would be able to have so many changes capable of being executed on it. It was like a great path, and I never expected every play style and chess matrix to have that much difference in magnitude of power between them. Sage Wanxiang said, impressed enough that he stopped looking down on chess as he did before. It went without saying, however, that being able to rely solely on calculations without having ever learned to truly play chess, and still was able to carry Yi Futian all the way to the 7th game was something incredibly terrifying. The games were not ordinary games. They were games laid out by the chess saint, and difficulty grew with each of the 9 games. I thought the games were interesting as well. I'm getting rather interested in chess. Yi Futian turned to Zhou Gongzi and said, so one is only able to acquire the lineage of the chess saint after breaking all 9 games? Zhou Gongzi shook his head with a smile and said, yes and no. After breaking all 9, there is still one of even greater difficulty to be broken, and one would be considered to have completed the games after that. Yi Futian and Sage Wanxiang looked at each other. The ability demonstrated by Sage Wanxiang enabled him to break only 6 games, which spoke volumes of the difficulty of the remaining 3 lying in wait behind. Furthermore, there was one more with greater difficulty after breaking through all 9. Just how terrifying would that game be? He had no answer to that question as it was beyond his imagination. Regardless, if you were able to pass, there is no need to fret. Han Jing excelled in both ways of chess and matrix, and his calculative abilities were extraordinary as well. Despite so, he was only able to pass the 7th game. Breaking all 9 chess games of Chess Peak is not something that can be done in a day or two, Zhou Gongzi smiled and said. There is just no way the games laid out by teacher would be so simple. Well, in that case, it's better that we go down the mountain then, Yi Futian said, getting ready to return to Yujing House for the time being. All right. Zhou Gongzi nodded. He turned to Sage Wanxiang and said, if you were to learn to play chess, old sir, you would definitely be able to break all 9 games. My interests lie elsewhere. Sage Wanxiang shook his head, smiling. Despite astrology not being something capable of being used all the time, that was where his interests lied. The way of the chess was the study of the myriad of changes taking place in a game of chess. Astrology, on the other hand, was the way of the heavens and the earth, for it was the study of all changes taking place in the world. They met an old man after coming down the mountain and arriving at Yujing House. The old man was of common bearing and looked common as well. He looked friendly and said to Yi Futian's party with a smile, "Ninth brother, I heard that you have invited some people. Are these friends who you mean?" "Yes." Zhou Gongzi nodded and said, "This is my second brother." Yi Futian looked at the man and saw him smiling at them, without leaking any bit of aura. However, Yi Futian was able to tell that Li Kaishan, the second student of the chess saint, was a very terrifying sage who sported tremendously powerful combat capacity. Yi Futian returned the courtesy and said to Li Kaishan as well, "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Heir. Whoever is here is our guest. You can relax and make yourselves at home at Yujing House." Li Kaishan replied with a smile and left. "Mr. Heir seems to be an amicable person who seems to get along well with others," Yi Futian said to Zhou Gongzi. His demeanor matched what Yi Futian found prior in the gathered intel. Li Kaishan, the second student of the chess saint, was a good person. "Yeah, my second brother is kind and has a golden heart. He has many friends and Lu Zong will be here as well," answering my second brother's invitation. "The man should be on his way here as we speak," Zhou Gongzi said with a smile. "Lu Zong?" Yi Futian looked rather suspicious. "You are not telling me that you don't know Lu Zong?" Zhou Gongzi looked at Yi Futian with a funny look. Lu Zong's renown was such that it would have been impossible for anyone from the eastern state not to know him. Just where the hell are these people from? Who? Yi Futian smiled and asked, thinking that to be an adequate answer. Zhou Gongzi looked puzzled. He turned to Yi Futian and said, "The person capable of breaking all 9 games." Yi Futian did not ask any further. He came to know Lu Zong within the next couple of days, as everyone in the house discussed things and Lu Zong was practically the talk of the place. There was talk about Zhou Zichao as well. When Zhou Zichao arrived at Yujing House, Yang Xiao, the eldest student of the chess saint, went to receive him personally. However, more were found hyped, waiting for Lu Zong's arrival. As renowned figures gathered in Yujing House grew in number, the place became increasingly lively. There were times where rumors about Yi Futian were heard, as his games of chess battles back then left quite an impression. Yi Futian was feeling rather carefree staying in Yujing House. He was reading a book at the time. The cover of the book had images of chess pieces carved on it. It was apparent that it was a book on chess. Chapter 734. Other than reading books, Yi Futian also went to play chess at Chess Peak to gain a deeper understanding of the way of chess firsthand. He became more and more able to see the intricacies of chess, and he deemed that if he was able to master the way of chess, it would do him a lot of good in helping with his training. Other than reading books, Yi Futian also went to play chess at Chess Peak to gain a deeper understanding of the way of chess firsthand. He became more and more able to see the intricacies of chess, and he deemed that if he was able to master the way of chess, it would do him a lot of good in helping with his training. He also came to know, in the days he spent there, who Lu Zong was, a student of Shihua Sacred Mountain, a sacred ground of the orthodoxy in the eastern state. Furthermore, he was the personal student of the saint, and was renowned as #1 among the younger generations of Xihua Sacred Mountain. All three mighty ones of St. Plain served as his teacher, and it was said that if there was a saint to emerge from the next orthodoxy battles of the 9 states, there was no doubt that it would be Lu Zong. Such appraisals meant that Lu Zong was more than someone with just potential for sainthood. He was destined to be a saint in the days to come, and it was an opinion shared by many in the world. Other than Lu Zong, Zhou Zichao, who had arrived as well, had a similarly impressive background. He hailed from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, a sacred dynasty which ruled vast regions in the eastern state. It was said that the dynasty had once united all of the eastern state under one rule many years ago, reigning supreme over all. While the dynasty was no longer what it once was, it was one of the top forces to be found in the eastern state, even throughout all of the 9 states. Yang Xiao, a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking of the sage and saint ranking who was also a student of the chess saint, would not have come to receive him personally. Other than them, all the others who were invited to the Yujing house were people who earned the approval of the 9 students of the chess saint. They were all either of impressive background or possessed extremely exceptional talents. It was, after all, about the items symbolizing the lineage of the chess saint, and as such, it naturally drew attention. Yang Xiao, head of the Yujing house, threw a banquet at his place to entertain his guests. The place was incredibly lively, and all who were present were people of exceptional bearing. Yi Futian's party took their respective seats after arriving, and their seats were far from eye-catching. Yi Futian turned his eyes forward, finding Yang Xiao, the eldest student of the chess saint, to be a dashing, exceptional middle-aged man. His wife, however, looked young, seemingly in her early 30s. She sported incredible looks. She was the #1 beauty in all of Yujing City, and her looks naturally matched what her reputation suggested. However, there were many women among the guests who actually had looks on par with that #1 beauty in all of Yujing City. The girls in Yi Futian's party also looked exceptional. Other than that, a young man and a young woman were seen sitting near Yang Zhao's seat, which was at the front. Both of them exuded an air of elegance, as they were none other than Zhou Zichao and Zhou Zi, siblings who hailed from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, and Zhou Zi was extraordinarily beautiful herself. Both siblings were extremely regal and elegant. There were many mighty ones found around the two of them. While every one of those people exuded a mild and peaceful air about them, the air of elegance about them was unmistakable. They were all people from the sacred dynasty. Furthermore, the people who were sitting opposite them were also exceptional figures. Today's banquet is just for fun and chatter. It is an honor to be able to meet so many proud sons and daughters of the younger generations. Yang Xiao, who was sitting at the host's seat, smiled and said to everyone before him, "My wife and I would like to propose a toast with everyone here. Your reputation precedes you, Chief Yang. It is a pleasure to be able to meet you today," someone said with a smile. All 81 who were ranked on the sage and saint ranking were exceptional people, and Yang Xiao was especially so, given how he was a student of the chess saint. I assume all of you have gone up to the chess peak and experienced the games laid out personally. What do you think about the games? Yang Xiao asked with a smile. Difficult. Li Mu, a student of the Sword Celestial, said, "I'm versed with sword matrices and began looking into the way of chess before I even came here, but I was still unable to make it through even the first game when I arrived. I'm now able to make it to the 5th game after spending so much time here. It will prove rather difficult to break through all 9 games. Han Jing has broken through 8 games thus far, and he should soon break the 9th in due time." Yang Xiao looked at Han Jing and said, "I will do so as soon as possible and go on to experience the Celestial Dragon chess game for myself," Han Jing said as he turned his eyes to Yang Xiao. The Celestial Dragon chess game was the ultimate game, one which was laid out by the combined efforts of all 9 students. It was more than just a game, as an intense chess battle was expected to take place within that game, so much so that even the rules were made different. "I look forward to it," Yang Xiao smiled and said. He then turned his eyes at a very dashing, handsome young man and asked, "Emo Jun, when will your brother, Lu Zong, be here?" Emo Jun was another exceptional student from Xihua Sacred Mountain and was a personal student of a saint as well. He was an extremely exceptional young man with a lithe figure and incredibly handsome looks. One look was all that was needed to tell that the young man was meant for great things. and he enjoyed a prestigious status among the youths of the eastern state. Even so, when the people thought about the younger generation of Shihua Sacred Mountain, his brother, Lu Zong, came to mind before him. Of course, Imo Jun admired his brother Lu Zong greatly as well. His brother was one destined to be a saint in the future, and Imo Jun had, of course, believed himself to be the same as well. My brother likes keeping to himself. As such, I have no idea where he actually is, Imo Jun replied. Yang Xiao nodded and added, I'm rather excited to see this exceptional young man from Shihua Sacred Mountain, who reigns supreme among all the youths. He then took notice of a woman of exceptional appearance who exuded an air of holiness, so much so that she looked even more exceptional than the #1 beauty in all of Yujing City. Yang Xiao smiled and said, I'm rather surprised to see you here, Goddess Qingni. You're being too kind, Chief. Goddess Qingni was also a student of a saint, a younger generation with links to the 8 great ones of the Saint Plain in the eastern state. Many such people were present at the banquet. Brothers, how about you introduce the guests you have invited here? There are some that I don't even know, Yang Xiao said as he looked at his younger brothers. All 9 students of the chess saint were present that day. Yes, eldest brother. Some of them nodded and went to introduce the mighty ones they invited to the house. All of them were exceptional figures from the eastern state. When it was Zhou Gongzi's turn to do so, he looked at Yi Futian with a rather peculiar expression and said, I don't actually know where you're from. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. It is really either very generous or clumsy of him to have only remembered such things now. Yi Futian of the Barren State, Yi Futian said softly. It sounds rather familiar. I think I've heard about it somewhere, Zhou Gongzi said. He then turned to Yang Xiao and did his introductions. Eldest brother, my friend Yi Futian is from the Barren State. Barren State, Yi Futian, Yang Xiao murmured to himself. All of the younger generations of the saints turned their eyes to Yi Futian suddenly. While people of the Barren State hardly mingled with those of other states, the people of the sacred ground would still concern themselves with the great incidents of the Barren State, especially involving Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State. As such, they had heard of Yi Futian's name more than half a year ago. I didn't expect the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, sacred ground of the Barren State, to be here. My apologies. Yang Xiao raised his cup, smiled and said, Please help yourselves. You're too kind, Chief. Yi Futian raised his cup and emptied it. Oh, so you're that noble plain palace lord. Zhou Gongzi had only just realized. He vaguely remembered something about Yi Futian being talked about more than half a year ago, but as he had little interest in such affairs, he did not take it to heart. He had only come to realize Yi Futian's identity after hearing what Yang Xiao said. Noble plain palace lord, Yi Futian felt rather exasperated. Everyone in the banquet turned their eyes to Yi Futian. Zhou Zichao then said, I heard that you defeated Qin Zhong, the son of Jisheng Cliffs, and that your talents are exceptional. The previous palace lord in the Barren State called upon Emperor Xia after that battle in the Holy Ji Palace, who then had you take over as the palace lord. Many present had more or less heard of that incident, but not many knew much about what happened. However, it was obvious that the previous palace lord thought Yi Futian possessed exceptional talents and had a chance at attaining sainthood, given how Yi Futian was able to defeat Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs and how the previous palace lord gave his life to call upon Emperor Xia. They knew a thing or two about Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs, but were hardly familiar with Bai Luli, as they hardly cared about what happened in the Barren State. If it had not been for Jisheng Cliffs being a part of that great incident, they would not have even heard of Yi Futian's name. Still, they cared little about him despite having seen his face now, as Barren State did not even have a saint in their ranks, going to great lengths and making costly sacrifices just to have a saint emerge. It was rather far-fetched, given how some who were present were students of saints. If you're a palace lord of the sacred ground of the Barren State, why do you suck so badly at chess? Someone asked. What has been demonstrated by Yi Futian that day was something many found appalling. It would have mattered little if Yi Futian was just another commoner. But a palace lord of the Barren State's sacred ground playing a game of chess so awfully was deemed something laughable. Many turned to look at Yi Futian. So he is the rumored one. This is getting interesting. Is playing a game of chess about determining who is the winner and who is the loser, or is it about having a playstyle that looks elegant? Futian smiled and said, looking at the one who just spoke. That person frowned and added, while it is indeed true that the primary objective is to tell the winner from the loser, isn't it unthinkable to ignore the process of how the game is played? Futian smiled, not going to argue further with the other party. While he thought Wanxiang's play style was rather ugly, he hardly thought it was a problem. If he was able to beat the lineage of the chess saint playing in such a way, he would hardly care about the playstyle itself. He thought many present would share similar opinions as well. Emo Jun turned his eyes at Futian, recalling something. With the Baron State not having a saint among their ranks for so many years, the Palace Lord must have come all the way from the Holy Ji Palace of Baron State, seeing an opportunity in the Eastern State. Or maybe Futian actually had some ideas about the 9 states. The battles among all 9 states were to happen in none other than the very sacred ground that they were at now, Shihua Sacred Mountain, and no one invited the Baron State to participate in the event. Yang Xiao smiled and said to everyone, with even the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace from the Baron State coming all the way here to the Eastern State, I'd say the Celestial Dragon chess game will open a month from now. I will then allow all from Yujing City to witness the event at Chess Peak. The 9 games currently laid out at Chess Peak will resume as usual, just so everyone has a way to study the way of chess further. The Celestial Dragon chess game evolved out of those 9 games and is practically an amalgamation of the 9 games. As such, there is no way the Celestial Dragon chess game could have been broken without first breaking the 9 games now at Chess Peak. Yang Xiao elaborated and everyone nodded. There was only a month's time to look into it, and it seemed to be something achievable by only a handful of people, with the great majority of others having zero chance at breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game. Futian's party left after the banquet was over. Uncle, we have only a month. Do you think we stand a chance? Futian asked Wanxiang. I didn't know much about chess, and I was only able to break the first 6 games. The 7th sported extremely complicated changes. Yang Xiao said it himself earlier, the Celestial Dragon chess game was an amalgamation of all 9 games. As such, it definitely has limitless changes, and that makes it even more difficult to break. I'll spend the coming month researching the way of chess with you, Sage Wangxing said. All right then. Futian nodded. Coincidentally, my style kind of differs from yours, uncle, and I have developed some thoughts about the subject. Let's look into it together. Futian was compelled to work on it, as they had come all the way to the Chess Saint Villa. It would have been a valuable experience, even if they ended up losing eventually. Chapter 735. Yang Xiao set the time where the Celestial Dragon chess game was to be opened, and more people showed up at Yujing City. More exceptional people from the Eastern State showed up at Yujing House, and even more cultivators from Yujing City gathered outside. They were all waiting for the day where the Celestial Dragon chess game would be laid out, intending to watch the games at Chess Peak. Yang Xiao set the time where the Celestial Dragon chess game was to be opened, and more people showed up at Yujing City. More exceptional people from the Eastern State showed up at Yujing House, and even more cultivators from Yujing City gathered outside. They were all waiting for the day where the Celestial Dragon chess game would be laid out, intending to watch the games at Chess Peak. Lu Zong still had yet to show. Someone claimed that there were signs of him arriving at Yujing House, but no one was sure if those claims were true. The number one among all the younger generations in Shihua Sacred Mountain had indeed acted in a very unpredictable manner. Other than that, the news of the arrival of Futian, the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, the sacred ground of the Baron State, spread like wildfire, becoming the talk of the place. Many sighed and felt pity for Baron State. The Palace Lord of a sacred ground coming for the chessboard left behind by a saint was not something that anyone would have spoken proudly about. All the other sacred grounds in the Eastern State had people of the younger generations and cultivators showing up in general. It was unheard of for a lord to show up at such events, as such lords would have been saints instead. Only people of the Baron State would have done such a thing, as they were weak for not having a saint among them. Furthermore, it was said that while the noble Plain Palace Lord sported exceptional talents, he had gone on to play chess in order to get his hands on the item left behind by the chess saint. His play style was an extremely appalling one, and that invited further pity from all. In all of the 9 states, the Baron State was one place that was seen to have ceased to exist except in name. The orthodoxy's sacred grounds would not have lasted for many years before they were doomed to be taken apart. However, it was still rather admirable for a palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state to put his pride aside and venture outside the barren state. At the very least, the noble plain palace lord was actually working hard for the sake of the barren state. It was a pity that while his talents were extremely formidable, his plane was still low, which would make it impossible for him to turn things around just within a few years. At the moment, in the compound of Yujing House where Futian was, he had many books and jade scrolls before him, all of which were related to the art of chess. Many of those books were actually something he had asked Zhou Gongzi to fetch for him from Chess Saint Villa, just so that he was able to read them. The Chess Saint was the #1 chess player in all of the 9 states, and a group of people who were incredibly versed in the art of chess gathered at Chess Saint Villa. They had diligently put all of the knowledge of the Chess Saint and some special matrices related to the way of chess onto books or jade scrolls in order to preserve such knowledge for the generations to come and prevent them from being lost down the line. All were materials that were offered to any cultivator who had earned the recognition of the 9 students of the Chess Saint for reading. However, there were few who were willing to spend much of his time on the subject. Most of those people restricted themselves to reading and learning from incredibly renowned chess books. Futian was different. He was willing to read any book there was to be read, so long as it was something related to the art of chess. It was a habit that he had developed during his days in the cottage. He had been reading books like a madman in the book cave of the cottage. His teacher tutored him back then by having him read books and learn spells doing so. His teacher also had him learn all spells there were to be learned, regardless of difficulty, and it eventually proved that his teacher had been doing the right thing. A book's true essence would reveal itself after being read over 100 times, and it worked the same for training. Futian's mind was practically filled with chess games at the moment. It was as if there was a book of chess etched into his mind, and there was nothing he could do to dispel it. It was probably due to him being so interested in the subject for the past few days. It was fun learning new things, especially in Futian's case. He was able to sense the exceptional traits of the art of chess simply from reading the books, and he was then practically addicted to it. Someone walking by at that moment dumped a book before Futian, who then said, "Are you planning to read all the books in Chess Saint Villa?" That someone was none other than Zhou Gongzi. Despite having been learning the art of chess from his teacher, he had never gone as crazy as Futian. The books he had read were a small fraction compared to what Futian had read. One's innate weaknesses are to be compensated with hard work. Futian smiled and said, "Thanks for the hard work." It was fortunate that cultivators were unlike common people, whose spiritual aptitude was far behind that of cultivators. That made learning difficult for common people. People at sage levels like Futian needed only to scan a book to comprehend its contents. They needed only to learn how to use their acquired knowledge. It's no big deal. It's just that I haven't been able to go see my baby at Qingyu House for quite some time now, Zhou Gongzi said rather dejectedly. If I knew this would have happened, I wouldn't have brought you up here. Well, too late for regrets now, Futian smiled and said. Zhou Gongzi shook his head and said, "Just what are you? The great palace lord of barren state's sacred ground, like as a person? Are you a horny flirt? Or are you a hard-working student?" Futian looked like a playboy more than anything else when he was in Qingyu House. Zhou Gongzi had not expected him to be so into learning. "Me?" Futian smiled and said, "Just a dashing, handsome young man whose talents are like none other. Have you no shame?" Zhou Gongzi was speechless. Just what is the skin of this guy made of? Seriously though, time is almost up and I wonder if you have any confidence in doing this. You're still the only guy I've invited to our place since I need not worry about matters, given that my brothers and sisters are there to take care of things. I need only to be a playboy and little else. I never had any hopes about you being able to achieve anything before, but I'm starting to wonder if you actually have a shot at this, seeing how diligent you were in studying and all that. Zhou Gongzi looked at Futian and found something off with his eyes, but then he shook his head and said in a dismissive tone, "And yet, here I am, getting crazed with you as well." My second brother invited Lu Zong, Zhou Zichao, Han Jing, and the others. Even if your progress is developing at the speed of a lightning bolt, I don't think you'd have any chance at breaking the celestial dragon chess game before they do, or maybe none of us will be able to break the game. He shook his head and left after he finished saying all that. Just how do I come to have such wild ideas about things? Interesting young man indeed, Sage Wanxiang said as he looked at Zhou Gongzi leaving. Interesting guy indeed. He is the last of the 9 students, and it's only natural that he is all carefree and laid back. Yi Futian smiled and said, wasn't I the one who kept getting looked after back in the cottage? How have you felt lately? Sage Wanxiang asked. I feel as if I'm ready to simulate the games myself. But then again, I'm, of course, not all that versed in the calculations that you're so good at, uncle. My play style is leaning more towards judgment guided by my guts, Yi Futian said. What everyone sees and feels is different even if they were to learn the exact same thing. There is no need for you to be like me. Wanxiang said, I broke 6 games armed with what little knowledge I had about chess. Having now read all those books with you, I've come to the point where I can say I've mastered the way of chess. This allows me to calculate the games in a broader yet pinpoint manner, simulating all the changes to take place in my mind. If I keep at it, I'd be able to break even the 8th game. Conservatively speaking, my chances of breaking all 9 are rather high as well, Wanxiang said. I'll try to merge what you have taught me and what I learned myself, and I'll try my hand at the 9 games tomorrow, Yi Futian said. All right. Sage Wanxiang nodded. You may try a different approach, like playing in reverse, anticipating where your opponent will place their pieces, but make it so that it feels natural and see if that gels with what you have anticipated. You should then see how the game changes further. There is no need to get fixated on winning. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Hearing you all talk about chess all the time, I kind of feel like I've become a high-level player myself. Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Donglu walked in their direction with a smile. All of them read books about chess every now and then, but quickly felt doing was rather exhausting. They had decided to invest their time in training instead. Things that are all about talent like this are better left for our little brother. Second sister, third brother, Yi Futian called. I know little about chess, little brother, so I can't help you with much. But know that all paths are connected one way or another. The way of chess is also a way at cultivation. A chess battle is like a martial arts battle. Every piece is about attack and defense. If you want to beat your opponent, you'll naturally need to defend against your opponent's attacks while retaliating or attack your opponent with a more explosive move. The one thing you need to do in a chess battle is master how things are in a big picture. As such, your spiritual willpower would be just as important in a chess battle, Gu Donglu said. Yi Futian nodded slightly. I'll keep your words in mind, third brother. Don't wear yourself out too badly, Gu Donglu said softly. Yi Futian had little to no rest for the past few days. Training was not simply shutting down all the time. The art of chess was one that was very taxing on spiritual power, and as such, one should have been more alert against shutting oneself off. It would have gotten incredibly tiring when done so in a prolonged manner. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Relax, brother. I like chess anyway. Gu Donglu nodded without saying much. Yi Futian went up to Chess Peak first thing in the morning the next day. The 9 games were all still there, and some were even found sitting cross-legged on huge rocks. They had been looking into and challenging the games to prepare for the upcoming Celestial Dragon chess game. Although they knew that they stand little chance at winning, but they were compelled to try, given how they had come all the way there. Furthermore, they got to see the best of the top-notch geniuses to be found in the Eastern state, making it quite an experience. The old man guarding the game stepped onto the first game and said to Yi Futian, You have already broken through 6 games and will start with the 7th. There is no need to repeat all of the games. He was very displeased playing against Yi Futian that day. Yi Futian smiled. He looked at how the old man behaved and said, I deem it necessary to start from the beginning. I look forward to your guidance. All right then. The old man nodded impatiently and then waved his hand without a care. A piece coalesced from the power of rules fell onto the board with a loud thump. Yi Futian activated freedom meditation, allowing him to look into the game with greater clarity as if he was on the board himself, taking charge of the chess battle. He waved his hand, and a piece was placed without hesitation. The old man kept placing pieces, and Yi Futian followed suit. Soon, the old man looked at Yi Futian with a peculiar look. Yi Futian did not use that very ugly style he had been using before. However, his skills were very, very shoddy. As the number of pieces grew on the board, a chessboard seemed to have appeared in Yi Futian's mind. That board was a projection of what he was playing, and it went on to continuously change with future moves. That was a simulation running in his mind. Yi Futian placed another piece as he waved his hand, yet his eyes were fixed on other spots, feeling that the old man would put his piece there. He turned his eyes at a different spot. As anticipated, the old man placed his piece with a hard thump, building up a powerful force. A precious cauldron went on to pressure Yi Futian's spiritual will, intending to crush him. Yi Futian lost a moment later, but he did not leave. He instead asked, "Elder, can we have another game?" The old man frowned, but he continued nonetheless. "Elder, can we have another one?" Yi Futian repeated again and again. The old man got rather fed up and said angrily, "Your way of chess sucks. Why bother wasting your time and mine?" Yi Futian did not mind at all, smiling as he asked to continue. He was verifying what he had learned through actual battle. At Chess Peak, everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian at the moment. That guy really knows nothing about playing chess. He is just wasting time there. It was probably the old man with him that day who guided him and enabled him to break through 6 games consecutively. Chapter 736. Yi Futian had been verifying what he had learned with all 9 games for the next few days. He tried different play styles with every single game, yet he ended up losing every time. Even the elders who were playing with him were able to see that he had been seeking defeat intentionally, observing the changes in their play style through his own. Yi Futian had been verifying what he had learned with all 9 games for the next few days. He tried different play styles with every single game, yet he ended up losing every time. Even the elders who were playing with him were able to see that he had been seeking defeat intentionally, observing the changes in their play style through his own. It was the first time for any of them to see someone learn in such a way. There was not even a single person in Chess St. Villa who had done so before. They were secretly impressed at how Yi Futian indeed had thoughts about things. Yi Futian observed the changes of the 9 games through doing actual battle, just to verify what he had learned for the days past. He felt himself progressing at breakneck speeds in chess. Everyone else other than Yi Futian had progressed as well. There were even a few who were able to break all 9 games. Han Jing, Zhou Zichao, Zhou Zi, Goddess Qingni, and Imo Jun of Shihua Sacred Mountain. Other than that, there were also some others who broke 8 games, with only 1 more to go. Everyone progressed, but of course, some relied on more than just themselves to do so. For instance, Zhou Zichao and his sister, Zhou Zi, had elders from Shihua Sacred Mountain providing guidance. The master players of chess that they hired for the event guided them like how Sage Wanxiang guided Yi Futian. After all, Chess St. Villa did not set any rules regarding the methods used for breaking the games. The day that Yang Xiao had set eventually came. Many mighty ones from Yujing City came to witness the event on that day. People flocked to Jinghua Mountain, landing on Chess Peak. Countless silhouettes were found on ancient peaks and huge rocks. All of them were people who came for the event. Many elders from Chess St. Villa arrived that day, and all of them were there to witness the opening of the Celestial Dragon chess game. Yi Futian and his party arrived very early at Chess Peak. They stood quietly and countless around them were talking about the chess battles that day. "I can't believe that Lu Zong still hasn't shown up." Many were seen looking around, but no one saw Lu Zong at Chess Peak. Is he really going to miss today's chess battle for real? Zhou Zichao and Zhou Ziyi are indeed siblings who are also students of the Sacred Dynasty. They both exude an air of elegance about them. Imo Jun looked incredibly dashing and exceptional. Han Jing looked steady and reserved. Li Mu had a handsome yet flighty feeling about him, a testament of the bearing of his teacher. The Sword Celestial, Goddess Qingni sported looks that reigned supreme in Jinghua Mountain. She stood alone on a huge rock, her green dress and jet black hair billowed in the wind, looking as if she was actually a fairy, one that was to be admired from afar and never to be defiled in any way. The girls around Yi Futian all wore thin veils over their faces, hiding them. There were many who were curious about how they looked, speculating from the girl's figure and bearing that all of them were incredibly beautiful. There were also many who talked about Yi Futian. Although he was nowhere as famous in the eastern state as he was in the barren state, there were many who knew him nonetheless. All of that, coupled with some news regarding him as of late, he attracted quite a lot of attention to himself still. At that moment, a group of people was seen walking on the ancient road in the middle of Chess Peak. Many made way for them, seeing young Xiao and 8 of his juniors walking in their direction. They're here. Many turned their eyes at young Xiao and the others. The Celestial Dragon chess game was about to be opened. The group made it to a cliff at Chess Peak and slowly took to the air, saying, "The Celestial Dragon chess game was something left behind by our teacher, passed on to all 9 of us. As such, the game is one that has limitless changes, and it will now be laid out by all 9 of us. We present to you the Celestial Dragon chess game." Yang Xiao turned around and looked at the many elders standing on both sides of the cliff, saying, "Open." The elders from Chess St. Villa moved and went on to blast the huge cliff. Explosive rumble was heard all over the place in an instant, and dazzling lights were seen on top of the cliff as if it was something forged out of matrices. Many were found with startled looks on their faces. They never expected a matrix to be hidden in the cliff itself. The matrix shone increasingly bright, spreading out to the inside of the cliff. Beams of terrifying light shot out of the cliff from inside out. Countless cracks were seen on the cliff in an instant. Patterns lit up, and with a loud rumble, the rocks of the cliff turned to dust and dissipated. Blinding light shimmered in that very instant, which drew the eyes of many. The light emanated from a huge chessboard, which hovered in midair. Yang Xiao and his other juniors stepped forward and landed on the shimmering chessboard. Their bodies seemed to have melded with the board in an instant, being covered in light. This would be the Celestial Dragon chess game, one that all 9 of us brothers and sisters will hold together. Any of the invited ones are welcome to try to break the game. Yang Xiao stood on the chessboard and said, looking at everyone, "Of course, I advise all who intend to step onto the Celestial Dragon chess game to first break the 9 games prior. The pressure will prove too great to bear otherwise." Many eyes looked at Yang Xiao and the other 8 of his juniors. Who would be able to break a chess game held by the 9 students of the Chess Saint? No one moved, and everyone seemed to be hesitating. "I'll try." A voice was finally heard. Han Jing was seen stepping forward, and countless eyes gazed at him. Han Jing, the first to challenge the Celestial Dragon chess game. "Please," Yang Xiao said. "Please," Han Jing said, returning the courtesy. Yang Xiao waved his hand and placed a piece at the center of the board, containing incredibly terrifying power of rules. Han Jing waved his hand as well and placed his first piece. However, the second piece was placed by Li Kaishan, the second student of the Chess Saint. A streak of golden lightning seemed to have descended upon the board as he waved his hand, making all who were watching shudder. Is it that all 9 of the students of Celestial Dragon chess game place a piece each? Many asked themselves in silence, and they quickly got their answers to that question in no time. All of the first 9 moves were placed by all 9 students. An extremely violent power began to whip up on the board with just the 9 pieces placed, vaguely intending to devour all the might Han Jing had about him. Such incredible might! Many shuddered. It was no longer a simple chess game. It looked more like a battle fought through a chess game. Such a terrifying force was already whipped up with only 9 pieces placed by Yang Xiao and his people. Han Jing felt the looming might the most as he was the one playing it. He came to look incredibly serious as he kept placing his pieces. The pieces he placed seemed resonate with one another, intending to form a matrix. Both sides kept playing, and the number of pieces on the board grew. Sweat appeared on Han Jing's forehead. The chess game contained 9 types of great changes, as if it was played using different play styles. Worse still, every play style seemed to contain limitless changes, making it impossible to see through them. Whoosh! Sword aura whooshed about, and a sword matrix appeared on a corner of the chessboard, formed by the rules of the pieces. Han Jing wanted to place his piece there, but surprisingly, he was unable to do so. The piece was devoured by the sword aura before it even landed on the board. So this is the rules of chess battle of the Celestial Dragon chess game then? One which enables one to block the play style of the other. Everyone present shuddered. Han Jing was practically drenched in sweat. He held the piece in his hand, but had no idea where to place it. At that moment, he had only been able to feel overwhelming exhaustion and tired in his spiritual power. He waved his hand and placed another piece. Han Jing is going to lose, Some among the audience who were versed with the art of chess murmured to themselves. Han Jing had made a mistake under the huge pressure, which was one that should not have happened to him. At that moment, the fourth student of the chess saint placed a piece. Many shuddered the very second the piece landed on the board. A ferocious-looking bone dragon appeared on the chessboard, baring its fangs as it went for Han Jing. Han Jing went all pale, and with a grunt, spat blood onto the chessboard. He flashed and backed away from the chessboard, then sat down to restore his damaged mind and regenerate worn spiritual power. Many turned their eyes on that game. Several matrices were vaguely sensed to be on the verge of taking form, exuding terrifying powers which were forged by every single piece on the board. Uncle Yi Futian's experience was a dire and serious one, as he looked at Sage Wanxiang who had been standing by his side. Despite his startling rate of progress in the art of chess, that game was one he would have no chance at breaking. It was not an opinion formed out of having a low opinion of oneself, but one that originated in knowing one's place. Intricate. Sage Wanxiang praised. All 9 of these people were students of the chess saint, and as such, it is only natural for all of them to be experts in chess. All 9 of them laid out a game, and 9 different play styles were seen. Straightforward ones and twisty ones were all there. There was only a need for one person to simulate and predict the play styles before, but the difficulty of this one is truly several magnitudes of order higher. Furthermore, all 9 of them were playing in order, yet there were no rules saying that they had to actually play in a specific order. Yi Futian nodded. He was able to tell from the short game that everything about the art of chess written in the books was all in the game. All 9 students of the chess saint played in ways that were nothing short of godlike. Even Zhou Gongzi, who was seen fooling around all the time before, definitely sported very high-level proficiency at the art. A ruckus was heard from the crowd, and many turned their eyes where the ruckus came from. A figure walked toward the board from afar. Be it clothing or looks, the person did not look spectacular in any way, yet he exuded an incredibly unique air, which seemed to be a sense of self-confidence originating from the very core of his being. The angles of his face were sharp, and there was no expression on his face. His strides were steady, not too fast nor too slow, with every step identical to the other. Lu Zong. He is finally here. The number 1 among the younger generations of Shihua Sacred Mountain, Lu Zong, arrived the very day the Celestial Dragon chess game was opened. Senior. Imo Jun looked at that figure walking while shimmering with divine light. As far as looks went, even Imo Jun was more handsome than Lu Zong. Lu Zong lifted his head and looked up at Imo Jun, nodding at him as a gesture of acknowledgement. However, Lu Zong did not actually walk to where the Celestial Dragon chess game was. Instead, he walked up to the first game of the 9 games. He landed on the board and said, "Elder, if you'd please." "Very well," the old man said, and both began to play, which surprisingly attracted everyone's attention. The game between both of them looked very tranquil in comparison. Be it the old man or Lu Zong, none had any angst. What felt terrifying with the game was that the play style of the old man grew increasingly powerful as the game went, forming a matrix with the pieces, yet Lu Zong's play style looked extremely plain instead. However, the game that the old man played did not seem to pose any threat. Soon, the old man was cornered with no way to place his pieces adequately. He was slowly being cornered to the point of no return. He looked at the game before them and said, "Young people are truly ferocious. I admit defeat." "It has been an honor," Lu Zong said calmly, and then went on to challenge the second game. He played full out and beat all 9 games soon. The 9th game was the only one that proved somewhat threatening to him. Chapter 737. Countless eyes fell onto Lu Zong, the Lone Ranger genius. He broke all 9 chess games consecutively as soon as he arrived, before walking up to the Celestial Dragon chess game. Countless eyes fell onto Lu Zong, the Lone Ranger genius. He broke all 9 chess games consecutively as soon as he arrived, before walking up to the Celestial Dragon chess game. That is Lu Zong indeed. Father claimed that in this generation of the Eastern State, Lu Zong might just rank in the top 3, and it is extremely possible that he will become one of the leaders of the Eastern State in the future. At the moment, the bright eyes of Zhou Ziyi of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty fell onto Lu Zong. She looked on, hopeful, not knowing if that proud son from Shihua Sacred Mountain would be able to break the celestial dragon chess game or not. Zhou Zichao, Han Jing, Li Mu, Goddess Qingni, and the others all looked at Lu Zong. I'm here today to try my hand at the celestial dragon chess game. I seek your guidance, teachers, Lu Zong said calmly. Your reputation precedes you, Lu Zong of Shihua Sacred Mountain. You do look as extraordinary as you're rumored to be. Please, Yang Xiao said as he pointed. Lu Zong took his steps and went on to the celestial dragon chess game hanging in the middle of the air. Please, Lu Zong said. Yang Xiao nodded and began to place his pieces. His first piece was placed onto the very same spot as when he played against Han Jing before. Lu Zong then waved without hesitation. The power of rules turned into a black piece and fell down onto a spot. Everyone's eyes were on the game. Both sides played very quickly. Be it the 9 students of the chess saint or Lu Zong, none of them showed any hesitation as they placed their pieces. They traded blows intensely, and before long, a good number of pieces were seen on the chessboard. A powerful aura of rules washed all over the chessboard. Lu Zong looked as if he was being surrounded and attacked by 9 mighty ones, just standing where he was. Despite his circumstance, he remained composed. His pieces were dropped in a firm, powerful manner. His play style had limitless changes to it, and when faced with 9 different play style changes, he had actually come to divide his way of playing into 9 different styles to counter his opponents, which spoke volume of his frightening capacity at the art. Fame is held by those who are formidable. I'm inferior compared to Lu Zong. Han Jing had opened his eyes to focus on the game and felt inferior. Many took a look at Han Jing, feeling that he had an extraordinary temperament for being able to admit that in front of everyone. Still, it was not all that humiliating to admit one's inferiority when compared to Lu Zong. While many geniuses had gathered there was no one who would be able to claim themselves superior compared to Lu Zong. Manifesting 9 different changes in play styles to play against 9 top-class players at chess all on his own, and furthermore, every single play style was developed to counter a specific style of his opponent. This Lu Zong fellow must have been trained in a variety of arts, Sage Wanxiang said softly as he gazed at the game. He had not expected for them to encounter such extraordinary people as soon as they ventured outside the barren state. Yi Futian was indeed right to have them come out of the barren state and open their eyes. Only by doing so would the students of the younger generation have been able to develop a greater motivation to further their training. The batch of students of the Holy Ji Palace who had just emerged from the Sage Hall was the best barren state had to offer. Yi Futian nodded. He had been steeped in his training in the art of chess for the past month, but having seen both sides trade blows personally, he was definitely unable to say that he would be able to do better than Lu Zong if he was the one playing the celestial dragon chess game. An extremely terrifying phenomenon appeared on the chessboard. Sword aura tore through the space with golden flashes of axes cutting down everything. Multiple matrix-based powers burst on the board, creating terrifying scenes. Lu Zong stood in the middle and remained unfazed. He had the protection of golden light all over him. One was able to vaguely see multiple golden arms extending like a 1,000-armed Buddha, resisting the pressure from the game itself. Mo Jun looked at his senior play against the other side quietly, learning Lu Zong's ways. The level his senior was at was not something he could even dream of. He remembered his teacher saying that Lu Zong had read all kinds of old books and collections within 3 years after enrolling into the sacred ground. He spent another 3 years melding his acquired knowledge and putting it to good use. He had an encyclopedic level of knowledge and learned just about all there was to learn, including martial arts, music, chess, literature, and painting. There was hardly anything Lu Zong was not good at. He even went to develop comprehension of Buddhist sutras, deriving the essence of various masters, filling himself with knowledge. While there had been times where Mo Jun grew jealous of his senior, he remained more impressed by his senior than anything else. Mo Jun attempted to mimic Lu Zong for a time, but quickly found himself as not having enough mental energy to keep up, and was unable to learn all there was to learn. He gave up eventually, as talent was not something that could be mimicked. The battle on the chessboard came to be incredibly intense. Violent storms howled everywhere, and at that moment, every piece placed would have given birth to attacks of rules, looking like the forces of nature at work. It was a tremendously frightening scene to behold. Lu Zong's expression grew increasingly serious, and he no longer looked to be as carefree and nonchalant as before. He focused his gaze on the chessboard and ignored attacks of rules. The entire game had melded into a single entity at the moment, and he felt as if he had been wrapped in all of it. Every step became very taxing, and the speed at which he placed his piece turned increasingly sluggish as well. He finally stopped after quite a while, unable to place his piece. He then said, "Impressive. I admit defeat." Yang Xiao waved, and the pieces on the celestial dragon chess game disappeared right there and then. The terrifying phenomenon disappeared, and everything turned quiet again. He looked at Lu Zong and said, "It was a very impressive feat for a person who played the celestial dragon chess game for the first time to get this far." Everyone nodded in agreement. No one thought Lu Zong's defeat to be a humiliating one. He was playing against the 9 students of the chess saint. After all, the game was also one left behind by the chess saint. It spoke volumes of Lu Zong's strength being able to get that far. Lu Zong was probably the very best of all who had played the game. His progress was so impressive that no one seemed to be able to surpass him. Our eldest brother here was right. It was very commendable of you to have been able to come this far. In time, you will be able to break the celestial dragon chess game. The game is now open to all and will be open for the coming 3 months until it is broken, Li Kaishan, second student of the chess saint, said. It was apparent that he had great hopes for Lu Zong. It was said that he was the one who had invited Lu Zong to come break the game in the first place. Lu Zong nodded in agreement and walked away from the chessboard, heading towards the corner where Imo Jun and the people of Shihua Sacred Mountain were. "Senior," Imo Jun called, "you should give it a try, brother. The game is an immensely intriguing one. Maybe you will learn something from it," Lu Zong said. "Indeed." Imo Jun nodded and walked towards the chessboard. He ended up being defeated just like his senior. "Aren't you going to try it out?" Sage Wanxiang looked at Futian and asked. Yang Xiao claims that to break the celestial dragon chess game, one needs to first learn the ways of the other 9 chess game. My current proficiency in the art says that it's still too soon for me to challenge the game. I will definitely end up defeated if I play it now. Futian had become an incredibly adept player of chess after spending days learning the art of chess, yet he knew where he stood at the moment. The celestial dragon chess game was still not one he would be able to break. "I'll go learn more about the other 9 games," Futian said before walking to the chessboard of the first elder. "You again?" The elder saw Futian and said. "I seek your guidance, elder." Futian cupped his hands and said with a smile. The elder said nothing else, waving his arm, and began playing instead. Futian was no longer hesitant. He placed his piece immediately when it was his turn to do so. That game progressed very quickly between the two of them. The elder's eyes sparkled after a while, and he looked at Futian. He knew before that Futian had intentionally lost in order to learn his ways at chess. So, he is finally playing for real now? The elder thought. He was interested to see how much Futian progressed. The elder began taking him seriously. Matrices began appearing on the game. A golden cauldron seemed to take form soon. However, Futian did not go about breaking his opponent's formation again and again like he last did. Instead, they traded blows instead. At the moment, he put himself in the middle of the chessboard and was surrounded by starlight. The layers spread out and went on to crush everything standing in their way. He had taken to countering his opponent's offense with offense, developing a truly formidable play style. The pieces of both sides slaughtered each other on the board. Violent rumbles came from the chessboard, forming terrifying power of storms. The storm of stars permeated the space. When Futian placed his next piece, the power of stars burst into extremely overbearing power and crushed the cauldron. The pieces of that old man crumbled right there and then on the board, which then disappeared into nothingness one after another. The old man's expression looked rather pale as he stared at the board. "It has been a pleasure, elder," Futian cupped his hands and said. The elder lifted his head and took a look at Futian, then nodded slightly. "The youngsters are truly frightening. There is simply nothing I can pick on with Futian's playstyle now." Futian walked to the next game beside the one he just played and ended up victorious as well. Futian played one game after another just like Lu Zong did a while ago. He broke 8 games consecutively. It was not until the 9th game that he was subjected to immense pressure, but he was eventually able to break the game nonetheless. Many looked at Futian, astonished. While there were many mighty ones gathering at Chess Peak that day, few were capable of breaking all 9 games. Futian had managed to become one in the handful of people who could, and it was only natural that he caught the attention of everyone present. He is Futian, Palace Lord of the sacred ground of the barren state, and he came to his current position as a noble. He broke 6 games consecutively when he first came to Chess Peak, playing in an extremely ugly manner. But that was probably due to someone behind him directing his moves. He has trained his moves at Chess Peak for the past few days, and he never won a single game. Yet today, he actually broke all 9 games, someone said as they looked at him with surprised eyes, feeling his case to be an intriguing one. There was probably someone guiding him as he learned, and probably some mighty one from the sacred ground of the barren state. But it was nonetheless a commendable feat to be able to break all 9 games using proper play styles. It is obvious that he truly learned how to play chess and made frightening progress in the art. This noble palace lord from the sacred ground of the barren state is intriguing indeed. Many talked amongst themselves. Futian did not go straight to trying his hand at the celestial dragon chess game after he broke all 9 games. He went back to his seat and sat cross-legged instead, pondering in a serious manner. He had run into some trouble with the 9th game, and it took him great effort to break through. He came to learn something from those troubles. There were many who attempted to break the chess games afterward. There were people challenging the 9 games, as well as the celestial dragon chess game. However, the celestial dragon chess game remained an immutable one. Everyone's attention, including Lu Zong's, was caught every time someone went to challenge the celestial dragon chess game. He remained observant of the game. He suddenly came to develop some thoughts. He closed his eyes and ran simulations in his mind. His eyes flashed after a while, and he looked in Yang Zhao's direction, asking, given that the celestial dragon chess game was laid out by 9 people, is it possible to have 9 people break the game simultaneously? It is possible. Yang Zhao nodded. Is there anyone who will be willing to break the game with me? Lu Zong looked at the people around him and asked. Emo Jun stood out and said, let me give you a hand, senior. Very well. Lu Zong nodded. I'd like to try as well, Han Jing said. He admitted that he was inferior compared to Lu Zong, but he, nonetheless, had some attachment to the celestial dragon chess game. As such, wanting to try it out with Lu Zong. We shall participate as well, Zhou Zi said. Zhou Zi Chao, beside her, nodded slightly. Li Mu, Goddess Qingni and others joined one after another. 8 top-class players gathered around quickly. Would you be interested in this attempt? Lu Zong turned his eyes to Futian. Futian's actions in breaking the 9 games caught his attention. He did not care how Futian was able to do so, and whether or not Futian was being guided by someone. He cared only about the outcome. Futian took a look at Lu Zong, before smiling and saying, very well then. He did not mind joining forces with the others to see what changes awaited them at the game. Chapter 738. All 9 of them stepped onto the celestial dragon chess game. Countless eyes on Chess Peak looked at them in mere moments. All 9 of them stepped onto the celestial dragon chess game. Countless eyes on Chess Peak looked at them in mere moments. Lu Zong invited the 9 and stepped onto the game. Is this going to be better than just him playing alone? All of you please find your own opponents while I will take control of things in general, Lu Zong said. Everyone nodded and picked their opponents, standing on the chessboard. Let's begin, Lu Zong said. Yang Zhao nodded and waved his arm, bringing a piece down onto the board. Lu Zong countered, and then Li Kaishan dropped his second piece. Emo Jun, who was right beside Lu Zong, placed the second piece of their side as well. 18 people played one game at the same time. 18 power of rules of varying strengths permeated the entire board. Futian picked Zhou Gongzi as his opponent. Zhou Gongzi found the choice rather funny, yet he had no intentions of going easy on him, playing as carefully as he could. If one looks at things separately, it seems as if all 9 of them are playing their own games. However, all 9 on Yang Zhao's side are playing as one. All 9 from that side play in a single formation. Lu Zong must have been able to tell what they were doing, and as such, attempted to break the game in a similar manner. Now, his play style remains the highest throughout the entire game, keeping his opponents in check. Things will get very intriguing, someone who was knowledgeable about chess said. The game became obvious quickly. All 9 from Lu Zong's side attempted to counter the play style of a player from the other side to keep their opponent's formations in check. Even though there were times where things looked grim on their side, Lu Zong covered it by looking at the entire game in general. There were even times where Lu Zong simply gave directions as to where to place one's piece. Terrifying aura began to appear on the celestial dragon chess game. Futian was in the thick of things, surrounded by sword aura, as if he was caught in a powerful sword matrix. However, his pieces manifested powerful rules of stars, sealing all sword aura in a particular location while cutting it off from the other matrices. Violent auras whipped about on the celestial dragon chess game. Things looked terrifying, but Lu Zong and the others remained standing toe-to-toe with their opponents. This truly works. The eyes of the spectators turned sharp. Even the 9 who were playing the game were intensely focused, putting all of their energy into the game. The chess battle grew increasingly intense. At that moment, Yang Xiao placed a piece and a terrifying force appeared on the chessboard, breaking the deadlock and returned the scattered game into a single form, as if a true dragon had just coiled on the board, waiting to strike with deadly force. Lu Zong's expression turned unusually severe. He placed yet another piece and split the formations into 9 again, breaking Yang Xiao's placement. Many could not help but gasp in awe. That move was really a godly one. However, a path was carved out as soon as Li Kaishan placed his piece. Many black pieces were devoured immediately. Imo Jun lifted his hand with an incredibly severe expression. He laid his eyes on a spot and was about to place his piece. Not there. Go 5/8 instead. Lu Zong interrupted Imo Jun. Imo Jun's eyes sparkled, finding Lu Zong's move to be a more intricate one. The piece was placed and several pieces of their opponents were gobbled up. Bravo! The expression of the spectators looked severe, as if they themselves were playing the game. Even the elders from the Chess Saint Villa all fixed their gaze on the game. Things were getting too interesting to miss. Yang Xiao's wife placed her next piece right afterward. A very obvious threat was seen on the board, as black clouds loomed over things. It seemed as if every piece to be placed from then on was imbued with decisive killer moves. Zhou Zi lifted her arm and hesitated. Go 6/3, Lu Zong said. Zhou Zi nodded and did as she was told, without doubt, placing her piece where Lu Zong told her to. The pressure was reduced somewhat right afterward. The 4th, 5th, 6th students of the Chess Saint placed their pieces respectively, all of which were capable of deciding the outcome of the game. The killer moves were getting increasingly powerful and the pressure on the chessboard grew increasingly terrifying. Lu Zong even gave up on some pieces. It was as if he was severing an arm to keep himself alive, to keep their game afloat. Forces vaguely gathered on their side, and from the perspective of the entire game, his side had too already come to have something tangible. Any mistakes from their opponents would have been exploited, turning the tables and gobbling up their opponents. All they were waiting for was simply a chance. Other than Lu Zong, all players on Lu Zong's side were on guard and on edge. They felt rather elated and looked forward to how things would have turned out further. Will we be able to break the celestial dragon chess game this time? When Zhou Gongzi placed his piece, the entire game seemed to have been revitalized. Sword aura circled about on the chessboard, vaguely taking the form of a dragon, taking apart everything that stood in its way. Things turned when that piece was placed, as if everything had been set in that very moment. Terrifying pressure was brought to bear on the 9 on Lu Zong's side. All of them felt an extremely dangerous aura looming about, as if they were about to be devoured at any given moment, and it would have been game over for them all. The next piece became incredibly crucial. Countless eyes were locked onto Futian. He activated freedom meditation at the moment, feeling caught in the middle of a terrifying battlefield. He felt as if he was at the very center of a storm with a true dragon looming right above him. Every single scale on that dragon seemed to be the sharpest blade ever made, all of which would have rained down on him at any given moment. While it seemed as if their opponent would take more time to gather their forces, the odds were actually stacked against them, as their opponent had been waiting to strike. All eyes were on Futian, including Lu Zong, Zhou Zi, and the others who were playing. The pressure on the chessboard was frightening. It was as if it would bring everything crashing down on their heads at any given moment. Yi Futian sighed deeply as he raised his hand. A piece was materialized and was prepared to be placed. Go 7 by 9, Lu Zong said, keeping Yi Futian from placing the piece. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, and he looked at the spot. A chessboard appeared in his mind. The very game before him manifested in his mind. If the piece was placed on the very spot Lu Zong told him to place it, their side would be able to gather massive force. Magnificent! Zhou Zichao and the others praised in awe. That spot Lu Zong suggested was no doubt the best spot to place a piece at that time. However, Yi Futian hesitated in placing the piece as told. A feeling welled up inside him. If that piece were to be placed right there, it might have looked as if the odds would be on their side, but it would have also plunged them all into an abyss that they could never recover from, costing them the game right there and then. What are you hesitating for? Zhou Zi asked Yi Futian. The spot that Lu Zong told him to place his piece was definitely the best spot. There was no doubt about it, yet Yi Futian continued doubting it. The others turned to look at Yi Futian as well, not knowing what was there to hesitate about. No, the piece cannot be placed there, Yi Futian said. Many at Chess Peak looked baffled as soon as he said that. Yi Futian actually said that a place designated by Lu Zong was not good? That is the best spot to place the piece no matter how you look at it. However, Yi Futian remained hesitant, not wanting to place that piece there. Many frowned. Is he trying to make a statement here? Saying he is different from everyone else or something? Sage Wanxiang gazed at the game and ran simulations as well in his mind. He also made a postulation that the spot Yi Futian was about to place his piece was a trap. Yi Futian was indeed correct. That spot looked to be an intricate move, yet it was one that could not be used. While he had yet to be able to find out precisely why it was so, it nonetheless looked to be a move that seemed incredibly advantageous at the moment. The Celestial Dragon chess game was indeed an intricate, profound game like none other. He was troubled just by placing one piece, and that move also went on to misguide everyone watching the game. Even Lu Zong thought it best to place a piece there. Is there any other place more suitable than that one? Han Jing said, just place it. Yi Futian shook his head lightly. What do you mean by that? Zhou Zi looked at Yi Futian and asked doubtfully. Go. Yi Futian moved his hand and dropped the piece. Countless eyes gazed at the spot the piece was placed on. The pupils of many people dilated as they stared at Yi Futian. That spot was not the spot that Lu Zong asked him to place his piece on. Worse still, the piece seemed to have been wasted placed on such a spot. Lu Zong looked at Yi Futian. Everyone on the chessboard stared at Yi Futian as well. Yang Zhao's eyes looked deeply at him as well, before he waved and placed another piece. That piece went on to devour a small area. The tables had been truly turned against Lu Zong's side. Many awoke from that move and stopped thinking about the piece placed by Yi Futian. The game was still on. However, their loss seemed to have been inevitable. Several rounds later, many pieces on Lu Zong's side were devoured. Yang Xiao and his people continued to spread their influence, and eventually, they won. Lu Zong and the other 8 with him eventually lost the game. They were unable to break the Celestial Dragon chess game. Countless eyes turned to the game. The loss had been a soft one. From the looks of how the battle went, it was truly a battle between two sides of equal caliber, and it looked incredibly stunning. It was a pity that no one was able to break the Celestial Dragon chess game just yet. Many could not help but recall the piece that Yi Futian placed. If he were to place his piece according to Lu Zong's advice, what would have actually happened? Would they have broken the Celestial Dragon chess game? No one knew for sure, but the outcome was set. There was nothing anyone could have done to reverse it. Lu Zong looked at the game before turning around and leaving, saying nothing more. The others remained standing on the chessboard, staring at what lied before them, feeling rather frustrated. Cold eyes locked onto Yi Futian. The eyes belonged to Lu Zong's junior, Imo Jun, of Shihua Sacred Mountain, as well as Zhou Zi of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Li Mu, Han Jing, and Goddess Qingni all looked at Yi Futian as well. Their gazes, however, were comparatively peaceful ones. You went against Lu Zong's will just to show off your own, didn't you? Zhou Zi said coldly. She felt that they were near breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game at that very turn, and everything had been ruined by just one move. Her mood was extremely bad. Yi Futian looked at Zhou Zi's cold eyes and replied calmly, if the piece were to be placed there, we would have been defeated even quicker and the defeat would have been even more humiliating. Is that so? Zhou Zi wore a sarcastic smirk on her face and said coldly, so you're saying that you're better at chess than Lu Zong? Yi Futian did not answer. The game was over. No one knew what would have happened if that piece was placed as Lu Zong intended, and thus, there was nothing to explain. Don't you have any clue where your proficiency in the art of chess is? Zhou Zi continued to jab sarcastically before taking her leave. Zhou Zichao glanced at Yi Futian plainly as well. Palace Lord Yi. Mo Jun's eyes turned to Yi Futian at that moment. He recalled how Yi Futian played before and found it astonishing that Yi Futian actually doubted his senior. Do you know how to play chess? Mo Jun's voice was a peaceful one, yet the sarcasm beneath it was unmistakably thicker. Yi Futian looked at Mo Jun, who then said, It is quite a feat for you, Palace Lord Yi, to come all the way here to join in the fun. We at Shihua Sacred Mountain will be holding the 9-state forum soon. If Palace Lord Yi likes being at fun places so much, I can ask my teacher to allow you to bring your people to the event and watch from the grandstands. Chapter 739. Yi Futian wore a funny expression as he looked at Mo Jun. Yi Futian wore a funny expression as he looked at Mo Jun. Does he really think that we would have been able to win if that piece were placed where Lu Zong said to? Or rather, is he venting all that frustration from losing the game on me? Yi Futian smiled and looked at Mo Jun, saying, I'm here all the way from the barren state, and I respect the sacred grounds of all the other states. I'm also curious what the students of the sacred ground of the eastern state are like as well. But now, I'm sorry to say I feel rather disappointed. He turned around and left as soon as he finished, not bothering to argue with Mo Jun further. A spark was seen in Mo Jun's eyes as he stared at Yi Futian with a dumbfounded expression. It was apparent that he felt surprised. Sage Wanxiang and the others glanced at Mo Jun coldly, then Sage Wanxiang added, The 9-state forum was named as such due to it being an event involving all 9 states. Can the event truly be called such a name if the barren state were to be absent? It would be a sign of discourtesy on Shihua Sacred Mountain, the sacred ground of the eastern state, if the barren state were to not be invited to the event. We at the barren state will reflect on ourselves and progress further despite the slight. But as a student of a saint of Shihua Sacred Mountain, you actually dared to suggest a sacred ground of the barren state simply watch from the stands, and you dared behave so disrespectfully to a palace lord of a sacred ground. You might be proud of such behavior yourself, but the world will think less of your teachers because of what you did. As such, I advise you to choose your words wisely. As for chess, the Celestial Dragon chess game is right before your eyes. If you think you know the game so well, feel free to break it and show the world that you truly know how to play chess. Mo Jun glared at Sage Wanxiang. The guests from the barren state jabbed at him sarcastically and mercilessly, yet he had nothing to say back to them. Mo Jun smiled and recomposed himself before bowing and saying, It is my fault for being discourteous. I shall take this to be a lesson and be more aware of my actions. Everyone turned their eyes at Mo Jun. His behavior at the moment befitted that of a student of a saint. He apologized instead of lashing out in rage at the other party's words. Sage Wanxiang said nothing further and left the scene. The Celestial Dragon chess game remained. Countless eyes gazed at the crowd on top of Chess Peak. The inability of Lu Zong and the other 8 top-tier players at chess at breaking the game spoke volumes of the Celestial Dragon chess game's ferocity. It seemed that the Celestial Dragon chess game was not something that could be broken with just a single day's effort. As for the matter with Yi Futian, it was regarded as little more than a side story. No one knew what the outcome would have been if Yi Futian simply placed that piece as he had been told. But the attitude of Zhou Zi and Mo Jun spoke clearly of the status of the barren state among the 9 states. Despite Yi Futian being one of the younger generations, he was still a palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state. None of them would have dared spoken in such a manner if it had been a representative of a sacred ground of other states. The attitude seen in a person's words and actions would say a lot about the status of the one being addressed. Of course, Lu Zong did not chastise Yi Futian. He said nothing even though Yi Futian ended up not placing that piece as told. From that point alone, his bearing and depth of virtue had naturally been leagues above that of Mo Jun. Yi Futian walked to a remote area of Chess Peak. Sage Wanxiang and the others all followed him. Sage Wanxiang then said, "Why not try again? It won't do any good. While I've made a lot of progress learning how to play chess, I still know where I stand. My current level says that I have no chance at breaking that game," Futian said. "Doesn't seem like you to be giving up so easily," Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said. Hua Jieyu walked to Futian's side, and he seemed rather solemn. Was he affected by Jun's words? Not quite. Just look at how long I've been playing chess. Yang Xiao and the other 8 are students of the chess saint. It's completely normal for me to be unable to break it. Futian smiled while shaking his head. Well, Jun's words might have been very irritating, but it shows the predicament the barren state is facing at the moment. The Holy Ji Palace is still a sacred ground of the barren state, yet a student of a saint actually insulted us by saying that we were only fit to watch from the grandstands. While he was definitely discourteous, it still reflects what people of other states think about the barren state. The load is heavy and the road is long indeed. Sage Wanxiang added, "We wouldn't have chosen you to become the palace lord otherwise, would we?" Futian smiled. The act of the previous palace lord, choosing Futian to be his heir, was a gamble in itself. Dozhan, the sword demon, or any of the other lords would have been able to simply take the place of palace lord. Futian was, after all, still a noble. However, the previous palace lord knew of the barren state's status, and he had a strong sense of crisis. He would not have placed the will of the Holy Ji Palace on Bai Luli, hoping for him to grow quickly otherwise. Yeah. Futian nodded. He looked up at the sky and said, "Didn't we venture outside of the barren state just so we could grow stronger?" He smiled and added, "I'll remain behind at Chess Peak to continue learning about the game. There is no need for any of you to be concerned." "Will do." Wanxiang nodded. Futian had been through a lot back in the barren state and naturally would not get upset over some trivial matters. He was simply thinking about things. Jun's attitude probably said more than Jun himself. It also spoke volume about the sacred ground Jun trained in, as well as how the other states looked at the barren state. That was the pressure Futian faced at the moment. Everyone else but Hua Jieyu and Yusheng left. Hua Jieyu remained by his side while Yusheng sat behind nonchalantly with Yuan Hong. The other side of Chess Peak was still bustling. There were many geniuses who attempted to break the celestial dragon chess game. None succeeded, yet there was always someone from the crowd trying. Lu Zong remained there still, but he did not continue breaking the game. He simply sat there and learned. A day passed quickly and Yang Xiao announced that they were done for the day. The crowd dispersed gradually. Yang Xiao and his people left as well, while the chessboard remained hanging in midair, shining brilliantly and emanating mystical aura like some mystical treasure. Many mighty ones from the chess Saint Villa stood guard over the chessboard, but none dared do anything untoward against it. While rumors had it that the chess saint was about to pass, none were certain that the saint was indeed going to pass on. No one dared pull anything funny in a saint's domain. Furthermore, even if the chess saint was truly not present, Yang Xiao was still a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking of the sage and saint ranking. Futian did not leave. He continued training on one of the stone platforms on Chess Peak. The sky turned dark and many left one after another, with only the mighty ones guarding the chessboard. Futian remained sitting on the platform quietly, recalling the game that had been played earlier that day. He felt rather exhausted after having run the simulations for quite a while. He opened his eyes and gazed at the sky before him. The chessboard was still there, and it continued to shine brilliantly with a mystical sheen. He activated freedom meditation and felt as if he was seeing what had taken place during the day. 18 people standing on the chessboard at the same time. Pieces placed on the board one after another. The scenes continued to be played in his mind. At that moment, rustles of the world tree within his life palace were heard. Lines crisscrossed above the tree and something appeared. Those lines vaguely manifested into a chessboard. The images in his mind came to be played directly on that board itself. Futian seemed to have felt something. His expression changed a little bit, and he closed his eyes once again, sending his consciousness back into the life palace. At that moment, his silhouette seemed to have appeared in his life palace, looking at the chessboard. Changes took place on the chessboard. All 18 silhouettes seemed to have been projected directly in his mind. Interesting. Futian sported an amused expression. He never expected a chessboard to appear in his life palace. Chapter 740. Futian looked at the chessboard in his life palace. The world tree swayed with swooshing sounds again, signaling that the board had become yet another of his life spirits. Futian looked at the chessboard in his life palace. The world tree swayed with swooshing sounds again, signaling that the board had become yet another of his life spirits. It had been quite a while since he had last constructed a life spirit using freedom meditation, and the reason behind it was he had been second-guessing himself. All the life spirits he had within him covered all the elements. He even had a spirit-type life spirit, the Guqin spirit. Emperor Yi Qing then bestowed him with another life spirit, and that enabled him to have two spirit-type life spirits. As such, Futian had been thinking that since he had gotten all elements covered with all his life spirits, he should not have been able to construct yet another one. That was until one of said life spirits was destroyed. However, it went without saying that he had never attempted such a thing. To have a life spirit destroyed was to damage one's roots. Even if he were to be put into a situation where he was near death and there was no way out of his predicament, it was something so crazy that he would not have dared pull off, even though he might have such thoughts at such moments. And yet, another life spirit emerged, and it was one that did not absorb the powers of the world to do so. The life spirit simply emerged in his life palace. He thought that it might have been due to the fact that the chess spirit that emerged was one without a corresponding element. He had no idea if the chess spirits of others carried elements, but the one before his eyes was devoid of any elemental powers. Regardless, it did not matter. The emergence of the chess spirit enabled him to spend less spiritual power on imagining the games in his mind. Furthermore, it also enabled him to run simulations in a more accurate manner. He flashed, and his consciousness appeared on the chessboard. The game began to change. He stood in Lu Zong's shoes instead of his own to look at the entire game. Observing the game from another perspective enabled him to acquire yet another kind of experience. Lu Zong was indeed a genius at chess, and it seemed that he indeed was able to pull the best moves. Futian continued switching his perspectives afterward, going on to stand in the shoes of Yang Lan, Li Kaishan, and the other 9 students of the chess saint, observing their way of playing and how the game unfolded. It was a totally new feeling for him. Interlocking matrix. Futian walked around on the chessboard. He was able to see in greater clarity after a while. In the world of martial arts, there was no way that the way of chess would have been something simple. The way of chess and matrices were interconnected, simulating matrices using a game of chess, making playing a game of chess seem like laying out a matrix. Every single one of the 9 students was laying out their own matrices, which meant that there were 9 matrices. However, all 9 matrices were interlocked instead of existing independently, merging one's matrix with that of the other, enabling attacks and defenses to be pulled in a single move, thus making it invincible. Such was the true essence of the celestial dragon chess game. Lu Zong was an impeccable genius. He seemed to have realized that very trait of the game, and as such, had gone on to use their powers to restrain the 9 matrices, employing 9 different play styles. At the same, Lu Zong himself served as the core of such workings, enabling the matrices to truly fuse. After all, they were incapable of merging as one single mind, unlike the 9 students who laid out the matrices, who were the students of the chess saint. While all 9 of the students had 9 different play styles, they seemed to work as one at the same time, without a clear distinction between one another. Looking from their perspective, the 9 who were playing then were destined to lose. The interlocking matrix needed to be broken if there was to be any way to break the game. However, the 9 matrices were interlocked in such ways that there was hardly any weaknesses to be found. How are we going to get through this? Futian then recalled the piece that Lu Zong had in place during the day. His thoughts went into overdrive, and the pieces on the board flew about in great speed, turning into how it had been back then. He placed the piece as per Lu Zong's instructions. From a certain perspective, placing the piece at such a location was a godlike move, a move which forcefully tore a rift in the formation of matrices of the opponent. It was no surprise why Zhou Zi and the others glared at Futian furiously back then. They knew the intricacies behind that very spot. He then switched to Yang Zhao's place, wanting to see how he would have placed the next piece. He He waved his arm and the game began to unfold at great speeds per his will, where a myriad of changes appeared on the board. Futian finally stopped, and he then looked at one of the spots with a startled expression. So this is how it is, eh? He finally knew where that sense of crisis originated from. He had never expected the game to have one such lethal move hidden away. That one move was simply unbelievably frightening. Is there actually a way out of this game? Futian observed the changes of the game closely, finding the interlocking matrices actually resembled the 9 games laid out by the old men, somewhat as if the game he was playing now evolved from those other games. Yet all 9 were interconnected, bringing a power more frightening than the 9 games combined to bear. Futian continued studying the game and ran the simulations in a frenzy. The pieces changed at great speeds, with changes seen every single moment, and all of the changes were etched into Futian's mind. That enabled the quality of his play style to process at breakneck speeds, as if he had read and comprehended all books of the way of chess in one single night. First light appeared before he knew it. Futian opened his eyes. The bits of mist and dew had wet his clothes. Futian looked at Hua Jieyu, who was sitting by his side, and smiled gently. Yuan Hong and Yu Shang were sitting cross-legged and training behind them. Other than them, there were also a handful of people who had stayed at Chess Peak the entire time. Futian extended his hand and brushed the hair on Hua Jieyu's forehead. Hua Jieyu slowly opened her eyes and turned to Futian, smiling gently as she did. "You're awake," Futian said gently. "I never slept. I was meditating all the while," Hua Jieyu replied softly. "How about you? What are you feeling?" "I'm fine. I was able to get a better understanding of the celestial dragon chess game, but it was still a difficult thing to break it. I'm even wondering if I'll get a chance to do so," Futian said. The emergence of the chess spirit was not to say that his play style had evolved to such a standard that it would have continued evolving without him having to train. That would have been ridiculous. It simply meant that he had become better at comprehending the way of chess. He had achieved more in that one single night than he had studying the days prior. "Is there anything you can't do?" Hua Jieyu's eyes were smiling. They seemed to carry blind faith in Futian's abilities. "True indeed. I'm able to kidnap the fox after all. There is hardly anything I can't get done," Futian quipped playfully, earning him a glare from Hua Jieyu. The sun rose gradually as the new day unfolded before them. More and more people came up to the mountain. Chess Peak was once again a rowdy place. Many were discussing if there was a chance of breaking the celestial dragon chess game. There perhaps was no way to break the game even after 3 months had passed. It was, after all, something left behind by the chess saint, and it was no surprise that there was still no one capable of breaking it. Zhou Zichao, Zhou Zi, Han Jing, and the others arrived one after another. They saw the chessboard as well as Futian, who was near the board. They glanced at him plainly, probably still rather irked over what happened the day before. After all, they felt that they had been close to breaking the game. If they were to do it all over again, there was no way Yang Xiao and the others would have given them another chance. Yang Xiao and the others arrived as well, walking to where the crowd was. He was seen smiling and saying, "This is the second day. All are welcome to try to break the game at any moment." They stepped onto the dazzling chessboard after that, waiting for someone to break through it. However, there was no one who was in a hurry to do anything. Everyone knew that as of that moment, Lu Zong was the only one who proved capable of doing anything against the celestial dragon chess game. Anyone else would have been able to do little but try. Lu Zong, Mo Jun, and the others from Shihua Sacred Mountain arrived, and all eyes were on Lu Zong. He stood where he stood the day before. Mo Jun stood below, and the others from Shihua Sacred Mountain stood silently behind. "We have been able to threaten the game with 9 working in formation. Lu Zong, are we going to try again today?" Zhou Zi said as she turned to look in Lu Zong's direction. The 9 students of the chess saint are of one mind. 9 different play styles, and yet they look like one. Even if we were to try again, it would still be difficult to break the game. Lu Zong said, "I will not be playing the game today." He was there on that day to watch. If there had not been some accidents, there would still be a chance for us. If we were to replace him with another, we might still stand a chance, Zhou Zi said. That accident she was talking about was naturally Futian. Many instantly turned their eyes to Futian. Lu Zong glanced at Futian. He had reviewed the game after going back the day before. He had doubts about things. While there was still deliberations to be made regarding if that move of his had been correct or not, he had too felt a danger lurking somewhere. However, he had not been able to figure out where that sense of crisis originated from. He took all the steps Yang Xiao would have taken next into consideration, but he had not been able to be certain of where Yang Xiao would have actually placed the next piece. Yi Futian looked at Zhou Zi, Hua Jieyu, Yu Shang, and the others were rather irked. That girl had been accusing Yi Futian since the day before, and went on to bring the issue up again. The person she meant to replace was Yi Futian. Out of the 9 who played yesterday, your play style was the worst. It was full of weaknesses, Yi Futian said as he looked at Zhou Zi. His voice was calm, without even the slightest tinge of anger. He was simply making a statement as he saw it. Having reviewed all the play styles of everyone the night before, he had indeed found Zhou Zi's moves to be the worst. If it had not been for Lu Zong covering up for her again and again, they would have lost a lot sooner. Zhou Zi turned her eyes at Yi Futian and said with a displeased look, "So you're blaming me for the loss we suffered then?" "Of course not." Yi Futian shook his head. "It was a game played by all 9 of us on one side, and the loss was because of all 9 of us. Everyone had a part in failing the game, which meant it was naturally not the mistakes of any one individual. But your play style was indeed the worst out of the 9. The strength of the Celestial Dragon chess game lied within all 9 players playing as one, complementing each other and melding 9 play styles into one. However, they never had such trust in each other to begin with. They were doomed to fail right from the very beginning." Many looked at Yi Futian dumbfounded. His voice was a calm, light-hearted one, yet it carried certainty within like none other. It was as if his words were nothing but the truth. Zhou Zi glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. "He actually comes back and bites me in the face, accusing my play style to be worst in front of everyone." However, that calm, tranquil attitude seemed to be one making a conclusion, as if what he said was the very truth. "What do you base your words on?" Imo Jun looked at Yi Futian and said. Yi Futian turned to look at Imo Jun and said calmly, "Try it out and you'll know." He had not responded to Zhou Zi the day before, and he did not argue with Imo Jun over anything. He indeed had not placed that piece per Lu Zong's instructions, and on the surface, it seemed that he was the one who caused the loss they suffered as the game went on, even though there was no way they would have won. It was completely normal for them to be irked. However, Zhou Zi brought the matter up again that day, and went on to diss him further and repeatedly. If he, the palace lord of the sacred ground of the barren state, were to simply let her continue doing so, no one would be impressed of his generosity. They would have simply joked about the palace lord of the sacred ground of the barren state being an incompetent fool. Chapter 741. Many eyes fell onto Yi Futian. Is he trying to challenge Zhou Zi to a chess battle? Many eyes fell onto Yi Futian. Is he trying to challenge Zhou Zi to a chess battle? The actual implementation was indeed the best way to verify anything. Both sides would have stuck to their own opinions otherwise, and none would have been able to convince the other. However, as the palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state, it would have been rather inconvenient for Yi Futian to challenge a member of the younger generation of the sacred ground of the eastern state, despite the fact he was technically of the same generation. If they were nitpicking his age, he was actually even younger than Imo Jun and the others of his group. Imo Jun turned his eyes at Yi Futian and said, "The princess of the sacred dynasty is a girl. If you, Palace Lord Yi, feel like trying your hand, I'd be more than willing to serve as your opponent, if that is all right with you." Yi Futian turned his eyes at Imo Jun. Although Imo Jun had apologized for his discourtesy the day before and presented himself as courteous and polite as possible, without any signs of anything being off anywhere, Yi Futian still was unable to help but feel that deep within Imo Jun's mind, he still looked down on the sacred ground of the barren state. Despite Imo Jun keeping his arrogance tightly wrapped, Yi Futian was still able to feel it seeping through. "All right." Yi Futian nodded and turned around, saying to the old men, "Would you seniors mind lending me a spot? No need for the fuss. If both of you feel like playing chess, just come onto this board." Yang Xiao, who was standing on that chessboard in midair, said to Yi Futian. "Well, in that case, you have my gratitude, senior," Yi Futian bowed and said. Yang Xiao and the other 8 walked down from the board and let the two have the place for the moment. June flashed and stepped onto one side of the board. He then said to Yi Futian, "Palace Lord Yi, if you'd please." "Yu Sheng." Yi Futian turned around and called out. Yu Sheng walked up and looked at him. "You're up," Yi Futian said. Yu Sheng nodded and landed on the chessboard without asking anything. Since it was Yi Futian who had him play, he would have to just oblige. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they all wore funny expressions. June looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Palace Lord Yi, may I know what is the meaning of this?" "Yu Sheng is one of the junior students at the Holy Ji Palace. He will be in charge of the pieces in my stead," Yi Futian replied. Everyone looked at Yi Futian, and they were all surprised at what he pulled. No one, however, had anything to say about it, as both players were students of sacred grounds. It was obvious, however, that he was saying that his status made it inconvenient for him to face June directly. June frowned slightly and looked somewhat displeased. He had answered Yi Futian so as to face the man himself. However, what Yi Futian pulled was truly intricate, and it seemed that he had been putting the way of chess to good use. As you are here to play in Palace Lord Ye's stead, it stands to reason that the game will be played as if Palace Lord Yi was playing himself. "Well then, please," June stated in emphasis and then gestured at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng turned to look at Yi Futian, seemingly waiting for instructions from him. "Just play as you see fit," Yi Futian said. The dynamics between him and Yu Sheng at the moment resembled the one between him and Sage Wansheng back then. Yu Sheng nodded and placed his first piece without any regard for strategy. Many looked on with funny expressions. Isn't that what Yi Futian did before? Yi Futian and June are playing the game in such an official manner, yet he actually goes about playing in such a laid-back manner? June looked increasingly displeased, feeling Yi Futian's actions to be little more than a slight against him. June waved his hand and placed his piece at the center of the board, the origin of heaven. That move intrigued many watching. June's play style had surprisingly gone against convention as well. It was very rare for anyone to place their first piece at the origin of heaven. June seemed to have placed his piece at such a spot as a gesture of provocation, seemingly stating that he was the star of that game. Many claimed that a game allowed one to see into the character of their opponents. If one style was a noble, unsullied one, the person would be one with such character as well. On the other hand, if the player was one who played in a twisty, sly manner, said player would be a clever and cunning person. June's style was very arrogant and flamboyant, which demonstrated the arrogance underneath the pretense of humbleness. He was a proud son of a sacred ground and a student of a sage. All the pieces placed contained powerful power of rules. The pieces seemed to have mystical powers connecting one another, making the entire chessboard filled with incredibly overbearing force. "Go 2 by 8, Yi Futian said. Yu Sheng placed his piece without any hesitation. June responded right there and then, placing his white piece in a snappy manner. "Go 3 by 9, Yi Futian continued, seemingly without any hesitation as well. At the same time, the game before him was projected perfectly within his life palace. Changes happened on that very board in his mind like a storm. The pieces were placed and changes kept happening as if to simulate all moves that could take place. That is quick. Many thought the speed the game was being played at to be startling. It showed their respective simulative and calculative abilities, which were frighteningly formidable. It was due to such abilities that they were able to place their pieces without hesitation. It was as if everything was under their control. Scattered stars. Many who were watching the game gasped. The structure of a matrix began to appear as the game went on. June's play style was one that was incredibly reckless in laying out his formations. The scattered stars was played as the origin of heaven as the center, scattering pieces all over the chessboard, intending to surround Yu Sheng's pieces and taking them out once and for all. Such a play style's advantage lied within its ability to devour its opponent whole without leaving any window for retaliation. It was a one-shot kills all way of playing. The downside, however, was that placement of pieces was done in an incredibly loose manner, which made it easy for the opponent to cut their way through the openings. It was apparent that June was incredibly confident in his ability at chess, intending to win by completely overwhelming and crushing his opponent. At that moment, changes became apparent on the board as starlight of terrifying rules glittered like incredibly sharp blades. Jun hovered slightly above the board, glancing coldly at Yusheng. He extended his hand and conjured a white piece using rules and placed it in one spot, like a blade of starlight falling down. The entire game seemed to have moved the very instant that piece was placed. The scattered stars play style brought shimmering starlight onto the board, manifesting as straight blades landing where Yusheng stood. One piece after another crumbled to pieces. Several black pieces around Yusheng were gobbled up, as the game turned deadly and against Yusheng's favor. Go 6 by 8, Futian said. A black piece was conjured, and with a wave of Yusheng's hand, it landed onto the board hard, kicking up a terrifying whirlpool. All pieces gathered towards one single spot, where Yusheng stood. At that instant, boundless power gathered at one single place. Yusheng's body seemed to have become incredibly huge and emanated extremely overwhelming might. The power took a tangible form as the piece was placed, and a matrix out to crush everything in its path formed, heading for Jun. Jun's expression looked incredibly dire. The one piece had actually connected all the other pieces on the board, coalescing into a terrifying force. His brow looked incredibly sharp, and he stepped out and put down his piece. He seemed to have turned himself into the center of the formation in an instant. The sword of light and shadow blocked out the sky and swept at Yusheng. Futian said something without hesitation, and Yusheng stepped forward, landing on the spot on the chessboard with his piece. He walked straight into Jun, and an even wilder and more overbearing force burst forth. Many pieces around Jun were destroyed right there and then, dimming his starlight. Yusheng came to look even more imposing at the moment. Jun is going to lose. Many looked excited. They were able to tell that Yusheng had now had the absolute advantage. Two pieces were all it took to cement that very advantage on the board. Jun, on the other hand, looked utterly crushed and scattered. He looked rather pale as well. That overbearing pressure pressed hard onto his body, with the full intention of crushing him right there and then. Go 7 by 9. A voice was heard at the very moment. The eyes of many sparkled as they looked at one corner of Chess Peak. The one who stood there was none other than Lu Zong. Lu Zong went to guide Jun personally. While it was definitely not anything worth shouting about, Lu Zong was being frank with his actions, opting to voice it out loud in front of everyone instead of guiding Jun telepathically, making it known to all that he was the one providing guidance right there and then. Futian glanced at Lu Zong and said nothing. Jun's force was no longer there. He became totally incapable of looking into the whole game, after being subjected to the effects of Yusheng's might and the power of the matrix formed against him. The victor would have been determined with 2 more pieces placed. However, Lu Zong was not Jun. That very move, he said, was one that was immeasurably intricate, so much so that one could consider that position to be the best at the moment. Jun placed that piece without hesitation. The powerful sword matrix of starlight began to show signs of revival, and the powerful might on the chessboard was gathered once again. Futian glanced at 7 by 9 spot plainly and without paying it much heed. He went on to say, go 6 by 9. Yusheng nodded and did so. That piece worked like a hammer, dealing a devastating blow as it was placed. Jun grunted as he continued to look pale. It was as if there was an incredibly overwhelming power of rules being gathered, intending to split that very game. Go 7 by 8, Lu Zong said, and Futian responded shortly after. Both placed 3 pieces respectively, and eventually, an incredibly wild might swept all over the chessboard and went on to gobble up all the white pieces. The formation of the white pieces crumbled completely in an instant, without any chance of revival. The powerful currents about the chessboard quieted down in an instant, like the atmosphere on Chess Peak at the moment. Jun was a very adept player of chess and a student of Shihua Sacred Mountain Saints. His play style was reckless and arrogant, yet he ended up suffering a humiliating defeat, despite Lu Zong's efforts. Jun ended up defeated all the same, as there was simply no way to save that broken game. Lu Zong was only able to do so much to help. Many looked at Futian. He stood quietly, his robe and black hair billowed with the breeze, making him look incredibly handsome. Many seemed to truly acknowledge the might of a palace lord of a sacred ground at that very moment. Does Futian really know nothing about chess? Jun looked up at Futian. He had dissed Futian after that game the day before, deeming him someone who knew nothing about chess. What about now then? Who is actually the one who knows nothing about chess? I apologize for my reckless words yesterday, Emojun said, looking up and cupping his hands. He then turned around and walked off the chessboard. Despite suffering a defeat, he kept his bearing as a student of the saints intact. There was another person who looked rather displeased at the turn of events, Josie. It was a chess battle that happened because of her. Emojun was simply playing in her stead. With Futian emerging as the victor, it had indeed proved Futian's words that her play style was indeed the worst among the 9. What do you think? Futian asked as he turned his eyes to her. Josie looked up at Futian and said, even if you won this game, were you really saying that it wasn't you who caused what happened with the battle at the Celestial Dragon chess game yesterday? Futian glanced at her plainly, walked up and said, if you are unwilling to give up, I guess I'll just show you then. Chapter 742. Everyone's eyes were on Futian. He walked up to that chessboard hovering in the air, puzzling all who were watching him. Everyone's eyes were on Futian. He walked up to that chessboard hovering in the air, puzzling all who were watching him. What is he up to? Futian appeared above the chessboard, and Josie looked at him as well, frowning slightly. Futian extended both his hands, and chess pieces instantly appeared one after another in midair. All of the pieces contained the power of rules. He waved his hands and crisp sounds were heard. The chess pieces fell onto the chessboard one after another, in patterns which many found familiar. Futian extended both of his arms again, and many black pieces appeared, dropping onto the chessboard as well. The Celestial Dragon chess game. Many were able to tell where the sense of familiarity came from at that very second. The game that Futian had laid out was apparently the Celestial Dragon chess game that was played the day before. The black pieces were placed in a way resembling the very moment Futian placed his piece. It was there where a difference of opinions had taken place. The moment Futian defied Lu Zong's will, Futian recreated the game played the day before at that moment, without missing any details. He then turned his eyes at Josie and said, would you mind placing the piece? Futian went to stand where Yang Xiao and the others stood the day before. Josie glared at him coldly and glanced at Lu Zong. She flashed and landed on the chessboard as well. She then placed her piece without hesitation, at the very spot Lu Zong had wanted Futian to place his piece. In that very instant, a powerful matrix spread out, intending to crush the white pieces. Futian calmly glanced at Josie and waved his hand. Another piece was dropped on the board with a rumble, not paying any heed for the threatened game, which looked like a move that was unable to serve any use. No one was able to see what was actually going on. A flash was seen in Yang Zhao's eyes as he witnessed the scene. He had not expected Futian to be able to see through it. Lu Zong's eyes sparkled as well. The placement of that piece made it entirely useless as it was done without paying any heed to the looming crisis. He had been simulating all the possible locations Yang Xiao would have placed a piece, which naturally included that spot that Futian just placed a piece on. However, Lu Zong did not continue simulating what would have happened after that piece was placed there. A myriad of changes would have been born with the placement of every single piece. As such, any location that Yang Xiao would have chosen to place his piece on would have brought forth many possibilities. It was impossible for Lu Zong to simulate what would have happened with all the possibilities, which meant that he would have been able to simulate the placements that were most likely to happen. That one move was one he had overlooked. From the looks of the game at the moment, no one was capable of telling what that piece would have done. Based on the battle that took place between Futian and Emojun prior, it was obvious that Futian had developed high proficiency in the art of chess, which naturally meant that he would not have placed a piece that would have served no use. Lu Zong simulated the changes in his mind, and his expression quickly changed. The game was set with that piece placed. You're doing nothing but insulting the Celestial Dragon chess game, Josie cursed in a low voice. Lu Zong was able to tell what was going to happen, but she was unable to. She still thought that the piece Futian had placed served no use. She waved her hand and placed another piece. A more powerful might spread out, devouring some chess pieces. Fine play. Many praised her silently. There was nothing wrong with the placement of Josie's piece, as anyone would have done the same to break the opponent's play. Futian glanced at her silently and then waved his hand nonchalantly. Yet another piece was placed, and at that very moment, the entire celestial dragon chess game changed. The interlocking matrices seemed to have shaved off all parts which were redundant and served no purpose, becoming a grand matrix which swallowed everything with overwhelming might. If the game was seen from a distance, the white pieces seemed to have turned into a dragon circling above the board, devouring everything below it. Everyone's mind shuddered violently, and Zhou Zi's face turned just as pale as well. The game was set with just 2 pieces being placed. Furthermore, judging from the greater picture of the entire game, some of the weakest pieces would have been devoured first, exposing the weaknesses for all to see. Zhou Zi looked at those pieces and felt her hands shaking slightly. All of those were the pieces that she placed the day before, exposing the openings for her opponent. She lifted her hand, intending to place a piece, yet was unable to proceed further. No need to go any further. He is right. That piece back there set the game. If he had actually placed that piece as I intended, we would have only suffered a faster and more crushing defeat, Lu Zong said as he looked at Yi Futian. He did not expect Yi Futian to continue simulating further developments with a piece that he had overlooked. The Celestial Dragon chess game lives up to its name as something left behind by Senior Chess Saint. The changes are intricate, matrices lie underneath matrices, and everything is indeed interconnected. Lu Zong was silently impressed, but he also wanted more of what the chess saint left behind, as it would serve him well to further his training. Zhou Zi was shaking all over. Even Lu Zong admitted that he had been wrong, and that place where he intended Yi Futian to place the piece was a poor decision. There was simply nothing more for her to say for herself. Furthermore, not only did Yi Futian prove that he did not make any mistakes with his placement of pieces, but what he showed also verified what he said earlier. She, Zhou Zi, was indeed the worst player out of all 9 who played the day before. She recalled her previous boisterous words. Even if Yi Futian did not say anything further to embarrass her, she still felt her cheeks red hot, as if everyone was staring at her. I have to say that your rate of progress at chess is really astonishing, Palace Lord Yi, as you are able to see through the changes in the Celestial Dragon chess game. Your status as the Palace Lord of the sacred ground of the barren state indeed holds true. It stands to reason now why Zhou Zi was defeated, Imo Jun said, diffusing the awkward situation Zhou Zi found herself in. Having sung praises at Yi Futian in such a manner, Imo Jun made it appear as if Zhou Zi's defeat was something entirely natural. Furthermore, Yi Futian borrowed the might of the Celestial Dragon chess game to do so. Her defeat was naturally within reason. However, one of the noblest qualities of people lies within their ability to know themselves. Being oblivious to one's shortcomings, yet going out to insult others with words only invites humiliation. It would seem that the princess of the sacred ground is nothing much after all. A voice was heard and Imo Jun turned in the direction of the voice and ended up looking at where Sage Wanxiang and the others stood. The one who said those words was none other than Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu wore a calm expression. Their party had journeyed outside the barren state after Yi Futian took the position of Palace Lord of Holy Ji Palace, which naturally meant that he was shouldering incredible pressure and responsibilities, yet he was treated coldly wherever he went. While Yi Futian did not take it to heart as he put all his energy into becoming stronger, she, however, took all those insults to heart. She had been seeing how Yi Futian pushed himself all those days. Zhou Zi had not been reserved with her use of sharp words directed at Yi Futian, and she had done so repeatedly. It was simply too easy to just let Zhou Zi off with just several sentences from Imo Jun that would diffuse the awkward situation. As such, Hua Jieyu went to diss Zhou Zi without reservation, saying she had invited humiliation. Zhou Zi turned her eyes at Hua Jieyu, who had a thin veil over her face, her clothes billowing. Despite the veil, it was obvious by the air emanating from her and the pair of exposed eyes that she was a beauty. "Who are you?" Zhou Zi asked. Madam Palace Lord of Holy Ji Palace of Barren State, Sage Wanxiang, who was beside her, answered. He saw the time to be one where he had to make the esteemed status of Hua Jieyu clear. Zhou Zi glanced at Hua Jieyu coldly and swept away all the pieces on the board with a wave of her hand. She then said coldly, "I have indeed invited humiliation." She then walked away with a cold face. As a princess of a sacred dynasty, she had never been humiliated publicly like that. It was the first time something like that had happened. I believe everyone present is here to study the way of chess, and there is no need to cause any displeasure over it. Palace Lord Yi was able to see through the changes of the celestial dragon chess game, suggesting immense talent for playing chess, while Lu Zong had indeed exuded the bearing of a master. All the others also displayed an exceptional aptitude for chess. The chess Saint Villa had acted on orders from our teacher, and I hope there is someone who will be able to break the celestial dragon chess game soon, Yang Xiao said to diffuse the awkward situation at hand. Zhou Gongzi, who was standing by his side, cast a peculiar gaze at Yi Futian. He had been lending books regarding chess to Yi Futian, and he had been bearing witness to Yi Futian's progress as the man learned from scratch. And now his way of chess has already reached such heights? It is rumored that the palace lord of the barren state's sacred ground is an impeccable genius of cultivation. It seems he is indeed very exceptional. Your words held true, senior. The celestial dragon chess game is incredibly mystical indeed. We will look into it more closely, Yi Futian said and walked out of the chessboard, freeing up the area. Yang Xiao and the others returned to their places on the chessboard and said, "Please continue." There were others who attempted to break the game, but the results were all the same. No one was able to break the game. Lu Zong did nothing, and Yi Futian kept his hands to himself as well. They both simply went on to observe the changes of the celestial dragon chess game. In the days that followed, Yi Futian spent all his time observing the changes to be had in the celestial dragon chess game, as well as doing simulations within his life palace, attempting to develop a way to break through the game. More than 40 days passed before they realized it. Lu Zong did nothing all those days, and the number of people who remained on Chess Peak diminished considerably. Many vaguely felt that it was probably impossible for anyone to break through the game within 3 months. But on that very day, there came news that Lu Zong, who had been keeping to himself for more than 40 days, would make a move to break the game yet again. The news caused quite a sensation. Will Lu Zong be confident enough to break through the celestial dragon chess game this time? Yi Futian was seen closing his eyes and doing simulations in his mind in Yujing House at that moment. He had been simulating the limitless changes over the past 40 days and more, and he had come to feel as if he had mastered all the possible changes to be had. He opened his eyes and said, "Third brother, Yushang Jioga, come with me to break the game tomorrow." Everyone turned their eyes to Yi Futian, and they sported peculiar looks. So he has a chance at that now? All right. Everyone nodded. The 9 students of the chess saint were gathered at Yujing House at that moment. Yang Xiao said, "Lu Zong will come to break the game tomorrow. Do you all think he has a chance at succeeding?" Difficult. Yang Xiao's wife, who was sitting beside her husband, said, "He would be able to do so only if he works with several others who are incredibly adept at chess. If Lu Zong can't break the game, will the celestial dragon chess game just remain unbreakable?" Li Kaishan added, "Eldest brother, our teacher can't wait for too long. I figure that Lu Zong has what it takes given his mastery at chess and martial arts. We'll just wait for a bit still." Yang Xiao said. Yi Futian was able to see through the intricate changes of the game. His chances are not entirely nil. Yi Futian might have demonstrated an incredible aptitude for chess, but he was still coping with the changes of the game at the basics. He lacks the ability to take control of the greater picture demonstrated by Lu Zong. "I think he can't make it," Li Kaishan said. Yang Xiao did not say anything further about that. "Go get some rest, you all. We'll see if Lu Zong is able to break the game tomorrow." He then got up and took his leave with his wife. The others left as well. Chapter 743. Chess Peak was once again a bustling place. Chess Peak was once again a bustling place. Many showed up waiting at Chess Peak in the early hours of the morning. Lu Zong was finally going to play the celestial dragon chess game again after going quiet for so many days. It was possible that he had been making a lot of preparations. The celestial dragon chess game left by the chess saint and mastered by the 9 students remained unbroken even after so many days. Will Lu Zong be able to break it today? Everyone looked forward to it. Many turned their eyes at a single place. It was where Lu Zong was standing, and there were many other top-tier chess players gathering around him. His junior, Mo Jun, the Zhou siblings, Han Jing, and others were all there. The only one absent among the ones who had attempted to break the game with Lu Zong was Futian. However, there was someone else to take his place. The reason why those people were willing to attempt to break the game with Lu Zong was that they found themselves incapable of breaking the game even after repeated attempts for days. In that case, they stood a better chance of letting Lu Zong take the lead. If they ended up breaking the game, they would have probably been able to meet the chess saint nonetheless, despite Lu Zong being the one to take most of the credit. Even if none of them were able to get anything from the chess saint villa, they would have still done Lu Zong a favor. Lu Zong was lauded to be a saint of the future, and he had the 3 saints at Shihua Sacred Mountain backing such claims. The value of getting at his good side would have been immense. At that moment, a group of people walked up to the chess peak. It was none other than Futian and his party. He had planned to break the game that day, but he caught wind of Lu Zong's announcement that he would be attempting to break the game again that very same day. The group arrived on a rock not far away from the front of the chessboard. Futian glanced at Lu Zong. Lu Zong turned his head to look at Futian. Their eyes caught each other and Lu Zong asked, "Will you be joining us?" It was apparent that he approved of Futian's abilities at chess, which was something verified at the chess battle 40 days ago. Futian defeated Jun and was able to peer into the hidden changes of the celestial dragon chess game, which spoke volumes of his frightening talent at chess. Many claim that of all those who challenged the celestial dragon chess game, Futian was probably the second strongest at chess, right below Lu Zong. As such, Lu Zong cared not for the feud or grudges between Futian and Jun, as well as Zhou Zi, extending an invitation to break the game with him. It was only within reason that Lu Zong did so. "Nope." Futian looked at Lu Zong and said, "Very well." Lu Zong glanced at Futian and then turned his eyes away without saying another word. Communication between both of them was done very simply. It was considered a conversation with both sides saying just one line. Jun, Zhou Zi, and the others at Lu Zong's side all glanced at Futian as well. Jun's eyes were calm while Zhou Zi's looked somewhat cold. Futian had no beef with the others, and as such, none of the others looked at him any differently. "They're here." A group of people walked from the direction of the Chess Saint Villa. The 9 taking the lead were none other than the 9 students of the Chess Saint. Yang Xiao led them to land directly on the chessboard and scan the crowd. His eyes then fixed on Lu Zong. They knew that all who showed up were there to see if Lu Zong was capable of breaking the celestial dragon chess game. "Lu Zong, are you ready?" Yang Xiao asked without beating around the bush. Lu Zong nodded and said, "I will be challenging the celestial dragon chess game again." Yang Xiao nodded slightly and gestured, "Please." All 9 students took their places and Lu Zong walked out. The other 8 followed him onto the chessboard. "It's starting." Everyone in the audience looked on with anticipation, locking their gaze onto the chessboard. If the celestial dragon chess game remained unbroken that day, there was probably no hope for it to be broken ever again. Futian too cast his gaze on the chessboard. He had not expected that he and Lu Zong would have chosen the same day to break the celestial dragon chess game. And now, Lu Zong was the first one to challenge the game. However, it was probably difficult for either of them to break the game. Yang Xiao made his first move, placing his first piece onto the board firmly. Lu Zong waved and a black piece was dropped, going head-on with Yang Xiao. Sounds were heard on the chessboard as pieces continued to be placed onto the board. Every single piece placed was imbued with the formidable power of rules. Soon, a drawing appeared across the entire chessboard. Futian could not help but activate freedom meditation as he gazed at the chessboard. He saw both sides set their formations into place. Lu Zong stood at the center of the 9, at the side of the black pieces. He looked to be like a large ancient tree, and all black pieces extended from his side. The games that the other 8 were playing looked like 8 major branches, and every branch was imbued with a different aura, yet interconnected and inseparable from each other nonetheless. Lu Zong's position enabled him to take control of changes across the entire game. On the other side, Yang Xiao and the other 8 looked just like how they looked before. All 9 were interconnected with each other. All 9 matrices looked as if they were separate and independent, yet they formed a whole matrix together. Sword matrices, spear matrices, axe matrices. All 9 worked closely with each other, as if 9 dragons coiled on the chessboard, ready to lash out and crush everything in their way. At that very moment, Futian felt he was watching a battle instead of a game of chess. The 9 matrices tore at the branches and leaves that Lu Zong had laid out violently, yet the broken branches and leaves continued to regrow, looking extremely adamant and resilient. The black pieces continued to encroach their opponent's territory, feeding on them and forcefully tore into their matrices. At that moment, Futian felt an extremely mystical aura emanating from Lu Zong. It was a very formidable spiritual power. He then felt that all the other 8 around Lu Zong seemed to have melded into a single, inseparable entity. Spiritual sharing. Futian wore a concerned expression. Lu Zong was a terrifying spirit elementalist cultivator, and he was learned in many arts. At that moment, Futian felt as if he was holding all 9 of them together as one with his spiritual powers, enabling all of them to communicate their wills effectively. Furthermore, their play styles complemented and reinforced each other's. Powerful indeed, Futian said to himself secretly. It seemed that Lu Zong was just how Futian thought him to be. If it was something that he was able to figure out, then Lu Zong would have been able to arrive at the same thought. Lu Zong and he shared certain thoughts. After all, streaks of lightning sword aura descended from the skies, the flashes disappearing in an instant, incredibly sharp. A terrible gust of sharp aura whipped throughout the chessboard. Many looked at the chessboard and trembled within. Are they really playing chess here? The chessboard at the moment looked like a true battlefield instead. 18 mighty ones all stepped onto the board and played as pawns themselves. Their bodies dropped with every piece placed. 2 extremely violent ori clashed with each other. Celestial Dragon Chess Game. At that moment, many were vaguely able to see a boundlessly terrifying dragon coiling on the chessboard. Its claws were as sharp as blades, shimmering with cold light. Dazzling sword matrix appeared at its abdomen. When a piece was placed, the sword matrix tore at the board, crushing everything in its path. However, Lu Zong's body served as the center of their side. The ancient tree's branches and leaves all turned golden, and Lu Zong seemed to have taken the form of a golden ancient Buddha. The voice of the Buddha rumbled through the air when he placed a piece. The golden leaves and branches turned into golden arms, defending against the game's terrifying onslaught. A chess battle. Under the workings of freedom mediation, Futian seemed to be seeing a true chess battle being fought using matrices. It was no longer simply a game of chess. It was a show of force being refined to the extreme from the art of chess. Lu Zong had forced the Celestial Dragon Chess Game to bring its most formidable might to bear. The dragon emerged and danced in the air. At that moment, all 8 players beside Lu Zong were subjected to extremely terrifying pressure, especially Zhou Zi. Her face had turned pale, and she breathed heavily. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, and her fair skin was vaguely shown through her dress, making her look very alluring. However, she was unable to pay any heed to that at all. Such was the force of the pressure she was being subjected to at the moment. The Celestial Dragon Chess Game felt as if it had no weaknesses and there was nothing that could be exploited. The placing of every piece seemed to only serve to amplify said force. The shadow of the dragon became increasingly powerful, and it eventually brought its massive body to bear. With the next piece placed, a sharp claw lashed out in the air, tearing everything in its path. The end seemed to be right before their eyes, and Lu Zong and his people seemed to be near defeat. Not good. The faces of many changed at that scene. With the Celestial Dragon Chess Game bringing such terrifyingly killer move to bear, Lu Zong's force seemed to be at the edge of dissolution. However, Futian frowned at the next piece placed. He took a look at Li Kaishan who placed the piece and was puzzled as to why that piece was placed there. There were other better options which would have cut off one of Lu Zong's arms, crushing some of Zhou Zi's pieces. Yet at the same time, Lu Zong placed a piece first. He had taken full control. The sky changed with that move. Many felt as if the Buddha's arms lashed out at the incoming dragon claw. The expressions of Yang Xiao and the others turned grim. Yet another piece was placed, and Lu Zong countered without hesitation. The Buddha's attacks melded into one, lashing out at the arm of the dragon. A fearsome illusion appeared. The dragon claw shattered, and a part of the game it belonged to was gobbled up right there, and then. It was a game formed with pieces laid down by Li Kaishan. That move should have been the sharpest edge of the game. And yet, it broke at that very moment. Lu Zong, some called out. Is he going to win? Countless held their breaths in and waited, locking their gaze at the chessboard. Lu Zong had actually gained the upper hand. Yang Xiao and his people continued to place their pieces. They looked rather pale. The chessboard did not take one's playing level into consideration when deciding the victor. The amount of power all players were able to bring to bear was the same. Finally, when Lu Zong placed yet another piece, the dragon's abdomen suffered a crushing blow, and it was bisected right there and then. The game was broken, and it completely shattered. The 9 interconnected dragon matrix was broken. The eyes of Yang Xiao and his people froze at that very scene. Yang Xiao lifted his head and looked deeply at his second brother, Li Kaishan, but he eventually said nothing. Yang Xiao smiled and said to Lu Zong, "Congratulations." The game dispersed when he finished. The crowd was in an uproar. It's broken. Lu Zong actually broke the chess game left behind by the chess saint. He will be taking the chess saint's expectations and art. That is Lu Zong for you indeed. A top-notch genius like no other. Everyone was in awe. However, Yi Futian was seen frowning. He turned his eyes at Lu Zong and then to Li Kaishan, sporting a peculiar expression as he did. He recalled someone saying, Li Kaishan, the second student of the chess saint, is an honest man. But was he truly honest? The celestial dragon chess game should not have had openings or weaknesses, yet openings and weaknesses had appeared. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.